The keen-eyed among you may notice that I like blue tools. Over the years, I have amassed quite the collection, and to this day they touch every build that comes out of my workshop. But 7 years ago, in a bare-bones garage with nothing but the ambition to learn some woodworking and my very first K4 Kreg jig, I dove headfirst into this crazy maker hobby, not knowing that Kreg Gear would come to define my woodworking style, drive the growth of my YouTube channel, and bring me uncounted hours of fun and creativity. So today, while you hopefully get to build away in your own workshop, I invite you to whack this on the telly in the background and join me on the ultimate blue tool marathon. Over the next almost 7 hours, we're going on an epic ride through my entire Kreg story. From my early Kreg tool reviews and setup videos filmed on a potato, to becoming a brand ambassador for Carbotech and Kreg Australia, right through to my most recent complex builds that still couldn't have been done without the help of Team Blue, even after finally getting a table saw 5 years in. So whether you're a newbie grabbing your first pocket hole jig or a seasoned Kreg fanboy looking for inspiration, this marathon is your workshop companion, full of tips, laughs, and that satisfying double drill clutch whir of a perfectly driven pocket hole joint. Grab a coffee, fire up your tools, and let's drill into it. Oh, and don't worry, while it starts off crappy, the video editing and quality improve along the way, as does the woodworking. Let's go. Before I started filming YouTube, I watched a lot of YouTube, including tool reviews. They seemed pretty popular, so they were going to make up a big part of my channel. And as a beginner, what better tools to review than those tailored exactly for my current state of zero experience? This is how I started off, as many of us do. A square cut, a rip cut, and a K4 pocket hole jig. Let's dive into the early days. Little Kreg square is going to help me with some Christmas presents. This is a beautiful piece of 19mm Tassie oak, and it's going to be turned into some presents for myself and one for the wife as well. I do need to be able to, though, cut it down, not terribly accurately, but quickly. And that's going to be a process I'll need to repeat going forward as I step up my game and start to use real wood. Ah, the serenity. So, how do we set this up? It's a fairly simple thing. Black dots, non-slip, they just got stuck down on there. Going to put this on for my circular saw. You have to adjust it to your own. It comes with that in mind. I'm going to be making my cuts on this side, so I don't want to waste too much of this board, as I like to use it as a secondary workbench. So what you need to do is get your jig nice and firm against there. I'm only going to cut off about 1mm, and that's the guide. Keep it well out of the way for your first cut. I need to make sure that this is actually square so I can set it up. So to make this a lining cut, make sure your guide here is well back out of the way. Grab your circular saw, make sure it is hard flush against there. I'm only going to take a couple of mil off the edge of this board. Going to cut right through, and then we can line up this jig permanently, so I won't have to do this again. The really important thing is here that you don't move it between making the cut and making your align. So hold it down nice and steady. Then we can slowly get this tab out and line it up to the edge of that board flush. Grab a screwdriver, lock it down, and that is all set up. So that's really important, because obviously don't want to cut the end off the bloody jig next time I make one. And keeping that nice and tight means that for my circular saw, I should never have to do that adjustment again. Now that's all set up, let's run a quick test. The idea is that you can make a mark on your board somewhere, like so. Then grab the square cut, line up the edge of your guide to your mark. Then I've got this clamped down just because this particular surface is a little bit slippery, but you should just be able to hide it, particularly on a larger board. Hold it down nice and steady, put your ear protection on, And now, just nervous on the first cut. Make sure I don't hit the plastic, and I have set this up right. That's going to cut perfectly and accurately, and most importantly, repeatedly along that edge. Very simple tool, but it's going to get a lot of use, I feel, and it's going to save me a lot of time. I got it from a company called Cavitec, literally just Googled around, and I think Kreg's got a bit of a monopoly on the Australian market because absolutely every retailer that I saw their stuff on was exactly the same price. So there's not really a way to find it on sale unless you're very, very lucky. I picked up a few little Kreg toys on this delivery. I got free delivery from Cavitec, which is the reason that I went for them, and it came really quickly. They also sent me a drool-worthy product guide, which is a very dangerous thing to have leading into Christmas. I don't need any of it, but I want an awful lot of it. So, yep, Woodworking for Mere Mortals, of course, got me onto the Kreg stuff. There are a few other options on the market. This wasn't really much more expensive, and it feels really solid. And a couple of the other bits and pieces, which I'll do videos on in the future from Kreg, they feel like a nice tool to use. So I'll keep you updated as to how they travel. This is called the Kreg Rip Cut, and it's designed to help you make long rip cuts down plywood boards. I'll put it to good use in the timber yard when I go to buy big plywood sheets, which is much more economic than buying the small project boards. However, I've hit a spot in this particular project where I need to make a cut that's decently long, longer than the straight edge that I was using previously, and I also want to make it quite narrow, which is exactly what this tool should do. So let's see how quickly and easily we can put this thing together and make the first cut with it. Step one, that's the guide. This is going to be your measuring ruler. The guide's going to be what runs along the edge of your cut, and we're going to screw these two bits together. This can be done in left or right-handed configuration. As I'm a righty, I'm going to set it up in the regular way, having the guide running along the left. These are self-tapping screws, so they're going to be a little bit firm because they're cutting their own threads as they go. Lovely, step one. So we can see that runs nice and smoothly along the flat edge. The next thing is you have to check your circular saw. On the Makita, I've got a flat edge. However, the sled for the Kreg jig comes with this little raised platform here for saws that have a lip on them. As I don't have it, I need to reverse it. So you're going to have to check yours to see if this is a step for you. 2-second job. Flat on flat. Otherwise, if I hadn't taken that off, that's going to be raising up the blade and you'll have a less accurate cut. Easy step, that one. Next, we need to loosen these two mounts. So just grab your screwdriver, quickly take those off so they can swing freely over the sled. Now you have to make a decision on what type of blade you have. Yeah, that came all the way off. Back in there. Mine, on the Makita, is a left mount blade. So I'm going to be using the left slot. If you're on the other side, then you'll be using the right slot. I am also, because this Makita has this plastic guide on the front, I'm actually going to take that off because otherwise this is going to screw into it and I might damage it and I may need to use it again one day. So that comes off like that. Put that in a safe place. We also want to remove this little referencing guide. You'll see what it's used for momentarily. So don't put that too far away. You want to position your saw in the middle of, in my case, the left slot to make sure that your guard still works quickly and effectively. Now we can swing these bits over. Make sure we've maintained the position of the saw in the middle of the run and hard up against that leading edge, and find a good spot for these clamps. There we go. Now I've got a nice wide base on this circular saw, so I can use the wider option, and it is recommended by Kreg that you use the wider of the two. However, if your circular saw is smaller, you can shift these ones over just a little bit. Next, I'm going to move this guide. So it's on the right hand side at the moment, which is the wrong one. So if I just push down gently on here, that'll slide off. And I can re-thread it, I hope, on this side. Also a good time to check to make sure that your safety guide still works cleanly. And we're nearly there. Now we're going to reinstall this reference block. It was on the right side. Again, I'm doing this on the left, so I need to move it over. And what this block is going to do is allow me to save the position of the saw. Obviously, I don't want it on the jig at all times. I'm going to need to take it off. So when I take it off, I won't have to worry about all this muddle and setup, because I'll know exactly where it should be by pressing it against here. So this is a one-time stop maneuver. There we go. So if I unscrew those, take it off, I can slide it back in the same spot. Now the saw is securely attached to the sled. We can lift this flap if you haven't done so already, and it's going to, so that T-track in there, that T-track is going to slide onto your guide. Like so. That will then function as the lock for later on. Now we have to see how small a cut we can do. That's as far over as I can get, but we can see that I am well truly in the not recommended cutting area. So we're not going to worry about that too much. Don't want to cut down there. The smallest cut is going to be at that point, but we need to align the blade with this or it's not going to be accurate now, is it? Time to make a first test cut and align my blade. I have set that to exactly 3 centimeters. So what I want to figure out is where the blade cuts in relation to that red line. So I've locked it down. We'll make a test cut in the scrap ball that I've clamped down, measure it, and then we'll be able to adjust that red little sliding marker there to actually be cutting in line with the blade. I had to put a guard up there because I'd set that blade so shallow that it couldn't even push it through properly. All I want is to measure this line because it's meant to be 3 centimeters, and we'll see what the difference is. So I've got my square set to 3 centimeters, and we can see that I am in fact only cutting 2.5 centimeters from the edge of the board. Now 2.5 is actually the dead set minimum that Kreg recommends you cut. It even says not recommended on there. So now, one more bump. There we go. It's even easier than that because I've got the line there. I can just line them up. Bit of glare, you might not be able to quite see it, but I can. Tough little bastard to move though. There we go. So now I'm in line with the blade. Excellent. I can now unlock this. I can set it to any size of cut I want to make, and when I lock it back down, I know that cut's going to be exactly 257 millimeters. Well, there you have it. That's a quick tutorial on how to set up your Kreg rip cut jig. I'm hopefully going to get a lot of use out of it when I'm cutting up plywood sheets, as I said, but also when I was making my router table, which is I paused that video to make this one, so I needed to set this up, it's going to let me cut smaller, accurate rips, as the name would imply. As I don't have a table saw, this is going to be really, really good. Now, I think it was about $70. I got it again from Cabtech, Cabartech, and it came very, very quickly. I'm liking how it feels. It seems sturdy, just like the other Kreg stuff that I've got. I got onto Kreg as usual through Woodworking for Mere Mortals. They sponsor Steve over there, and I'm glad that they do because I do like their products so far. So YouTube advertising works, funnily enough.
Time for a real world example. Here is a bunch of lumber which I picked up. Now let's see if we can use the Kreg Rip Cut to make it fit in the back of my station wagon. Alright, I'm at my local lumber store, North Shore Timber and Hardware here in Chatswood. And it's the first time I'm going to get to use my Kreg Rip Cut on a sheet of ply. That's 9mm MDF, which is going to be for a toy box project I'm making for my nephew for Christmas. And the way that I've set it up is I've got two old bedroom runners underneath supporting the cut and a few other little bits of wood. I know I need a 15-inch cut off my plan, so I'm going just a bit proud of that, and I'm going to be able to run, hopefully, the track all the way down so that it will fit in the back of the station wagon. Let's see how we go. Well, that was pretty epic. I got caught right at the very end because my runners weren't quite long enough and I started to drift just a tiny bit there. But here's my setup underneath. Got the 2 bedroom runners, and now I'll measure it when I get home, but at least it'll fit in the car. That's the win for the Kreg Rip Cut. And take a good look at the wall behind me, because over the coming weeks and months, this whole area, what I've used as my workshop for the past 10 months, is getting basically a complete redesign. Firstly, these shelves gotta go. They looked cool for storing bottles of rum, sadly empty. However, they're not very practical, and as my collection of tools has grown, I need a better way to house some of them. So the first step is going to be some very basic cupboards high up where I can put stuff I don't use too terribly regularly, and we'll go from there. I have knocked up some free plans for this. I will put them on my website once I'm done here. Let's get started using recycled timber. I was very fortunate a couple of months ago off Facebook Marketplace. I managed to scab a whole bunch of plywood for completely free. And I've just worked out on my cutting list that I've got just enough here to do this project, providing I don't bugger anything up. I designed this in 17mm, and if you look at the plans, you'll see that one 17mm sheet of plywood will do this project completely, except for the doors. However, I've got a mix here of some rough stuff. It ranges from 17 to 19-ish, and I'm going to have to make do as I go along. But ostensibly, this is a one-sheet project. Because I'm basically working with somebody else's offcuts, I'm going to have to be really careful that before I make any cuts, I am checking for square and finding the best surfaces of these rough pieces to use. I'm making 2 sets of cabinets, so we'll do everything in duplicate. With this board, I only had one straight edge, no corners that I could reference off, so I'm going to create one. My Kreg square cut wasn't actually long enough for me to go all the way through, so a bit of aluminium extrusion, and I've managed to jerry rig up a solution which I hope will make this a perfect 90. That's much better. Lovely. And now I've used my extended square cut to give me 3 good sides. The 4th side I need to use the rip cut. Best thing about this thing as usual is you don't have to measure. I need 481mm, and I've got 481mm on there. Just as normal, have to be careful watching coming out of the cut, and it's always a really good idea, I've learned, to have your clamps behind you so that you got nothing interfering as you push up the line. I was wondering why this bottom one didn't come off. I forget that when you put the circular saw in the cradle, you of course raise the blade a couple of millimeters. I have to do another pass. Right, so there is my first set of 2. They are now exactly the same size, which is what I wanted. Fantastic, who needs a table saw? So these are my side panels and center divider times 1. The only important thing to note on this cut is that I have all 3 of them lined up at the same time so that they end up exactly the same size. Time to start thinking about the joinery for this project. You could just butt joint these together, of course. You could use the Kreg jig, and I am going to do that, and that would probably be the easiest, fastest way. But on top of doing the pocket holes, I'm also going to do some rebates in the tops and bottoms of the panels so that I get some more gluing area and you get maximum strength. Why engineer something when you can over-engineer something? Right, well I pushed my fence back another few mil, and on my test I made sure I was just a tiny bit over. So that way, when I grab my 17 mil boards, you may not be able to see that because it is under a millimetre, they fit very, very nicely, and I'm going to be able to flush trim the last tiny bit off the edge. Right, well that was bloody lucky. I have just enough length on the router table to use the fence to do the middle grooves. The hardest part is that that's 12 mil, and again I need 17, but this time it has to be perfect. I need to work to a snug fit. That's pretty bang on. Lovely. So I know that's 12, I need it to be 17. I'm going to sneak up on this just by nudging the fence a millimetre, running one, flip it, run it the other way, so I do equal passes off each side until I get a perfect fit. So to be honest, that is actually a tiny bit looser than I would have liked, but the glue should hold that in. These are just the centre divides. Right, to mark out my pocket holes, I've just cut myself a stick to the right size. For the middle panels, it's actually a little bit interesting. What I'm going to do is put that one and that one. They're 6 centimeters, 12, 12, 12, 6. Then I'm going to flip the middle board over, mark the same again, so that way I'm going to have crisscross screws, and that'll hold it even more steady than just the dado will allow. On the regular ones, they all go on the inside so that you can't see them. So that's my back rear. And I can just mark 1, 2, 3, 4. It is important just to put your marks down because inevitably you're going to end up putting a pocket hole on the wrong side. These are only cabinets for the workshop. However, I would like to get into some good habits in case I ever do this for realsies one day. Because I made my life hard for myself by doing those dados there to give extra gluing area and strength, I've actually buggered up the normally very simple mathematics with the Kreg jig. So if you don't want to overcomplicate this program like I am, don't do the dados. Use a 17 mil or a 19 mil straight sheet of ply and your life will be much easier. As it was, because I'm using a mix of 19 and 17 because I recycled the plywood and because I've decided to do those dados as well, I had to bugger around with the settings quite a bit, and I even managed to put a lovely little hole in the bottom of my Kreg jig, which I'm sure a lot of people have done, but still felt like a bit of a tool at the time. I'm all set up now, I've done my tests, and we can pump out some bits, and I really do actually enjoy this. I find it quite therapeutic. This is the first time I've actually had to Kreg jig some panels, and they were rocking side to side. Awesome little improvements like this. They only take 5 minutes. It breaks up the other job that you're doing, and it's going to be something that I may formalize one day into a proper Kreg station. But this comes off, portable, good for now. Assembly time. You might be able to spot I've had a quick practice and figured out the best way to put this together, and I'm very glad that I picked up this. This is the dedicated pocket hole clamp from Kreg. I didn't previously think I needed it, but having watched Ren Turner build his dollhouse over at Turner's shed, getting one of these seemed like a good idea, particularly for this multi-hole situation. Right, so this clamp here goes into your pocket hole. Now you just have to watch it isn't going to slip this way. Nice and smooth. Now we're locked in. Drill as usual. Now you can see the point of these dados is not only are they going to add strength and gluing area, as I dry fit it here, they should keep the whole thing nice and square too, which again is going to make life easier. That one's out a little bit, but I'm not terribly worried, to be honest. Right, well on one hand, that went together pretty easily. I've not assembled cabinets before with the Kreg jig. It is a little bit tricky. It takes a bit of practice to figure out how to get the right angles to drive your screws in. But you may start to notice there is one slight problem, which I detected early but decided to ignore and fix later. I'm glad I put down this board because I had a sneaking suspicion this may happen. When I was driving the holes with the Kreg jig, I noticed that my guide slipped a little bit, meaning I was drilling deeper than I needed to. Add to that the fact that I'm using variable width lumber. Some of my holes are a couple of millimeters too deep. That's alright, I got a solution for that. My favourite unstuffy uppy toy. And then these other ones are fine, but obviously I've got one or two down the bottom here which have drilled into the baseboard. So do take some care with your Kreg jig. It is very good, but it's not magic. There are user error points, and that is one of them. If you do not set it up correctly, you will get screws coming out the top. Lucky it's just for the wall. It always surprises me how much effort we put into making boxes. They look pretty good, not perfectly square, but I'll take it. I am really glad that I stumbled on the Kreg brand through Woodworking for Mere Mortals. For a person who doesn't know what they're doing, they just do make life so easy. Shelf pin jig. I could have just got a piece of the pegboard material that I used for the pegboard and done that. However, look, you'll see when I do this how quick and how easy and how simple this thing makes your life. Dave Stanton actually does a really good video on it, so I won't go on to too much, and honestly, there's not that much to explain. Have a watch. Time to make the French cleats, which I'm going to use to hold these things up onto the wall. They're not going to have a back on the cabinet, literally just the cleat along the top there. I'm not going to do it the way I did it previously because these are going to be much chunkier. This is 36 by 90 lumber, and I'm going to try and just go straight up the guts with the 45 on the circular saw. I needed to figure out a way to clamp this down though, and here's what we're going to do. A couple of extenders. Making sure I keep the holes well clear of the middle where the blade's going to go through. I got my little edge guide, which I'm going to try out for the first time, and we'll just run it through, see what happens. Hope we don't hit one of the screws. Pretty sure I've got them right. They're not perfectly even. I could have measured up my line a bit better. But that's a pretty chunky cleat. Look at that. Just chopping up my French cleats to fit into the units. I've offset the one that's going to be on the wall by about half a centimetre to a centimetre, just so I've got a bit of play, and when I'm going to hang them up, it'll be easier if this one's slightly smaller. Another quick ruler just to mark up the pocket holes for these brackets. These are the bits that are going to go into the cabinets. Right, so these are going on quite easily. That one was a bit of a tight fit. The only real difference that I'm doing here is that on the internal ones, to stop the screws from clashing, I'm using 25mm, where the rest I've set to 32. and I actually did a tester this time to make sure my screws aren't going to blow out the end. Time to work on the doors before I can get them mounted up on the wall. This is 18mm MDF, which I cut up at the car park at Bunnings with the rip cut and cut out the size. You didn't need to see that. What I've done now is just clamped it down to the cabinet. I cut these a couple of mil just oversized so that I can flush trim around the outside. And I've got a piece of paper folded twice over, so 4 layers into there. And that's so when I paint it, there's still a gap for them to shut. Picked up a few of these easy attach hinges, no mortising required, very, very simple. A couple of bucks from Bunnings. Arbitrary piece of wood, about the right size spaces, just enough cut that I had. And we're going to mark those out and just screw them in by hand. We'll attach the doors after they're painted. These ones were maybe a tiny bit too big, but they should work. It's only a workshop project. I'm not putting handles on the doors of the cupboards. Instead, I'm going to have a giant chamfer all the way on the side, and then just to balance it up for decorative purposes, another one along the top. Just slapping on some Bondall to seal up this MDF before I paint it. Gotta make the workshop look pretty. While let the Bondall dry on the MDF doors, time for this mess to go away. I haven't decided where I'm going to put my booze bottle collection, but well, more important things are happening. Do it the easy way, shall we? That'll do for now. To mount my French cleats, I'm first drilling clearance holes in so that I can position them easily on the wall. That ain't going anywhere. Let's try a test mount. This isn't light. Oh mate, that's a win. Excellent, one of them done. Looks like navy blue is going to end up being the workshop colour. Because I don't like buying paint, this is the leftover from the toy box I made a few months back. Right, I'm sure there are 10 easier ways to do this, but I'm as usual making it up as I go along and trying to figure out the tricky problem of positioning my hinges onto the doors. Blue painter's tape, all I'm doing is marking the edge of the hinge so that I know when I pull this apart where the door's going to line up. Taking the hinge off, then I can use the blue tape line and the spacer board that I used to install the hinges in the first place on the carcass and lining that up. Right, that's back on. Moment of truth. Let's see if this actually works. I've never put 2 doors on before. Yes! Excellent. Hinges are kind of scary actually for a newbie. They're just, that's something a little bit different. When you've got moving parts, I think that becomes a world of its own. And I tell you what, I am pretty glad I put the 4 sheets of paper in there because the paint does add some thickness. And we're going to put a magnetic catch in because why the hell not? Just to prove these can take some weight. Well, there you have it. The first stage of my workshop redevelopment is complete, and I'm pretty bloody chuffed to be honest. First time I've done cabinets and they've come out pretty well. Learned an awful lot through this design, and I'm just so happy that it's come up the way that it has, and it looks exactly like I did it on SketchUp all those months ago. These were the easy bits, going to get a little bit trickier as we go forward, but for now, they are solid, they look alright, and they're getting a lot of stuff a new home that desperately needed one. Time for part 2 of the workshop makeover. This shelf is the next one to go as we put some shallower, more accessible shelving here for the things that I use every day. Plans again, they will be done up on the website as soon as I finish this and make sure that they work. Last video wasn't meant to be a Kreg video per se, but it just goes to show how much the Kreg brand does help novices. And while this video isn't sponsored by them either, I do have a little surprise coming up when we hit that stage. Let's get started. Again, like last time, I am going to attempt to use up the last of my scabbed plywood and MDF scraps and offcuts. This can again be done with one sheet of 17mm, plus some MDF. Quite a bit of MDF, to be honest. Geez, those bits are rough. There's barely a square corner anywhere. I had to do a lot of trimming. To give me the reference point so I can cut these bits out, which are the walls and the middle dividers, to their final size, which is 382. I love the repeatable cuts you can get on this stuff. All the 382s are done. Now I'll flip them around and the final cut this way is 300. Well, that's the main part of my cutting done, and again, no table saw needed. Not as fast, I suppose, but square cut, rip cut, and look at these. All exactly the same size, but the eagle-eyed among you may have noticed there was one slight change in texture on the very last cut. I ran out of 17 and 19mm ply big enough, so rather than going out and buying some more because I am a massive tight ass, I've decided to use the 18mm MDF. Dado time. The only ones you really have to cut for this project are the ones that are going to hold the stationary shelf, which forms the top of the drawer. Now again, because I was using scrap, I ran out of 17 and I've gone to 12. I am, like I did on the last project, going to do the ones on the sides and the ones in the middle for the walls. That's to help keep things nice and square and to help me with my gluing up stage. If you didn't want to do that, you can just use the Kreg jig. You're just going to have to be a little bit more careful when you're clamping things down to make sure that they stay nice and 90. For the rebates I'm doing 19mm and I still don't have my good bit back from my mate who I lent it to, so I've gone to my old crappy one. It's going to smoke harder than a bogan doing circle work, but it should get through them. Just going to look a little bit dramatic. Holy moly. Cutting the dados for the two center dividers is probably the hardest part of this entire build process. I have done 1/4 millimeter pass on there to ensure that that is 227 mils, which by my plans and miraculously by my actual measurements is where I need it to be. Not gonna lie, pretty bloody chuffed right now. Oh mate, it's just so good when stuff works. Honestly, my router table is not the best thing in the world. It's pretty good, but I made it as one of my first projects before I knew anything. I still really don't know much, but I do know that The router table could have been improved, and I will one day. But at the moment, cabinet making, coming along. I'm trying something different with the cleats this time. I'm going to remove a part of the center dividers for each of the new shelves so that the cleat will stick in it like that, and I'll just be able to hang it on the wall. I hope. I use this laser cut 90-degree angle, yes, laser, we'll talk about that a bit later, in order to clean up one of the corners, and now I can use it to flush trim the other 3 bits. I had literally just set up my Kreg jig to begin the pocket hole assembly of the shelves when my phone beeped and had to make a quick bike ride out to the post office. Because this just arrived. I am somewhat, as you might have picked, a Kreg fan. I follow them on my social media and they have just launched Kreg Australia. So they've been around for a very long time, of course, as Kreg Jig on Facebook and Instagram, but Kreg Australia now exists, and I will give them a big shout out. Make sure you do follow them. I won their first competition. It was a K5 master set, which was rather good, seeing as how I put a small little hole in the K4 last project. I'm also going to do, I think, a feature on the K4 versus the K5, but to give you some honest feedback, we're going to have to put this bad boy into action first, so I won't talk about it too much now, just to obviously share my excitement of winning something, which is awesome, and then we'll put it through its paces, assembling these shelves. Again, if you're doing this the easy way, don't worry about your dados, just do some really accurate measuring, and your life will be easy. Right, time to assemble, gluing and screwing. This is where the dados come into their own. Lining stuff up becomes really easy. So one thing I have noticed with the right angle pocket hole clamp is that it can, with glue, cause things to slide. These ones are great because they're supported on both sides, but when you've got the edge piece, it does pay to still put some clamping pressure in this direction. That one's such a good fit, barely needed the glue at all. Something you should probably consider on any project, but this one in particular, when you are wanting to use this type of guide, is whether or not your drill will actually fit. I'm going to have to use my impact driver just because it's smaller in order to do my drilling. Obviously not really designed for the task, but because they're so shallow, I should be able to get away with it. More free bed slats scabbed off the side of the row, and just like last time, I'm cutting a little bit more off the bit that's going to be on the wall compared to one that's going to fit snugly into the units, so that when I hang them up, I've got a bit of play to shift them backwards and side. So I ran into a small problem during the dry fit, and that was this edge. So I've had to cut that off in order for when this is screwed and glued in, that this wouldn't hit it, and I can actually slide that onto the wall. I'm still a little bit worried about that being tight. I don't have a lot of play. So knocking that cap off there actually made it even easier to screw the pocket holes in. Time for all this to go. Might give me an excuse to make a new sign too, I think. Okay, now for the tricky bit. I want these to be pretty much flush together, which means I have to leave the cupboard on while I position the new shelves below it as accurately as possible for the wall mounts. That's the jack that I've stolen out of the back of my car, and I'm hoping this works. Beautiful. Great, okay, so that's holding well. Now, I can position the wall brace, put in the pilots, and take it all off and screw it in properly. Last stage for this build is just some quick floating shelves, of course, but then most importantly, the newest part, the drawers. Let's see what we can do with those. I've got a lot of this 9mm MDF in scrap form, which is what I'm going to use for most of the construction, and the base will be 6mm. However, because it is quite thin, this is one of the trickier things to do with the rip cut as opposed to a table saw. There we go, so I'm going to be able to cut 4 bits at once. The hardest part was making sure those were all, of course, 90 and that they are perfectly lined up along this edge, and that'll all come out at 68mm. So keeping the setup the same for every cut makes life really easy. This is how it's going to go together, upside down of course, so you can see that rebate where the drawer bottom is going to sit. Trying to hold that together. Oh. Ah, snug as. That's not bad for a first attempt. No fancy runners, nothing here, it's just literally friction fit. Right, this is all dry fit together, and now you can see the purpose of this rebate all the way around there. It's for this. That's just a quick cut of 6mm MDF. Band clamp. Don't use it terribly often, but when I do, I am very, very glad that I have it. And hopefully, if I've trimmed this up just right, that'll be a lovely snug fit. Wish I had 6 of these things. okie dokes. The drawer front's going to be a lot easier than the drawers, thankfully. While they're drying, I've now cut this piece out, and the kerf of the blade of the circular saw is literally going to be the space between the drawers. I'm going to put a little bit of routed profile, just like these. I'm going to have a chamfer under there, and that's how the drawers are going to operate. And similar with this little top strip. It's going up there. Decorative chamfer. Measured it up, snip it off at the right spot. Give it a few coats of paint. Now my face plates are all nice and painted up, ready for installation. How I'm going to do this is using a spacer block at the back, which is going to hold my drawer just proud. I have pre-drilled and countersunk some holes in there, so we are going to be screwing those. And that is double-sided tape, which I'm hoping is going to allow me to position those drawer fronts very accurately like this. So I need to line it up to this corner here. Now I'm hoping that double-sided tape will grab. Fantastic, so that was just strong enough for me to pull it out. Now it's clamped in place, I can extend the pilot slightly. Test fit, see how this goes. And a final little embellishment, just a bit of trim for the front, not gluing it to the top, only to this, so that if I want to pull these units off in the future, it ain't going to break. Well, there we go. Stages 1 and 2 of the workshop reno are now complete. Those nice little chamfers under there and under there mean that I didn't need any hardware on the front, and of course I just cut out a few quick 6mm MDF floating shelves to give myself the storage. I may even put 2 in here. I'll have to get my stuff up first and figure out where it's all going to go. Pretty chuffed with how these came out. They look exactly like I designed them on SketchUp all those months ago. This has taken a while, hence why I haven't had quite as many videos out as usual. On and off for about a month it's been putting together this particular project because, well, we are just doing this for fun. It is part-time. But I got a little problem here today which is interesting, not terribly difficult, good tip that I thought I would share with you all. Did you know on your Kreg jig that this bit actually comes off and you can use it in repair situations such as this problem? I've got these mitered corners on a picture frame which were stapled together but not glued. This actually just fell off the wall because it was hung up with command strips that weren't strong enough. My fault. But now I get to fix it. And I'm going to do it with a more solid attachment. This isn't the prettiest way of joining a frame, but I don't really care. It's going to be in a communal area of the building and no one's going to see the back of it. So we're going to use pocket screws to do this mitre. This little spacer block comes with your Kreg jig and it slides into the back like that. Now conveniently that spacer block is for 3/4 inch or 19mm and this frame is 19mm. So it's going to allow me to position it up to the edge, drill my pocket holes and pull that joint back together with some glue this time. I may even do the other corners while I'm at it because they're going to be as weak as this one. Let's see how it works. Right, let's get rid of these staples first, don't want them anymore. First step, like you would with any pocket jig application, you line up that edge of the spacer to the edge of the joint. That'll make sure the pocket holes are drilled at the correct depth. Now, these are tricky because you've got the shallow end here, which is taking away, and I can't just put that in the middle of the board. So you're going to have to eyeball where you want the holes to go, keeping in mind that that should be below the level of the top of the lip. So now look at it from under here. That's about where I want it. And I can just get 2 holes. So after my experiments, let's try and do this one a little bit neater. I've actually taken the block off and made the holes smaller. And that is going to allow me to better position my 2 there, just making sure they are slightly off center to each other. There we go, so we've just missed the edge, which is nice. Wipe off that glue, 2 nice pinching screws there, and when we flip it over, lovely clean joint on the front. So that's my tip for doing a narrow frame mitered repair using your Kreg pocket hole jig. Nice and easy, doesn't take very long, and you'll have this quickly back up on the wall. Right, so there are probably 3 ways you can do this, and I've discovered that only one of them works. Here was my first attempt, and while this is a really nice strong joint, you can see that to position the holes, I had to nick out some of this edge. Now that is down the bottom, no one's going to notice it, but I don't think that's ideal, so we tried it a second way. By moving the holes over, you can see that the first one went in really nicely, but then the second hole has come out here through the rebate, and that's not going to work because then the glass is going to be impeded by the screw. So we had to come up with a third solution. We have put 1 hole on each side of the joint. This one here and this one here, you can see, are away from the edge, so they will be hidden from the outside view. They have made for a lovely clean face joint. So that's the way I think I'm going to recommend to do them on a narrow frame like this, unless you have the micro version of that pocket hole guide. You might be able to get away with 2 next to each other. But you really want these at 90 degrees to the joint, so that's the compromise that I've come up with, and it works. And I'm glad I've saved you the trouble from stuffing your frame by doing things like this. I'm making this up as I go along, so that you don't have to.
With a few videos under my belt, I really was not getting anyone watching them. Until my brother asked me to build this dog gate. To this day, it is still one of my best performing videos, along with my comparison of the K4 versus the K5 jig, though it's a bit redundant now, and my setup video of the AccuCut. This trifecta really helped kickstart my channel growth.
These poor guys have been locked up inside all day while I worked. Let's test out the gate. Maxie! Banner! Brucey! Let's go! It's literally the first thing they ran over to. What do you think, boys? Uncle James do good? Hey, Brucey. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, Banner. What do you reckon? Hey. Hey, look good? Made it for you. Hope you like it. Very first things that I bought when I got into woodworking about a year ago was my K4 Kreg jig. You'll see it pop up all the time over YouTube, particularly if you're looking at channels that are focused on newbies and novices like Woodworking for Mere Mortals. And I absolutely love this thing. It gave me 12 months of service. There is still nothing wrong with it to this date, but it's been replaced. Because a little while ago I won a competition by Kreg Australia and I was lucky enough to pick up a K5 Master System. And today, before I give away my K4 to a new home for someone else just starting out, I'm going to compare the two machines to let you know what the differences between them are, and also take a quick sneak peek at what the difference between a standard set and a master set is too, in terms of what you get for your extra money. In your master kit, you're going to get a few additions that are going to make your life easier with your Kreg jig. The primary one being a clamp. And here is one of the kickers. If you get a K4 master system, you'll only get the standard manual 3-inch Kreg face clamp. The K5 master system, you'll get the Automax, so automatically adjustable pressure, and those are a better clamp. I'd never buy any more of these, not that they're not good, but these are just so much better and not that much more expensive. So clamp, number one. Number two is this portable block. Now, standard in your Kreg kits, you get a little 19mm spacer in order to do movable repairs. However, this little thing gives you the spacing options for various thicknesses of wood, and you can slip it in, set your depth, and move it around to do repairs that way. I haven't actually ever used this yet, and honestly, while it is a nice little toy, I don't know if many people would. And without it, the value of the master system doesn't really stack up. What I did, and for that exact reason, is that when I bought my K4, I got the base system, and I bought a face clamp. Those were the two things that I wanted, and it works out cheaper than the master. The only other thing that you get, and only with the K4, because it comes included with the K5, is a little spacer. So this one is standard, we'll look at that in a second. On the K4, you get one. It's a stop that you can basically attach to the side of it and give you repeatable distances for your pocket holes. Again, a nice little addition, but they do charge you for it. So with the K4 Master, I'm not sure if I'd bother. K5 Master, again, I'd probably just buy myself another clamp instead. One thing to watch out for though is I get a bit of mixed information. I think the older K4s didn't come with the dust extraction as standard, but the ones from Carbotech these days do, and you definitely want the dust extraction port. I think that used to be a master addition, but now it does come standard. So that's a summary of the master. Clamp, guide block, little step toy, $70 extra here, $60 extra here because it doesn't have the stepper. Honestly, don't know if I'd bother. Base system, buy yourself a clamp, happy days. Right, well what is the same between them that you get out of the box? You're going to get your Allen key for adjusting the stop collar on the drill bit, and of course those are identical too. Your driver is identical, and as we previously mentioned, that little spacer block for movable repairs is identical, and the blocks that you get for driving your holes are identical. These are of course the metric ones. So that's what's the same. Let's see what is different. And the most glaringly obvious one is the way in which these things clamp. That's where you're getting all your value for money in terms of speed, in terms of a bit of power and the efficiency you're going to be able to work with these. Mostly it is all to do with how you secure your wood to your Kreg jig. On here, of course, you would be working from this side, which means you have to reach around your wood in order to clamp it down. And that is usually going to be pretty easy unless you're working with wide boards. On the K4, when you want to clamp something down this way, you can reach around quite easily. But imagine if you had a larger sheet, trying to get around here and clamp is going to be a bit tricky. And simply from a workflow point of view, that is not quite as an efficient way of doing it as is having a back-mounted clamp. Also, the way that this adjusts is a bit more manual. You got to screw around things, you got to match them up. And I have found that this isn't the tightest thing, and often you will have to keep readjusting it as it sort of shakes itself loose with the vibration of using the machine. Therefore, The biggest advantage that you're going to get with the K5 is a clamp that is pointed towards you and one that has a ratcheting clamp system, which is much more easy to adjust, probably a bit more powerful, and I have not had move on me just yet. This is the primary difference, and it is a big one. Doesn't look like much, but I can guarantee you, if you are drilling out 100 or so pocket holes on a project, the amount of time and stability that this ratcheting system gives you in order to clamp your wood down is really, really worth it. While we've got this angle, one more small difference. This has a lovely, nice, swiveling dust extraction port, which can be handy, as opposed to the K4, where it is locked standard in place. I will also point out that neither the K5 nor the K4 fits my standard vacuum hose, and I had to use an adapter in order for that to work. So slightly more convenient dust extraction. While these two blocks may be exactly the same, the way they connect to your jig is slightly different, and the K5 has a lovely improvement. It is a quick release system so that you can just use your fingers and very quickly shift between different thicknesses of timber, whereas this one has a thumb screw. You have to loosen it and then tighten it back in. Again, it's only a small improvement, but that's what improvements are all about. Making things slightly faster, slightly easier, and this one is actually stopped. Whereas this one, you can put in the wrong place if you're not careful and thread it poorly, which eventually may wear out over time. Lovely little small improvement there. This improvement is one that I added, but Kreg takes into consideration with the K5. Again, when you're doing narrow pieces of wood, the supplied base is sufficient to hold something like that nice and stable when you are trying to get your holes in. However, when you start working with wider pieces of wood like this, if you didn't have these wings on, it would rock, and that wasn't ideal. I ran into that problem pretty early on, and of course the very simple solution is to glue or screw your own wings onto a board. The K5 comes with those, and they are plenty long enough, though if you really, really wanted to, you could get even longer wings or build your own. So this is another really great addition for the stepped up model. A handy feature of those wings on the K5 too is storage. So when you're not using your bits and all your other pieces, there is plenty of space to shove them. You can put screws in there, you can put pocket hole plugs, whatever you want. And they are quite tight. I hang this on the wall, obviously, and I've never had anything fall out. So that is handy. Underneath this wing here, you even got a sticker which came with the kit that gives you the quick reference for thicknesses and screw length, which is very handy too, because I never remember what length screw I am supposed to be using in what situation. So these really, really good. Speaking of bases, you may notice that both of my jigs, this one a little bit nicer is when I got it, I wanted to make it pretty. I have screwed down using the supplied holes on both of the models to a piece of plywood. Usually you would just clamp this down to the bench. That's why they give you the face clamp really in the master kit, but this is a much, much better solution. It gives you a lot more freedom, area to play with regardless of which system you get. Then having it like this is fantastic. The K5, I've even put a cleat so I can hang it up on my wall out of the way and it stays safely stored in between uses. Plus, you get to put the wings on the K4. So I'd highly recommend screwing down your base to a lovely little system such as this. So previously we saw that setting the thickness of wood you want to work with is easier on the K5, but it is also much easier to set the collar depth for your drill bit. On the K4, you've got these lovely markings here, and it is a very clever little system where if I want 19 mil, then I can set it to there, tighten that down with a supplied Allen key, and away we go. And that is pretty much as accurate as you need to be, as long as you do it carefully. Not sure if you can see, but once I forgot to do this and I ended up putting a hole in the K4, which was my stupidity, not Kreg's. However, it does show there is some user error when you start doing stuff like this. And I have once not tightened that enough, again, user error, but it did slip, so something just to watch out there. K5 improves on this manual system by supplying you with a little step guide to set the collar depth on the drill bit. Very simply, you choose what screw length, and sadly it is only in Imperial, though for 19mm we're using the 1¼ inch screws. Plonk that down there, get your collar on the drill bit, and put it into the hole that is the 1¼ inch. Tighten that up, and you're absolutely foolproof. Again, another lovely small improvement. Nothing wrong with this system, but that is a bit more accurate, bit better. Also mentioned this earlier, which I don't have for the one for the K4, and I think my wings would actually interfere with its usage. It only comes with a master kit. Here, that's a little stop. So you can see on both sides, we have these keyholes, and you can fit this into them, lock it into place, and then turn the dual locking nuts to set your depth. And what that's going to do is give you a repeatable stop, so that your pocket holes, if you are going to be that picky, are always going to be the same from each end. Haven't found use for it yet, because most of the things I build, I just hide the pocket holes, but if you're doing something where they were going to be on display or contrasted, and you want to make them look prettier, then that would be a nifty little toy too that comes with the K5. So there you have it. They are the primary differences and similarities between the K4 and the K5 Kreg jig, available at Carbotech and other retailers here in Australia. They are becoming more well known. Total Tools, I think, now also have some of the Kreg products too, so that's great. You get an increased availability to them. As of October 2019, apologies while I check my notes, the K4 is going for $149 Australian, and the K5 is going for $219. And as I mentioned previously, my recommendation if you're just getting started in this, don't really bother with the master system. It is nice, look, there's nothing wrong with it at all, and it is decent value, but I just don't think you really need to spend that money up front at least. You're going to grow your collection of Kreg clamps and gear to go along with your pocket hole joinery as you get more experience. There are a lot of cool accessories out there. They aren't the cheapest, but they are very, very good quality, and you can get them one by one. As we said earlier, the master system for this is an extra $60. The master system for that is $70. Save your coin, get the base system, and you will have a really fun time starting to build stuff. I've only been at this for a year, but I've been absolutely in love with the Kreg brand since before I even saw it. They really do look after the novice. They design their products with the person who does not know what they're doing in mind. Having said that, you can also achieve some really professional results with them too. So this is my current Kreg lineup. I use it nearly every single project I do. If you'd like to see just what you can build using the Kreg system of pocket hole joinery, clamps and other cutting guides, then please do subscribe to my channel and check out some of the builds that I've done recently. I also have some setup videos which you may enjoy on how to use the square cut and the rip cut. Kreg are a great brand. They're becoming more well known here in Australia. They're very popular in the US, and you can go nuts spending money on them, but you don't have to. A few small tools gets a basic woodworker a great investment to start off their hobby, especially if you're like me and you don't have a table saw, don't have a bandsaw, don't have a drill press, but you like to make stuff. You can get around having those tools early on by a few clever jigs such as the ones made available. As you can see, I genuinely do really enjoy these tools, not sponsored in any way, shape or form, except perhaps being lucky enough to win this off the Kreg social media. As we said, it is not the cheapest stuff around, and I'll fully admit that, but it is very good quality, and if you are like me, then they are going to make your life pretty easy. The Kreg AccuCut. Now, this isn't a review because I've not used the damn thing. So this morning, all we're doing is opening up the box, going through what is in here, the different varieties of the AccuCut that are available, and some visual indication of how to set this up. Honestly, I'm going to be reading the manual, following the steps, and providing that information to you, just in case you are more of a visual learner and you don't like to read what's on the printed paper. So first of all, this is my new one. It is the XL, which means I can do the full sheet of plywood. There is a cheaper version of this. I think the only difference between the two of them is that it has half the amount of track to it. All right, let's see what's in here. In case you've been wondering, this thing is basically a poor man's track saw. It is going to convert your regular circular saw, such as my little 18-volt Makita here, effectively into a track saw. Now, no, it's not going to have all the features and depth control that a proper track saw will have, and of course, if you own a track saw, you have absolutely no reason for purchasing an AccuCut. However, those things can be inexpensive, and while this thing isn't super cheap, it's going to do it for me because I don't really want a track saw. I'm happy with these Kreg solutions.
So with the XL, you're going to get yourself 8 chip guards and 4 sections of track, half that number if you have the regular AccuCut. There is of course the sled, the tailstock starting block, the joining bars, some promo gear, and of course the official instructions. Naturally, you will need to BYO your own circular saw. Most models should work.
Alright, step 1. Grab yourself 2 pieces of your track. You'll only have 2 if you've got the regular AccuCut. A nice straight edge and a small screwdriver. Phillips drive, the little one, don't know what number it is. Your connector bars out of the pack and your little grub screws. Be careful, they're tiny, don't want to lose them. Get your 2 bits of track and set 2 arrows pointing together. Your logos should be at either end. Flip them over. Get 2 connector bars and your packet of grub screws. Insert your connector bars roughly halfway. Doesn't need to be precise. Carefully find 4 grub screws. Grab your second piece of track. Slide them in together. Now they're going to be pretty close, but you want to get a good straight edge. I'm using my carpenter's square here, but anything straight will do. Or you can just really feel it. You're trying to get these dead flush. And also, push those in nice and tight together too. Once you're happy with the fit, whack those grub screws in. And then of course, if you've got the XL and the 2 sets of tracks, repeat those steps exactly the same for your other section. Now, you might be wondering, why do I want the XL over the regular AccuCut? Well, this is why. I knew I kept this dual tape measure for a reason. 1 set of tracks is coming in at 1350 millimeters or 53 inches. So a touch over 4 foot in the old measurements, or a touch over half a sheet of your standard MDF and plywood. In other words, if you only have the AccuCut, you're not going to be able to rip a full length of sheet goods. That's where the XL comes in, because it then gives you over the 8 foot or 2 meters that you need to create that cut successfully in one pass. I'm not going to connect these 2 today because most of my use of this machine is going to be with the half track. It also makes storage a little bit easier, so keep that in mind. Just to show you how long the XL is, that's it. It only just fits on screen, and of course my joint is going to be between the 2 sections. And here's an important difference between assembly of the XL and the regular AccuCut. It has to do with the positioning of these adhesive guide strips. I'll show you what I mean. Come a bit closer. So this is the join of my XL. I've got 2 tracks either side. On the regular AccuCut, you'll only have the 1. And you want to start this process in the middle. I haven't secured these yet, but imagine they are. These are the adhesive strips. They're going to be what protects your wood from the blade, chip guards, if you will. Start in the middle, either of the XL, the 2, or the individual of the 1. The reason you want to start in the middle is this is where you're going to pull your thing apart for storage potentially, and you want those 2 chip guards lined up. So when we stick these down, they're going to be exactly in the center. Why is that important? Well, take a look here. When we come down to the end of the track, there is an underlap, really, with the chip guard. Now, if you've only got 2 tracks, this doesn't matter. That's how the instructions tell you to set them up. But with the XL, you've got another piece of chip guard that needs to go on, and it's designed so that this adhesive slightly sticks onto this track as well, just to make sure the seam is nice. So the rule is, regardless of which system you have, stick the middle section on first, and then come through and stick your second section on there. It means you can have a very slight overhang of the aluminium on the ends, but that is by design, and this is longer than anything that you'll probably cut with it, so it doesn't matter the chip guard ends slightly short. I just had a practice on the other half of the track, and it wasn't as tricky as I thought it was going to be, which is quite nice. Rag. Make sure we're all dust free. These are rigid enough, you can simply, carefully, remove the protecting strip. Make sure you've got the adhesive bit lined up with the inside of your track here and here. So because I'm lining up here, it'll be just short of my middle gap. Press it down nice and firmly. And now I can stick my other ones on here for the XL, giving me the overlap I need. Make sure there are no gaps in between your two sets of track. You also get these little numbers that come with it. Important to keep your track in order. That's going to be my start, number 1. 3 and 4. Looking good. 2 track sections set up, ready to go. Next step's an easy one. Little starting block. Should slide straight in here. Done. So that stop there is what's going to butt up to the edge of the wood when you're laying down your track like that. Okay, now let's turn our attention to the sled. First things first, this clip here is only for the rip cut, so we're not going to be worrying about it. It's a feature that doesn't engage with the Accu cut. A few things going on. Firstly, this little strip here. It is designed if your saw happens to have a bevel at the front. Mine does not. It is flat. So, get a screwdriver under here, take that out. If you don't have the bevel, you can simply flip it upside down, push it in, and now we are good for a flat base saw like my Makita. Next is the key. This little key is going to register your saw's position so that it is repeatable. In other words, every single time you take your saw off, you don't have to bugger around with it, trying to make it fit into the right spot. But for now, we need to remove it entirely, particularly because mine is a left-sided saw. You will notice we can also use the right-sided saw too, but I'm going to have to put my key over there, but it serves another function. So for now, nut comes off, key comes out. We'll reinstall that shortly. Now, on that, I have had reports on my rip cut video that not every single saw will work with this sled. I think the vast majority will. Obviously, my Makita does, but I have had some people saying it just couldn't get it to work. So do watch that and see if you can Google on the Kreg site if your saw is going to be compatible with the sled or not. Alright, so now this is the tricky bit. We have to position our saw so that it hits the chip guard correctly. The first cut we make, we're actually going to knock about 1 millimeter off this guard in order to have zero clearance with your particular saw. And it's just a tiny bit fiddly to get that sorted. So that's how it's going to slide along, nice like that. And my saw being left is going to sit in there like this. What we're trying to do is position the blade just about there. So you can see on the first cut, my blade is going to take 1 millimeter off the edge of this chip guard to make it zero clearance. And also we want the blade to return to that exact spot every single time we reinstall the saw, or you're going to have a really bad day. Make sure that the saw is firmly pushed up against the front of the sled and that you are sitting properly in the tracks. Grab your nut and your registration key from earlier. You can go in 2 orientations. That way, if you need it deeper, I think I'll get away on the shallow side. Just like this. And then we will lock that into position. So that's our registration. When the saw comes out, it will return to that exact spot. Now let's double check. Saw should register against this corner. These arms are what you're going to use to lock it down. Now notice there are second positions. So if your saw is a little bit small, mine just reaches, but if you can't reach, you can move these to accommodate a slightly smaller base. Now that's securely in, if we've done this right, firstly, your blade guard should still function nice and smoothly. And secondly, when we reposition this and we look down, we should just be taking off the edge of that blue chip guard. So that's looking pretty good to me. Next bit's nice and easy. I need to swap around the position of these two cursors. Now this one again is actually only for the rip cut, so you can just take that off entirely if you want. This one we do need, and this is simply a little registration mark that goes onto here, and you line up with the center of this track in my case. Just as a quick guide so you know where to drop the thing on. Okay, time to make the inaugural cut. As we said, I'm going to go through the chip guard here just a little bit, so that'll be flying off, but that will only happen once. The AccuCut claims that with these slip resistant pads at the bottom, you don't need a clamp. That's going to have to wait to be tested on a future project because this board definitely does. It's bent. The reason I'm using it for this is because it's a bit of scrap and I want to take out this little groove here so that maybe I can recycle it in the future. But they do sell a specialty clamp for this. I don't have one. It can be used in situations like this, but hopefully with a flatter piece of wood, all that wobble would be eliminated. I'm not terribly fussed about this, so all I'm going to do is take about, that much off. We'll clamp it down on that end, and we'll see how it performs. I know this is meant to be a review, but one other quick thing, because you're using a circular saw instead of a dedicated plunge saw, setting the depth for your cut is a little bit of a pain in the ass. Oh well, let's see how she runs. Well, there you go. My AccuCut XL is now all set up, and hopefully if you followed these steps, yours will be too, with very little fuss, pain and bother. If I wasn't filming, that probably would have taken a grand total of about 15 minutes or so. Not terribly difficult. I've got my zero clearance here, nicely done, and I haven't cut this one yet. I'll wait until the first time that I need it for a full sheet. Instructions were really good. Kreg usually do really good instructions, and as I said, I've literally just read through these and then set it up and explained it visually to you. I did cheat a little bit because having done the rip cut before, the tricky part is the sled and it's almost identical. I'm looking forward to getting some use out of this and testing the Accu part of the AccuCut because I did get that wobble both on the sled here and when you're mounting it down. This is designed just to break up sheet goods, but for about $150 for the regular one, $300 for the XL, it is going to replace the majority of track saw functions. It may not be as good, but I do like it so far. It's going to be a handy addition to the workshop.
With people now choosing to watch my content, especially my Kreg-influenced videos, one day I woke up to an email from Carbotech, one of Australia's leading woodworking suppliers, and they wanted to sponsor me to produce the Kreg Summer Series. 3 videos highlighting the use of Blue tools as my first real proper sponsorship deal. Needless to say, I was chuffed, and if I wasn't a fan of all things Blue already, I sure as hell was now. The Summer Series went off fantastically well. Carbotech loved the projects, I had a great time doing it, and though it was a huge time commitment, it was the foundation of the relationship that I still have with the company to this day. And for the next few years, whenever I needed a new Blue tool to help me with the project, I could reliably reach out to Carbotech and we'd work out a content deal that helped me grow my workshop while they grew their sales. Being a Kreg Brand Ambassador was very rewarding for both of us. And when I hosted my own community challenges, more often than not, there were some donated Blue tools to add to the prize pool. Thanks guys.
As we go along, but from day to day, this is the sort of woodworking that I like to do, and that Carbotech would like me to share a little bit more with you. So in December, January and February of this Australian summer, I'm going to knock up 3 projects, which were kind of on the cards anyway, so it's worked quite well. We're going to do 1 project for the home, 1 for the garden, and of course, the big one for the workshop, and they will be increasing in complexity, primarily trying to use my Blue tools as much as possible, but not actually reviewing them or giving you how-tos per se. It's literally them asking me to make some fun stuff, showing people how this equipment can be used in your workshop. So I'm really excited. It's the first sponsorship that I've been asked to do here on Fixit Fingers, and I hope it sits well with you guys because, as you can probably tell, I have enjoyed this gear. I paid for all this gear with my own money, and because of those works is why I've been asked to demonstrate them to you. Now, I will have other content coming up over the next 3 months too, but they're 3 projects to look out for. As part of that launch and as part of the deal, I'd also like to announce that I am now a Carbotech store affiliate, meaning while I sadly can't give you guys a discount just yet, if you look on any of my videos that I'm using Carbotech and specifically Kreg-based tools, you're going to see links below. If you see my Amazon links for Kreg stuff in America, this is similar, and I'm really chuffed because in Australia, this gear isn't readily available on Amazon, and I have always linked to Carbotech. But now, if you make a purchase through that Carbotech link of any gear, not just Kreg gear, I get a small kickback for driving the traffic towards them. I've got complete creative freedom on this, and of course I am allowed to speak my mind about anything that I don't like, and if you know me, I will tend to do that. But going forward, I'm glad to have this partnership for the summer, and I hope you enjoy the series of videos as they come out. If you get any Kreg questions, by all means, throw them down in the comments. And one last little tip that I can give now, it hasn't been widely advertised, but if you are lucky and you go down to your local Bunnings big box store, a lot of them are now starting to stock Blue tools. At very least, when you run out of pocket screws that you need for that project that absolutely must be done this weekend, you no longer have to order online or try and find a Carbotech or other supplier that may not be as convenient to you as the big green shed. And that is pretty darn exciting too. Not that I would rather you order through my Carbotech link, of course, but if you need to, go to Bunnings and you could be able to sort yourself out of a pickle.
G'day everyone, and welcome to my first video in this Kreg Australia summer series. We're starting off nice and easy today with a bathroom caddy to store a few random bits and bobs that have just been floating around our bathroom laundry. We're going to be using as few tools as possible. It is of course going to be based on Kreg pocket holes. You can use whichever jig you happen to have handy. I'm going to be using only a square cut, a circular saw, and of course a drill to get this done, along with your regular workshop consumables. We'll start by milling up my bed slat timber. You could of course buy some dimensional timber from your hardware store, but if you've got recycled stuff on hand, and as this is going to be painted, it's a nice, cheap, or free choice. Now, if you've bought timber, you can of course get it in 2 separate thicknesses. If you are recycling like me, then put yourself a straight edge guide on the side of your circular saw and measure it out to 1/3 or 2/3 of the width of your bed slats. We effectively want that ratio. The exact width doesn't matter. I think mine are 68 millimeters to begin with. Here is a super simple little jig. It's literally just a few bits of MDF screwed down nice and square, which I can then place my bed slats on to run the edge guide of the circular saw. Very nice solution for ripping if you have a limited workshop. Naturally, if you have a miter saw and a table saw, this project would be even easier, but I'm purposely ignoring some of my larger tools to show you how this can be done in a limited type fashion. So my 4 bed slats are going to get ripped down in this manner. The wider pieces will be the legs and the rails, the skinnier pieces will be some of the bracing. Clamping together 2 bits of wood and then taking the end off using the square cut gives you a nice reference point to then measure out. These are the legs, the height that you want. The measurements in here, for which there will be free plans linked below, are arbitrary. You can size it up to whatever space you have. I think mine's about 60 centimeters high. And now by having them both clamped together, we can again pull out the square cut and very carefully chopping across, these 2 legs will be exactly the same height. Same goes for the rails, which will separate the 2 legs. To stop this from falling over, we're going to have a triangular type frame, but the square cut is not fantastic, and neither is a circular saw for smaller pieces of wood. So to get my rough dimensions at least, I'm just using a handsaw to chop these down to about 2 centimeters longer than what I actually want them. These will form the feet sticking out the front to balance out the weight of my bathroom caddy. However, if you are careful, you can use bracing blocks like I'm doing here to give yourself the support where you need the square cut to be held down nice and steady. Again, dock off the ends of both pieces simultaneously, and then tap them in gently, line them up, and these two pieces will also be exactly the same length as well. You can get away with basic tools if you just have a quick think about a few things. This is how it's going to go together. I've got the legs on the outside, my two rails giving most of the structure to the frame, and then the two little feet which will stick out the front to provide the balance. These will all be attached with pocket holes. Now this is the K5 Kreg jig, but you don't need to have this big beast. You can have the little R3, which costs next to nothing and get you started in this hobby if you're unsure. If you really want to go into this pocket hole caper, then I love the K5. I'll link up my video of the differences between it and the K4 and why this is probably my recommended system if your budget will stretch. This clamping mechanism is one of the reasons why I like the K5 so much. Once you set everything up to the correct depth, we're using 19mm or 3/4 inch timber here today. It's a very quick process of drilling the holes, which will do the majority of our joinery. Always a good idea to keep the plans on hand. I store them on my phone these days, so you can go back and check when things need to be done differently. In this case, the little sticky out leg bits are 22mm, so I had to quickly reset the jig for that correct depth. Now we're just marking out, again, the arbitrary spacing for the rails. This is a specialty Kreg clamp. You don't necessarily need it, though it does pay for itself very quickly. It makes life very easy when you're driving in the first screw, and then you just take the clamp out, and as it's already held in nice and tight, the second screw will be perfect. Making face frames with pocket holes like this just really is super easy and great for a beginner who's just learning the craft. When things don't need to bear a huge amount of weight, I mean the pocket holes are pretty strong, it's my go-to choice of joinery. Checking square, whacking the screws in the other side, and then we'll repeat for the lower rail as well. Everything ends up pretty nice and square and flush, although my wood is not exactly what you'd call flat. You can see that little bend there. Doesn't bother me. We might be able to brace that out later on. There's our main frame. These ones are a little bit harder to get square when you're using the smaller style stock, but a single pocket hole in the back allows us to attach those two legs. It isn't going to stand up just yet, because we need to get the front brace in to give it the weight and the balance. The Kreg Multimark is another nice little layout tool, and now we can start to do the tricky bit, the diagonal braces.
Alright, a little bit of mathematics, but I promise not too much. Now, there are planned degrees, and you could use a protractor and hope for the best, but particularly with reclaimed wood, this isn't going to be straight or exactly square. So we're going to use real-world measurements, which is why I haven't cut down the long braces just yet. I've just marked out, as you saw, my 5 centimeters, arbitrary amount, just what I thought would look good on SketchUp. And I'm going to line up this to that mark, so they're flush, and then of course this one lines up to this bottom corner. Grab your pencil, hold that down nice and steady, quick double check, and then holding your pencil or your marking knife if you have one as straight as possible, run a line across under there and we'll know where to cut.
Would you believe in my plans it was 73 degrees?
I'll take that.
This might be called a square cut, but that doesn't mean you can't use it for angles. It takes a little bit of brain work and fiddling around with a clamp, but once you've got a bit of practice in, then setting up these sorts of cuts might not be as accurate as a miter saw, but if you don't have one, I tell you what, she works pretty well. Again, we're going to use those real world measurements, clamping in at the bottom, and see that little extender bar? That's really helping me line it up on the outside, because this cut is going to be the trickiest one of the whole build. 17 degrees. Now that would be impossible pretty much on a miter saw anyway. So square cut's really going to show its versatility here. I've clamped both of those diagonal braces together, again using my square to line up to my real world mark. And then the camera stopped working. Here is the setup, clamped down well, and here is a dramatic reenactment. I quickly cut to the correct length the front brace, so it's just going to separate those 2 feet we've already attached. Nothing difficult here. Except for perhaps clamping it in position. Now I was lucky enough to have this lovely long pipe clamp. You may have to be slightly more creative, as holding this joint together square is a bit tricky. Blame the designer. But once they're in, we've finally got a caddy which will stand of its own accord. We've got that tiny 73-degree angle on this piece, and honestly, it doesn't matter. You can still use your jig to pull this joint nice and tight, drill away at 22 mils as normal. I haven't used glue up until this point, but these long miters are not the strongest joints, and they are providing the structural support. So a little bit of tight bond on each end. And this is why you keep your offcuts, because it's the perfect angle for clamping in this difficult glue up joint nice and tight. Look at that squeeze out. Marking into the center of my 19mm stock, and you don't have to use pocket holes everywhere. Here, it was much easier, and it's the back, no one's going to see it, to whack some screws into that long 17-degree joint. You just may want to do a better job of me of measuring the length of your screws, because even though I used a shorter one up top, it still managed to poke out a tiny bit at the front, and we had to file that down. Lucky this is going to be painted. No one's going to see that pocket hole as we finish the construction and test fit in the bathroom. That wood wouldn't look terribly great though, and it's going to be on a wet surface some of the time, so I wanted to put some little rubber feet. Diving into my kit, I found these 10mm rubber doohickeys, and switching the multi-mark to 45-degree mode, I could find the center of the bottom of each of my corners, drill out the hole with a 10mm bit, and my little rubber feet would stick in there without any glue or anything. Now you can use a power sander, and I did, just to clean up a few of the little boo-boos and misalignments, but honestly you don't need one, and I did the majority of the sanding with a sanding block and a good piece of sandpaper, because you know I haven't done enough sanding recently. This really doesn't take very long, just got rid of the sharp edges, grabbed my weird mesh screen, which was the inspiration for this project to begin with, and fortunately it fit in there nice and snug. That's what we're pretty much going to end up with. Again, wet area, so I did make sure that I undercoated and then did 2 or 3 coats of a gloss trim paint. The whole idea here is it's minimalistic and it will blend into the background. Back upstairs, plug in our feet, and then I had these old 1980s style picture hooks, but they were going to work really nicely, so we just taparooed those in. Any hooks would do. Give them a quick coat of white, so again they don't look ugly, and we're just about done. If you are a Kreg fan like me, then you'll probably find quite a lot of interesting content on my channel, and if you'd like to subscribe and join me each week, that would be awesome. And here is how the final project will go together. That PowerPoint was obviously one of the key indicators of design here, and the $2 shop rating yielded these lovely plastic baskets, which are going to hold all the bric-a-brac that was otherwise just sitting on the bench, like the hairdryer. G'day everyone, and welcome to Fixit Fingers Kreg Summer Series, project number 2. Today we are stepping up to spotted gum decking, about 15-16 meters of the stuff, and we're going to be using the miter saw on this project. Most of the cuts can be made right at the very front, using a miter saw or just a circular saw if you really want to punish yourself. But there are going to be a lot of cross cuts here, and if you have one of these miter saws, then your life is going to be a lot more fun. Using a stop block is going to help you get repeatable lengths, and if you find that you don't quite have the space in order to get the long pieces of decking on the miter saw straight up, you can always cut down a rough length on your circular saw using the Kreg square cut, and then slipping up your stop block, you'll be able to get more manageable pieces. This will also help you eliminate as much waste as possible. Now, spotted gum is not a material I have used before, and it is like concrete. If you have a check on the Yanker scale here, you will see that it is up there. It's going to be punishment on your tools, so keep that in mind if you're going to copy, or do the smarter thing and perhaps find yourself a slightly softer material. So following my plans, I've cut out the pieces for the legs, the stretchers, the braces, and these really long pieces are going to be the top slats. Now, they're not exact length just yet, we'll trim those down right at the very end. Very little ripping needed, but just like last time, here is my ripping jig. First I'll put a nick in it to make sure that I am exactly halfway in between that board. These thinner pieces are going to form little L shapes to give strength to my leg assemblies. Even if the wood is really hard, your saw will be able to do it. Just go slow. Running the blade through, and we get half and halves quite nicely.
Well, the miter saw certainly made that a lot easier than just using the square cut like the last project. Now it's time to focus on the top. So what we're going to do is edge joint these boards. And I'm going to try a method that I haven't used before. I'm going to use the Kreg jig to use the screws as clamps effectively. Going to put some waterproof glue in here, but I'm not actually going to do anything to these edges and hope they hold together. I don't have the table saw and I don't have the jointer set up for these really long pieces. So we're going to keep it nice and easy. Before we do that though, there's a few things we have to look at with the top. The end grain. This is mostly flat sawn. In other words, the rings are finishing pretty much on either side. Most of your decking material is going to look like this. However, it's going to have a tendency to want to cup in the direction of the grain. So that's going to get higher and that's going to get lower. In order to counterbalance that, we want opposing grain so that when this one tries to bend this way and this one tries to bend this way, that they end up cancelling each other out a little bit. This one here needs to go over, and rechecking the face. Fortunately, that face is quite nice, so we're going there, 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 and this one's going to need to go over too, which is going to give me the ugly face. So I might have another play with that, but I'd rather have this pattern looking good and these have a bit of extra sanding than have to deal with cupping in the top later on.
Now that's all sorted out, we put a carpenter's triangle so we can put these back in the right order and flip them over because importantly we want the pocket holes in the back. I space mine out roughly every 20 centimeters, thereabouts. These cuts were the toughest ones and they nearly destroyed my drill bit, to be honest. Going across the grain on these boards was very, very difficult. The drill bit heated up a lot. I had to give it time to cool down in between the planks. So again, choice of material, maybe not ideal, but at least we know this thing will last a very long time once she's done. When you're going through hard material like this, just take it easy. Make sure you retract the drill bit to ensure the vacuum has enough time to pull out the swarth and your life will go easier. Now this is the only edge jointing I did. I just did a bit of sanding and cleaned up the little furries on the side of the pocket holes because a slightly blunted drill bit is going to leave those behind. Here is another piece of necessity only because of the toughness of my material. My mate Kilby at Run the Grain gave me this great tip. Get a really long 3mm drill bit and you will have to pre-drill your pocket holes. Now this is not something that you would normally ever see done because the screws are self-tapping. But I did a lot of tests. It wasn't safe enough to drive without pre-drilling because I was just getting split outs 50% of the time. I did a Merbo gate for my brother and I did not pre-drill once and I didn't have a single issue with that, and it's pretty tough wood too, but it just shows you have to work to your material, and pocket holes and spotted gum don't seem to be the best friends. However, it is coming along quite nicely, And as we pull out the polyurethane glue, because it's about the only thing that will stick to this spotted gum, it's quite an oily timber. The regular PVA-based glues will not work very well. Lastly, it is essential that you use the fine threaded screws, or you will have no hope in hardwood. Look for the F on the box. So the glue will keep the water out, screws will act as clamps, and even though these haven't been edge jointed, I'm hopeful they're going to stay together nice and tight.
Now here's the real beauty. You take the clamps off. Oh, that weighs a ton. It's a learning experience with a spotted gum. Not sure if I'll do it again, but it's working okay.
Now, polyurethane glue has the nasty habit of expanding an awful lot. So we get out the awl and we run it along the gap in a very satisfying globular gathering glue extraction exercise. And this was actually far too much fun. I just kept going back for more. It's like scratching off boogers. Ooh yeah. Now, even if you do this several times with the metho to lubricate, you're going to find that once it dries, you'll have to come back another time, but you'll have a lot less to do if you get rid of most of it as it bubbles up slowly. Switching to the rails and this more traditional placement of pocket holes, it was heaps easier to drive through these holes, and in the middle piece, I did something tricky and put them on both sides, just for funsies. Putting the leg assemblies together, they're getting into cross-grain drills as well, and it went back to being tough. Now, on my design, you are going to have a little bit of a tiny lip on the edge there, but it didn't really affect it, and you won't see them in the final product. If you had slightly thicker boards, mine were 86mm. If you had a 90mm board, I reckon you'd probably just about get away with not having that little half circle on the top. Here are my leg assemblies going together. Pre-drilling again, just to make sure we don't get any splits. And this is really important. Make sure you have the clutch turned on and you're on screwdriver mode on your drill. Do not use an impact driver. It will overdrive and you will again probably get splits in your wood. So learn to use the clutch. Mine was on about a number 8. Breaking out the right angle clamp, and these leg assemblies went together in absolutely no time at all. So we've got 2 for the ends, check square, and then the one for the middle, which I turned into a T section instead of an L section to keep everything nice and balanced. Get creative with your clamping, and then if you want, you can use a router just to take off the sharp edges. So I put the sharp edge from the rip cut on the outside and then rounded that over on my leg pieces to keep them nice and handleable. Once you've got all that done, it actually comes together really, really quickly. But to make it even faster, when I ran out of screws and had to pop into Carbotech to grab some more, I also picked up myself these nifty little corner clamps, also from Kreg, of course, and I've wanted them for a long time, and this project finally gave me the excuse to pick them up. Geez, they make this part of assembly, which otherwise would be a really tricky clamping job, almost instantaneous. Something else I don't use terribly often is the little block here. It comes with the master kit in the K4 and the K5, and it's designed to let you do this. Now, I was just figuring out as I go how I was going to attach the top, and I decided that a single pocket hole in the middle and using these figure 8 clips on the outside was the way to go. This is because my solid panel is going to move. It will expand and contract with the temperature and the seasons, so having these slightly movable clips on the outside will allow them to do this, and anchored by the central pocket hole, which will hold it steady in the middle. So the pocket holes are really the strength, and those figure 8 clips are going to give it the flexibility so that things don't start cracking and pulling apart as the wood moves over time. With the leg assembly all done, we can return our attention to the top, scratch away the rest of the polyurethane glue, and I have absolutely no idea what's going on here, far too much sanding for this little Fixit fingers. At Carbotech, I also picked up these track clamps for my AccuCut, and they're very handy in situations such as this, where the track is far too long to safely balance on my little table, but I did want to take off and square up the end there, and the clamp is holding that down really nicely. One thing that would also help is setting your circular saw to the correct depth, because on this first pass I was about 1.5 millimeters too shallow. No worries, quick check, fix it up, bang it through, and we'll have a couple of square ends on this bench seat. There'll just be a tiny overhang on the design. Now it is outdoor furniture, and I decided to go with some Aquadeck. It needs to be reapplied every year, but it's super easy to put on, and you can always touch it up whenever you want to if you're experiencing a bit of weather. To keep the end grain out of the water that gathers on the balcony after heavy rain, I put on some plastic feet, installed my figure eights to hold on the top. Make sure you back them off 1/4 of a turn after you've screwed them in tight. Position the legs on top of the upside down table just as we like it. Finish installing the figure eights, which I like to do by hand, again, just to control the tension on those screws so they're not too tight. And lastly, lock it down with the pocket holes in the center. If you're enjoying the Kreg Summer Series here on Fixit Fingers, please do consider subscribing to the channel and give us a like. And don't forget that for all of your Kreg gear here in Australia, I am a Carbotech affiliate, and you can use the link in my description to pick up your Kreg gear. If you do, tell me in the comments and I will give you a shout out on the next video to say thanks. Alright, she's all together, but we're not done just yet. While you're enjoying these beauty shots, keep a look underneath, because next week we're going to finish off this project with a few rolling storage carts. So we've got a bench seat to begin with, but wifey does want to have some soil and things put away safely, and that'll be the next part of this project. Well, it's bonus time for my Kreg Australia Summer Series. Last week's garden bench seat was meant to include these rolling storage crates. However, the video was getting long, so I decided to cut them out into their own little build. And in fact, that gives me the chance to get on Vic's Summer Build 21. Go check out Down Under Woodworks. Later in February, there'll be a whole bunch of videos uploaded under this hashtag about what summer means to you. The milling process for this is pretty much identical as the last one, so I won't go into it too much. This is all 19mm decking, and that is spotted gum, which will make up the pretty faces of these crates. However, I'm going to cheat here to save money and weight by making the sides, which I'm measuring out right there, and the backs out of this 19mm pine. So this worked out really well in the end. I'm glad that I did do it. Marking out the pine is identical to marking out the other components, and we'll chop those down on the drop saw as well. Now, of course, you can just use your circular saw and square cut for this, just like I did on an earlier build, but with the number of bits of material needed for this, there's a huge amount of wood in crates, much more than I'd ever believe. Having a chop saw is definitely a great idea. Measuring the right way helps too. So they're all the back pieces, which are identical to the fronts, of course, and then moving the stop block in to have the side rails. Again, I could just do all of these right up at the front, making this a nice, easy stage of the build. And would you take a look at all the material going into 2 rolling crates? It's nearly as much as the bloody bench itself. Not too much ripping, but down the bottom, just because of the height that those crates are going to need to be, I did work out I'd require one of the slats to be at half height. So that's what we're doing here, chopping the pine sides, backs, and the front of the spotted gum. Now for the summer build series, you're going to be seeing people making stuff that means summer to them. And summer for wifey and I is breakfast, brunch, sometimes lunch, on the balcony. And we've not really had a very comfortable place to do that. So this bench seat is going to be great for that, and also summer for wifey in particular means gardening season. And these big storage crates are going to be used to store her soil, tools, and a few other bits and pieces, really neaten the place up. So with the wide ones, I use the A and the C hole, but here with the narrow ones, you'll see conveniently, you've got the B and C hole, which gives you a consistent spacing on all of these slats. Pocket hole construction, of course, in this Kreg series, is going to make my life really easy. Ripping those pieces in half, however, has given me a sharp edge. Now, I'm going to use the fence as a guide for rounding over these pieces on my router table. If you don't have a router or a router table, you can just use sandpaper or a hand plane or something along those lines. But as there's quite a few of these to go, the router with a 5mm round over bit in it did make very quick work of those edges. Here's a nice close-up, only subtle, but enough to stop you from getting the sharpness on your hands.
I've now got 8 of these boxes to assemble. 6 of them like this with the regular size panels and the 2 with the half size panels. I'm going to put them together with pocket screws, of course, but there's a few considerations for these ones. The main one being that I have 2 different types of wood, so I have 2 different types of screws. So look out for the C and the F style. When you're using the C, you want to be driving those into the pine. When you're using the F, we're going to be driving those into the spotted gum. If you don't use the F screws, then you are going to F up your project because you're going to split the wood out on the hardwoods. Now, I've been lucky enough to pick up these corner clamps recently. They do take a little bit of getting used to, but they're really, really kind to your assembly. And lock it in. Now, you have to check though. Look at this. There's a nice big gap there, but it doesn't matter. Quick squeeze this way, quick squeeze this way. And now our joint is lined up perfectly, and that's super easy to drive your screw in. One clamp, one hand, very nice. And bang, one perfect little 90-degree corner. Once they're all lined up and you're happy, because we are doing the spotted gum, we're going to break out a very long 3mm drill bit, and we're going to pilot hole, be careful not to punch through the face. Switch to the fine thread screws. And there is another box frame down. Now, this was a wee bit silly of me. My spotted gum was 86mm wide, while my pine was 90mm wide, and so I had to do a little bit of planing, and I really wish I had a hand plane. That electric was overkill, and then sand everything up nice and neat. That did cause a slight problem for me later on, as we'll see. Now, this step is to cut some hand holes for the top slat so that I'll be able to pull them out nice and easily. Measuring the width of my hand, I'd like these exactly middle. So this tip I got from Cole from Gifkin's Jig. Place a stop block at the right hand side on your router table. Slowly plunge your piece into the router bit. A spiral bit would work best, but I've just got a straight bit in here. Go about halfway, flip your board over, and then when you plunge in the second time, you're going to see you have a nice clean entry on both ends, and you're going to get rid of all of that tear out. So you can repeat this several times. I think I did about 5 passes, even though it's quite shallow, just because the spotted gum is so hard, and it left some really, really nice handholds. So thanks for that one, Cole. Go do check out his channel, Gifkin's Jig. They do live streams every Sunday, making beautiful dovetail boxes. Back with the round over bit, just to remove that sharp edge as well, and we have some lovely handles. Time to start working with a dodgy old piece of reclaimed plywood that I needed a straight edge on, so we pulled out the AccuCut to give me that. Quick as you like, I can switch over to the Rip Cut, which basically works as a table saw for me, set it to this size, and have it cut exactly out what I need for the width of these drawer bases. Effectively, they are drawer bases, really. I only need one of this particular cut. I'll get both pieces for both crates out of it. Then, not pictured, we use the AccuCut just to take off that rounded bit off the end. Reset the size on the Rip Cut. And I can quickly knock out the 2 square base panels. Now check this out, no camera trickery here, straight off the saw, and an absolute perfect snuggy little fit. Oh, I was happy with that. Full disclaimer, the second one didn't quite fit as easily. You get lucky sometimes. That one was beautiful. And here's the second one. Took a wee bit of a plane on the edges to get it squeezing in. Now, that is a thinner piece of stock. It's only 16mm, so I had to reset the jig from the standard 19mm that I had it at, or we would have gone straight through. And again, this is kind of like a way to make drawers. You put your pocket holes all around the edges, tap it into your frame, hopefully with as lovely a fit as this, then drive your screws in. Now don't forget, when you're driving into the spotted gum hardwood, we still need to pre-drill those.
or you will crack it out, and that would be terrible. Fortunately, on Aldi special buys, I managed to grab myself these $10 set of casters, and they are brilliant and cheap, and they work well enough. That'll take 60 kilos across the 4 of them. Compulsory spin. And we can start the assembly of the actual crate. Here's how I worked out what my spacing was going to be. I dry assembled the crate without any gaps in it, measured it, divided that by 4, and that conveniently worked out to be 12mm. And I had some 12mm MDF, so I cut these little spaces, and I could use those and an offcut of the pine slats in order to space out my holes. Now, I had 8 of these to make, and keeping in mind you don't want to smash into the pocket holes, I wanted to pre-drill all of these rather than doing it during assembly. So again, the long drill bit and some countersinking, and pretty soon I had the support struts nicely pre-drilled, and I could assemble them onto the crate base. Slide down the first layer, grab my 12mm spacers of MDF and chop them up to the correct gap. But remember, I planed off a little bit to one edge. So after I screwed in the back here, I actually had to get about a 2mm extra spacer on the front. Luckily I had some perspex of that thickness line around, then we could just check the level, and no one's going to notice that tiny little angle. If you used slats that were exactly the same width, you wouldn't have this problem. But we adapt and overcome. On goes level 3, and finally the top level with the handle. And it's looking like a crate. Check level, check level, check level, check level, check level. And we're level. Lock it in, Eddie. You just have to keep spinning anything which wheels. It's compulsory on YouTube. Looking schmick and shiny. If you're enjoying these antics and builds, then please do consider subscribing to Fixit Fingers and giving the video a like. I come out every 2 weeks or so with something pretty much along these lines, and a few tool reviews too. I am a fan of Aquadeck for anything that goes outside, and as these are going to be sitting on the veranda, it's just great. You can slop it on, and something that I didn't expect, it actually made the pine fit in with the spotted gum a lot better than I thought it was going to. They're very different coloured woods, but the Aquadeck blends it all in lovely, and if it ever wears off in a year's time, well, you can just put on some more. Reapplying the wheels. Another compulsory spin, and we've got a pair of sexy looking storage crates, which slide gently and beautifully in here. Little locks, keeps them from rolling away. And what they're for are gardening supplies. That's a 25 litre, well, what's left of, bag of compost, and it was quite heavy too. A few tools, hidden away nicely while having an attractive bench seat.
Well, sometimes you just get really lucky. In my plans for this tool cabinet, which is going to be the final installment of the Kreg Summer Series by Fixit Fingers, I needed half a sheet of plywood, and I didn't think that I had it. But digging through all of my scraps, I've got this mess. There should be just enough. Let's get chopping as my pegboard gets a little bit of an upgrade.
Right, first things first, I'd like to introduce you to Chopper Chris, the new name for my Makita circular saw. What I'm going to be doing first is using the AccuCut to get a straight edge and the Mitre saw to get the perpendicular edge nice and clean, because this is all reclaimed plywood that I got off Facebook Marketplace or the side of the road. So I didn't have to pay anything for it, but it did present a few issues as it's all kind of random widths and random thicknesses, which is tricky for the pocket hole joinery that'll come later on. When you are doing these long rip cuts, don't forget to plug in your cyclone backwards so that it does absolutely nothing and creates a jolly great mess. But clamping 2 pieces together allows you to get them to the exact same dimensions, and then using the top piece I could transfer that to the side walls, and quick as you like I would have the 4 pieces for the main carcass of the tool cabinet cut out ready for assembly. If you didn't want all this fuss and bother with my warped plywood, you could of course just go to the shop and buy some new stuff. Melamine would also work really well. MDF would probably get a bit heavy. But I'm cheap and I like to use free wood when I can, even though it's a little bit of extra work. I'll be hanging these to the wall using a giant French cleat. Here is the stock material for that, so I'm just setting up my router table fence with a 6mm bit so that the cleat has plenty of space behind it. This trench that I'm cutting now is going to be for holding the pegboard in place. So with the vacuum sucking it down nice and tight, I can do through cuts on the side pieces, but on the top and bottom, I need stop cuts. Well, I don't have to, but this way you won't be able to see the trench at the edge of the board. So we use the center line as the start plunge, and I drew a second little line on the fence there for the stop. This doesn't have to be 100% balanced all the same. And the vacuum does actually make it a little bit hard to push through at times, but it keeps those trenches fairly clean and helps to stop the burning. Once I've got them marked out on all 4 pieces, I can raise the bit. The Kreg multi-mark here is actually a really handy little tool for setting the depth of router bits, like so. Then I can raise it up to its full depth, run the boards through a second time, plunging where necessary, and I've got the groove I need to accept the piece of pegboard in the new cabinet. With those 4 bits done, it's time to mark out the pocket holes, 1 behind the pegboard, 2 in front. Grab the K5 and start drilling away for what should be relatively straightforward assembly. Corner clamps make this nice and easy, but you could just use regular long ones. Plough in some coarse thread screws, as this is just pine plywood. And pretty soon, we'll have a box, just for something different.
Before I can go any further, I actually need this bit of pegboard because in true Fixit Fingers style, I'm going to recycle that rather than buying a new piece. And it does make me a little bit sad. Those who have followed this channel for a very long time and don't like themselves very much might remember that this pegboard was in fact the very first thing I ever built and filmed. It was only like the second or third thing I'd actually ever built, period, and it really shows. To save you going back and watching the 45-minute horrendousness that is that 4 series of videos, you can see the gaps here. They're joined together because I didn't have a long enough piece of wood, and again, some things never change. I didn't want to go buy a longer piece. I tried to miter these. I've actually got screws shoved in the side because they were really crappy, and I learnt you couldn't put glue on end grain very, very easily. And quite frankly, it's a little bit sentimental. But it is also going to be a demonstration of 2 years down the track how far my skills have come from struggling for days to build this very simple pegboard to a slightly more complicated and much better looking and much more practical tool cabinet. Alright, enough chat. Let's get the tools off and trim that pegboard down to its new size.
Quick tip, take a photo, and when you go to put the tools back on, you remember where all your hooks were.
Okie dokes, all clean. Alright, it's time to break the old girl up. And success! I got a piece of pegboard back. I mean, take a look at this thing. That's how I extended a couple of pieces of wood. I remember doing the routing, it was absolutely disgraceful and dangerous. All good things come to an end, and this wasn't really a good thing to start with.
So of course I hadn't screwed the top on yet because I needed it off to install the pegboard, which I was measuring out here and wondering why my pegboard was so wide and my top was so small. I had just completely miscalculated the amount of plywood that I had and had to resort to a little trick, ironically, much like I did on the first variation of this pegboard project, to extend the width of the cabinet out to where it needed to be. With that done, I could trim the pegboard down to size, slide it in, and finish the box construction of the main part of the cabinet. So while it's a tiny bit smaller than the old one, it will keep the dust off the tools, and when we're all said and done, there's actually going to be double the amount of storage that I previously had. Finding the 45 middle of the French cleat for the back and getting the circular saw about in the right spot. This doesn't have to be perfect, close enough is good enough. So running the chopper through at a 45 at full depth just needs you to take your time
and stop before you get right to the end, then cross-cut off the last bit. That'll stop the blade from binding if you complete the cut while putting pressure on, holding it in a clamp like I had. Once there, you can mark off, trim down, and flush fit the cleat. That little code you can see in the corner is purely because I have some electrical conduit going down the wall and I needed to make space for it. And we'll install that with a few pocket holes as well. This will also act as a brace piece for the top of the cabinet. When you cut the wall piece, make sure that it is, a good 5-10 centimeters smaller. This will help you with installation later on. Not a critical dimension, just as long as it does give you that wiggle room. And then while it didn't have a cleat on it, I cut a very similar piece to install down the bottom in order to improve the rigidity. I am lucky/cursed to have bricks everywhere, so I have to break out the hammer drill, install my cleat, and then make sure everything was nice and level as the cabinet gets its first test fit on the wall. I do hope you're enjoying the build today, and if you haven't subscribed to Fixit Fingers yet, I would encourage you to do so if you're enjoying this sort of content, as I post it up fairly regularly, and I'd love to have you join me each week. With the cabinet up, I can just double check that my doors are going to be the correct size, and we can go into another little cutting montage over at the Mitre saw. Very, very similar construction to the main box, but they're going to be roughly square instead and half the distance. I don't usually plug my pocket holes, but when I put one in a completely stupid spot, here is a quick method you can use just to hide those up. You could plug every pocket hole, but as this is workshop furniture, they really don't bother me. Just like before, a couple of corner clamps, a couple of screws, and we'll have two hopefully fairly similar and square frames for my cleat doors. The fronts of these will be MDF like the other cabinets I've made for the workshop. This is 18mm thick. And again, Chopper Chris and I can use the AccuCut to get the squares down to the right shape. Bang in a whole bunch of screws all the way around, and something that vaguely looks like a chunky door should be in front of you.
And just because I'm determined to be as tight-ass and lazy as possible, I couldn't be bothered going out and buying more 18mm MDF when I didn't have enough for the second cabinet. So I glued and screwed a few pieces together. It's only workshop furniture, and it's going to be painted anyway.
Using a flush trim bit on the router, I can use that to get the MDF to match up to the sides of the ply perfectly. If you overcut the MDF by a mil or two, this is a great step for a clean edge. Make sure you remove the screws first, as they will be too long. You're going to expose the holes by doing this. Then putting the plunge base on and a giant chamfer bit. I just like this little transition at the top of all of my cabinets. So I make sure I put it on, and then I just grind off the tips of the screws that protrude through the chamfer. Just an optional aesthetic step. For door pulls, I don't like hardware or anything sticking out, so now I've got the chamfer bit in the router table, and this does not have to be exact at all. I just made sure I positioned it between two of the pocket screws, so again we didn't have any clashes. Repeat that process on the inside of the carcass, and then reattach the front for a lovely little handle pull that no one else will notice but you. Last job for Chopper Chris today was to cut the French cleats for the inside of those doors. I knew I had to work some bed slats in here for Dave Kelly, and I have done so. The size of these and the spacing is not really critical, but mine ended up being about 50mm or 2 inches for the cleats. Save all those little offcuts because they will come in handy later. Once I trimmed one down to the exact correct size, I could then put the stop block onto the miter station and cut out the other 9 cleats I needed, one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. Pre-drilling, countersinking will make life a lot easier. Then I can use these little spacer blocks
and I'm simply putting 2 screws in here, no glue, nothing in the middle. They're not going to hold a huge amount of weight. This should be more than sufficient. Once they're driven in place, the doors are pretty much good to attach. Here's how the French cleats will work. Here are some of the offcuts. Effectively, you can move them around, they hold in really securely, and you make individual tool holders for whatever it is you want to hang on there. I did start with regular butt hinges, but I got a bit of sag. So I did a quick shout out on the Aussie Makers group and got some awesome suggestions. The one I decided to go for was a piano hinge, and this eliminates that problem as they can take quite a bit of weight. It may not look the prettiest, but that didn't bother me. Again, workshop furniture. I managed to get some that were almost exactly the right length, so I only had a tiny bit to cut off and grind. For the door catches, I actually added a few rare earth magnets, just polyurethane glued into place to hold them shut nicely. And here is an example of a tool holder. I've only made the one for now. I'll spend the next week making a whole bunch more. This one's for my screwdrivers. That little wedge in the top just helps to hold it in position nicely so that when you move the door, it doesn't flop around. Taping up my MDF, undercoating, and giving it a lovely coat of Fixit Fingers Workshop Blue TM. I love pulling off the tape at the end. Very satisfying, nice sharp edges.
Well, that concludes the Kreg Fixit Fingers summer series. I hope you've enjoyed following along, and a massive shout out from me to Carbotech and Kreg Australia for sponsoring this series of videos. I hope that they have showed you some of the potential that these tools have, how easy they are to use, and why they are a good addition, especially to the DIY level woodworker in your workshop, and the things that you can achieve with them. I'm going to spend the next few days making some more French cleats for this cabinet, and I'll be back soon with a non-sponsored video which will probably be using Kreg tools and making stuff for the workshop, because that's what I like to do. Today we're going to be looking at a new tool from Kreg. It is the Kreg Straight Edge Guide, which I gave a very cheeky preview to in my last video. However, it wasn't set up. That was only one piece of it. And for what is a relatively simple tool, there are actually quite a few bits in the box. So today we're going to go through step by step on how to set this up properly and give you some straight edge action. Let's go. So this is the regular version. It also comes in XL, the difference being that this one will do about 1.2 meters, 4 feet. The XL will do the full sheet of plywood at 2.4 meters or 8 feet. However, assembly is pretty much the same. You just need to repeat a few steps if you get the long one. Let's start putting some of these bits together. These are all the tools that you will need. The hex key is included. The screwdriver and the straight edge are not. Okie dokie, step one is easy but fiddly. Grab your tiny little grub screws and give them a few quick turns in these bars. Don't tighten them all the way through, just give them a quick screw. And repeat for the second one. Grab the track section that has the clamp on it. Take the bottom flat bars and insert those, and then put one of your top bars about halfway and line them up. Now tighten these down a little bit, but not all the way, just enough so that they're not going to fall out. Just until it bites. Grab your second piece of track and make sure that the hole is away from where you are joining it up. Line up the two bits of metal. Just make sure you don't pinch your bit of track in there. Should click together nicely. Grab your straight edge. Hold them together. And now you can tighten up just a quarter pass snug, really. It bites, little quarter turn, that is enough pressure. If you have the XL version, you can repeat this step now for the additional track sections to give you the full 8 feet cut. And then quarter pass on the originals. Feel along the joint, make sure that it is nice and flush. Lovely. Flip the whole thing over so the clamp is pointed up. Grab the other clamping block and slide it into the track. Make sure you can do that. Now we're going to install the handle, but before we flip it over, hex key can live on those handy little clips in there. Flip your straight edge guide over. Grab the handle, line it up with the 2 tracks, slide it in. Bolt goes through. And give it a few quick turns just to get it started. And tighten it from this side. No need to over tighten it because the nut will be captured in there. Now we're assembling the cut line indicator stops, and if you see right in here there is another captured nut scenario. So grab your nut, try to get it in there so that it is in the right orientation so that you can see it through there, and then you'll be able to turn on the knurled thumb screw. Again, not too tight, just so it doesn't fall out. Now the straight edge guide is usable for right-handed and left-handed people, and also for left-bladed and right-bladed saws. So this part of the setup you'll have to tailor to your particular circumstance. I've got my saw in my right hand most of the time, so I want to cut probably on this side of the guide, and my blade is on the left-hand side. So handles back here, we're cutting along here. This is where we've got to do the business end of the repeatable cuts using these fancy-dancy little edge guide things. So the important orientation here is that you have the knurled nuts facing outwards and these bits facing inwards. If we look closely, we can see there's a slightly longer section on these guides, and those 2 long sections need to face in to the middle of your saw. Insert them into each of the tracks. They come out the other side. Can be a little bit firm. And then put the knurled nuts over the edge and tighten those down a little bit. You never have to tighten these too much. Grab your circular saw, make sure it's unplugged or you've got the battery out. Retract around the blade guard and position your saw on a scrap piece of plywood, MDF or any other sheet material that you're going to be cutting with this thing. Then make a mark effectively where the straight edge is going to be at this end, and repeat at this end. Grab your straight edge slide, tilt the clamp back, and you'll be able to slide it nice and easily. Swing it around, and hook it on. Bring your clamps in and position the edge to where your circular saw was. This is a calibration step. We're only going to have to do it once. Once you're about in position, you'll notice that this thing is spring-loaded. Pull on the handle. It will allow you to clamp very securely. And that looks good to me. Grab your saw, retract the blade guard again, line it up, and double check that it's all still in the right spot. That looks good to me. Now we can slide the blade cut indicator to be flush with the edge. Once you're happy that's in line, undo the knurled nut, slide that into position, and tighten it up. That is now calibrated for your saw. When you grab your tool, you'll probably find it's going to be like this. So you can slide that all the way out. It should be nicely lined up, line marked on here. Then you know that's where it is going to cut. Before you make the cut, slide it out of the way a little bit, just so you don't nick it or anything like that. And then repeat the process at the other end. We're all calibrated. So now we're calibrated, what exactly can it do and what is it used for? Well, I can either take a small strip off this end by measuring out how thin I want that strip to be and marking it at both edges, or more commonly, I want this thing to be, let's say 970 millimeters. And we take 2 measurements from the far end and set up our cut with the guides. So, first things first, slide your guides all the way to where they're meant to be. Stopped by your lovely little blocks here. Hook it over and roughly position. Put one hand holding the movable stop block here. Grab the handle, give it a good pull. That'll then grip so your straight edge isn't going anywhere. Now, if these are in the correct position, you can use the guides and tap it over until they're perfectly lined up, remembering which side of the line you want to cut on. Once you're happy that everything is locked in securely, push these out of the way so that you don't hit them with a saw by accident.
So obviously the primary intended use for the straight edge guide is with your circular saw that we have just calibrated to, and it will give you nice repeatable cuts. However, one of the advantages of this tool is you can also use it for your jigsaw, for your router, which is what I think I'll probably use it for most of the time, to cut some lovely dados or grooves. You can even get really creative and use it for drilling a whole line of pilot holes using a quick little jig, and of course for your torch. Once you're done, simply pull the handle to unclip, slide the guides out of the way, lean it up against the wall.
G'day guys, welcome back to Fixit Fingers. This is my Kreg square cut, and I think it's the very first blue tool from Kreg that I ever bought about 2 years ago, and it's been very well loved. Recently, Kreg brought out this, the portable crosscut, I believe it's called. Comes in a box that looks like that, and other than the tool, the only thing in there is the instructions, which nobody reads, and you don't have to anyway because it's literally 2 pages. We'll go into the setup of this later, because what I'm here to do today is to answer the question of, if you already own a square cut, do you need the new crosscut? No? That's the short one. Do you want it? Nah, probably. Let's take a closer look. Okay, these are both very simple tools. The old square cut, you probably will have a hard time tracking down these days. There are a few kicking around, but it has been superseded by the new portable crosscut. Straight away, you can see that there's a bit more thought and a bit more going on here. However, they are effectively incredibly simple devices. What they're designed for is butting up to a straight piece of timber and making yourself a cut with your handy circular saw. Who are they made for? Well, people like me when I was starting out who have no bench tools and you are relying on your portable hand tools like a circular saw or even a jigsaw. These tools will come in very handy for you. Or if you have got your larger tools, your table saw, your miter saw, but you need to break down big pieces to fit more safely onto those stationary machines. Straight away, if you already own the old square cut, there's one major thing that's going to put you off wanting the new portable crosscut, and that is the cut capacity. This piece of timber here, bit of plywood, is 25 centimeters, so about 10 inches long, and as we can see, The square cut can go up to about 12 inches, 300 millimeters with absolute ease, and a little bit further as long as you are safe. Whereas the new portable crosscut, it maxes out at about 8 inches or just shy of 200 millimeters. So you're losing a little bit of the cut depth with this new design. Honestly, I'm not terribly sure why they didn't just include this triangle here, much like they have there, to give you that bit of extra cut. I'm sure there was a reason for it. It could just be a cost or packaging things, but to me, that is just a little bit small, as it's not unusual for me to want to cut down something this size. Obviously, for your 2x4s or the regular smaller stuff, it's going to have no problems at all. But that is where the disadvantages end. The square cut butts up in one direction and one direction only. It can only do 90-degree cuts. The big party trick of the portable crosscut is we can turn it around and suddenly we're cutting at 45s, and that is a massive improvement over the old design and puts it up there with, a traditional speed square, just bigger. The real kicker though are these nifty things. These are cut guides, and we're going to show you how to very, very quickly calibrate those now.
All right, I got my standard 2x4, a bed slat. Let's demonstrate how to set this up and how it works.
So you don't need a lot of saw showing here. Just make sure that you've only got a nice shallow cut set. That'll do. Now the important thing during your setup is that this thing doesn't move. It comes out of the box. You can undo those. This will make them slidable and make sure they are tucked all the way in for beginning. Pick a spot on your 2x4, position the jig and get a good grip on it. Safety gear on. One of the other new features of the portable crosscut are these little shelves to help you start and rest the saw on, and they are quite nice. Doesn't matter where you're doing this one, as long as you hold it still, you'll be good. That is literally enough. Great, so now you can push out your guide and bring it into line with where your saw made the cut, carefully as you can. Give this a gentle tighten and retract. Now, when you take this away, if that's your pencil mark, every time you want to make a cut, push that out, position the guide, let go, and it will disappear back in, and you know that you are going to be cutting on your line. There you go, we can see that we were perfectly lined up with the first one. Very, very nice. Compare that to the old one, whereas on the square cut, it had this stationary thing, and what you did was you set it up the first time, but even so, over time, just with some little deflections of user error, you do nick and cut that away, you get bits of blue plastic flying up, and it gets progressively shorter, and you can only extend it so much. We can then flip the jig over, and we can do the exact same calibration with the 45-degree one. Don't move it. I swear I hadn't set this up already. But that to me looks pretty good. Give it a test. And we're cutting down the exact same line again.
Okay, so a quick demo. You can use this, of course, to mark your lines first and then using those nice retractable guides, make your cuts quickly and efficiently. What also helps is setting your saw to the correct depth. So let's try that, and then we'll be able to slice through our 2x4 in one pass, instead of 3. Just goes to show you, no matter how idiot-proof Kreg make their tools, I can always prove myself the bigger idiot. flipping it over to 45s, and it should be mentioned that that grip max is on both sides and the stops work on both sides. So once you've set it up for your saw, you can cut left or right-handed 45s, and you can of course cut on either side of the saw if you are a left-handed operator. Not only is this thing quick, but we'll grab ourselves a square, and that's just bang on 90. Beautiful. And we'll grab the combo square and we'll check those 45s, and they too look pretty sweet.
The other small improvement I have found is with this sort of grip area here. Compared to my old dots, which you can see here already pulling and wearing away. Now granted, it has had quite a bit of use, but still they would be failing me sometime soon. I think the new rubber grip max on there is going to be awesome. There are no bells and whistles with this. It's a very simple tool. If you have a speed square or you have the square cut, you may not really need this thing, but I would like to thank Kreg Australia for sending it out to me, and it will be replacing my old tool. I hope that gave you a bit of insight as to whether it'll be worth it for you. Today I have got what was one of the first Kreg 720 Pros in the country. That's been sitting in a box for a couple of months, but I've got a project that needs it, so today we're going to go through how to assemble this step by step. There are a few pieces involved, not a review per se. Give me a couple of months with it and I'm going to compare it to my K5. For now, let's see what you get in the box and how we put this thing together. So here is my incredibly crappy and quick unboxing in photos. Nothing terribly exciting here, except to say that it is bloody well packed. I liked it. Okay, let's quickly get rid of the things that we aren't going to need to put together. Firstly, the instructions, which of course you can read and will tell you how to do this, but I'm going to show you. Don't worry, it's only so thick because it's in lots of languages. This was actually pretty cool. Both the K4 and the K5 came with a disappointing number of screws. I've listened to complaints about that, and you now have 100" and a quarter or 32mm, probably the most common screw that you'll use, and the 2.5" or 64mm, another very common length as well. Enough to build at least one, if not a couple of projects, so that is fantastic. You get your two standard long and short magnetic drivers for your Kreg screws with the Robertson head. The standard 10mm or 3/8 inch drill bit. However, this one has a new party trick on it. Mine is of course metric, and it has the common 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch and 2.5 inch distances on there. And this nifty little stop collar. The new thing is that you don't have to use the jig to set up anymore. If I want 3/4 inch or 19mm, I simply put the window onto 19mm, get the supplied key, lock it in, and I'm instantly ready to drill through 3/4 19mm material. The key as well is great because it has this little measuring guide on the side of it. Because honestly, close enough is good enough. It's used to measure the thickness. This one here we can see is in the 19 range, so that's what we use. Another nifty little improvement. Like I said with the K5, it's the small things and it's getting better all the time. Now, as far as the actual jig goes, you don't have to do much. We have got the onboard storage here, which again is very, very nice. There we go, clicks that in nicely. And instead of throwing these away, let's find the homes for them. How do they go in? Like that. And that. And that. Also very, very cool. As I said, this is not a review, but there is one thing that I've heard people have a bit of a whinge about, and that it's made of flimsy blue plastic. Well, to them I say, because this thing is heavy. The plastic itself, I have never had a piece of blue Kreg plastic crack on me in 3 years of using their gear. And if we have a quick look in here, everything that is important, the handle, the mechanism, I mean, check out that. There is a solid steel spine going straight through the middle of this, and if you manage to break it, you're doing it wrong. That is pretty awesome. Mind you, I never had any complaints with the K5 either. Use it correctly, and I got a couple of years life out of that, no problems. However, this is not a review. We'll go into using that in a second. If you get the 720, that is all that you get. However, with the Pro, we get a couple of wings. They are storage containers. One of them comes empty. The other one comes with goodies. That is a dead sexy solid metal clamp. And what it is for in whatever orientation you want to use your jig, be it the normal way on the side of the bench, that locks it down perfect and tight, or you can use it this way for your sheet goods. Again, tighten that down, and that is going to be awesome. It's so good I may not even mount it to a board. I mean, I probably will because I have a sneaky idea of how and when I'm going to use this thing, but for the moment those separate clamping points are fantastic because it comes with these. These two little brackets are going to be used to mount the wings to the jig itself. For mounting to a board, you'll also notice there are more mounting holes in these brackets. That's how the 720 Pro is going to be screwed down. Getting these things in is actually a little bit tricky. Put them in and push towards the handle, it seems. They are tight, but I suppose once they're in, they're not coming out again. There we go. Alright, so we've got our hinges with the mounting screws in them. Next up, we grab our wings. This is the heavy one. And they are going to go into our brackets with the hinges pointed towards the front of the jig. Also has a lovely little scale on here. One. Two, snap, snap. That is our operating surface. For storage, which is how I think I'll keep mine to begin with, we've got the two little tabs either side, which can be locked in. You can then pick up the whole thing and fit it nicely away on a shelf somewhere, like so. However, in our box of tricks, there is one more doohickey, and of course, the vacuum port. Hole towards the pocket holes, and you're ready to go. It can go on either side of the jig, so depending on where you've got your vacuum in the shop, you can slide in either way. If you have a larger dust extraction system, it even comes with an expansion port like that. It's nice rubber fitted, will probably go onto a number of shop vacs and sticks on really well. I won't need that because I've already got one fitted on this end and that's not going anywhere. If you have the Micro or the XL drill guide, you can squeeze these tabs on the side and that will pop out the standard guide that comes with it. I don't have those yet, maybe in the future. For the last little party trick, we have a movable stop. It's the most complicated part of assembly of the whole damn thing. Captured nut into there. Flip that upside down. Into there. That into there. And then the little dovetail into there. Your stop can now ride on either side of the jig to give you repeatable spacings. Tighten that down, not going anywhere. You can also take it off this dovetail and move it to one of the side positions if you so need, and that'll let you get right up in there. Of course, the big song and dance with the 720 over any other Kreg system is the auto adjust. Up to that thickness, it will automatically adjust the pressure. It has got the standard Auto Max dial in, dial out. This is pretty much on medium power for the moment, and how I'm going to leave it. Don't over crank it. That's how you put stress on it. It's completely unneeded. You've got the anti-slip grip max stuff here, and we've got our choice of pocket holes. Just going to do a standard piece of 19mm, 3/4 inch. And if I wasn't clamped down, I could easily pick up the jig with that. Dust on, let's drill some holes. I'll tell you one thing, you don't realise how dull your drill bit's getting after drilling spotted gum until you do that. That was effortless and perfect.
And here we've switched out to some 35mm stock. I had to change the collar on the drill bit, but not the jig. That is epically cool. If you're dealing with multiple thicknesses, it's going to save you a heap of time resetting and clamping things. And pretty darn strong.
So we're at 19mm, we're grabbing our screws, lining up our joint, grabbing the old Kreg clamp. Yeah, that looks pretty nice to me. Driver, set with the clutch. Bang. One pocket hole joint. Now, it's not a domino, however, it is pretty bloody strong. You can break it with effort, but that's not the point of this, is it? It works, and it works well. The job is done beautifully with the new 720 jig.
I love my Kreg Jig 720 Pro, but I hate this clamp that it comes with that holds it to your bench. Let's fix that. Grab a board, cut it to size, chamfer all the things the edges, make it smooth, position carefully, mark your holes, secure to your new base, then grab those wings because they're going to need support, get a few offcuts, punch through and secure them with a bit of scrap, shave down your screws that are too bloody long, and reconnect. Be gone, crappy clamp. Quick clamp for the win. And it still folds up and fits in a tone. How good's that?
G'day fixers, James here once again for Carbotech, as they have sent me another very cool little blue jig to share with you, and I'm going to give you my first impressions of the Kreg Corner Routing Guide set. Let's take a look. So here's what you get in the box, but let me show you what it does first, and this will all make a lot more sense. So the short version is that this is a corner profiling jig. It comes with a whole bunch of different templates, which we'll see in a second. You position it on your workpiece, you run your router around the outside, and it will give you consistent corners. Why I need this today is I have this rounded corner box to which I wish to fit this piece of ply that will be spray painted nice and black, and I just don't like the look of the square corner into the round hole. So we're going to use the jig to solve that problem. So, in the box, you get, of course, the guide. It has the Kreg Grip Max on the back and these 4 locating steel pins, which can be relocated if you have smaller stock and you need to get closer in. So that is pretty nifty. You get 8 profiles, 5 rounded and 3 chamfer, hashtag chamfer all the things. They range from 6mm up to 50mm in the roundovers, or 1/4 inch to 2 inch in the old money, and a 1/2, a 1 and a 2 inch, or 13, 25 and 50 in the chamfer settings. You also get a little storage block. You can be as OCD about it as you want. They click in there nicely, and it has got the facility to be hung on a wall, which I'll show you right at the end of how I'm going to store this thing. It's got a lovely handle to hold onto to give you a lot of control, and like all Kreg gear, it is made from that super tough blue injection molded plastic. As I say every time I review one of these products, in 5 or 6 years of using Kreg gear, I have never chipped, broken, split or cracked a piece of Kreg blue plastic. It is lightweight, but it is very strong. What you do not get in the box is this guy. It is Kreg's version of a dual bearing flush trim bit. It's available in both the 1/4 inch and the 1/2 inch shank diameters, and will go in your trim router, table router, plunge router, whatever you've got. It will fit one in there. However, you don't need to buy this if you have a flush trim bit. It will of course work with pretty much any bearing flush trim that you have. You don't even need the top and the bottom. That just gives you options for table versus handheld routing. So of course when you're making a coffee table you can choose what profile you want, but today I need to match one. That is my 6mm, that's no good. That's my 1 inch 25mm, that's no good. So hopefully 1/2 inch, yeah, 13mm.
That should match it quite nicely. Not perfect, but close enough. So here are your pins, here is the selected template, and that is very firm. That's crazy firm actually. There we go, but it does lock in there nice and secure. So for my first test, I'm going to use the flush trim router. I've got my workpiece clamped down to my clamping bench and a little dog back there to hold it in place. This is actually quite nice. It has got, here we go, reminders on there that when you're using a handheld router, you're going to go this way around, and when you are using the table, you're going to go that way around. So that's very nice. I will point out though,
these stop pins are 11 mils high, or just under half an inch, meaning that if you want to do thin stock, you won't be able to do it on the router table. You have to use the handheld router, and in fact the guidelines say that this jig is designed only for half inch 13 mil or greater thickness in stock.
The router of course sits on top like this. We'll be going in this direction, and you can see that I have the top bearing lined up with the template guide here. That template is like half a mil. Proud of the actual corner piece so that you're not going to eat into the bits that you do not want to with the flush trim bit. So of course the way I would have used to have done this is to get anything with a round thing, don't ask me why I have hairspray in the garage, and try to feel and line that up, mark it off with a pencil, and then take that to a disc sander or something in order to take off the corner. And that's perfectly fine. It's really easy. It's just not as repeatable. Here, it honestly doesn't matter too much. But if you're doing a nice tabletop or a box lid or something along those lines where you want it to look schmick, then you can't beat the accuracy of a template. I suppose the only thing here is that you're limited to a few certain sizes, whereas using your imagination, you can get anywhere in between. Now, unfortunately for my example, on this workpiece, it's going to be incredibly undramatic because I only need to take off a tiny amount to get the 13mm radius on there. We'll do a better demonstration with a bit more of an aggressive cut after this. Okay, so not only was that a more aggressive cut, it was also a better cut. Not gonna lie guys, I was not happy with that first result. Luckily this isn't a terribly important thing, but what you might be able to see here is there's that flat spot on either side. That's for the 1/2 inch 13mm one, and I can tell that my board here is not exactly perfectly cut. I didn't rerun this through the table saw, and I can see that that profile is not 90. So I think if your board is not 90, you are potentially going to struggle getting a nice accurate corner, so that is something to know. Also, this one was handheld, whereas this one I had clamped down. So there's a handheld one, and it's better, but you can just see that little angle there? I would expect that to be a perfectly round and smooth. Again, that one's better again. My router was tilting and wobbling slightly too, so I think this is potentially a technique thing. But you do just have to be aware that I'm not getting the perfect results straight out of the box. I am getting these slight little ridges on things. When I stepped up to the 25mm or 1-inch version, that is much, much nicer. That's gotten rid of basically the entire transition on there. And I think the main difference was I had this clamped down to the jig, and I could use 2 hands to stabilize my little trim router, and that has given me a better result. Let's pop it in the router table and see if that helps too.
So first I'm repeating the test on the 25mm 1-inch roundover setting, and straight away with the template on the table, this feels a lot more stable. I switched it over to the 2-inch 50mm chamfer, the big boy one. And that was going well. The first one came out correctly, but then a couple of things literally came loose. Firstly, you'll notice that I didn't have the pin set to the correct location, and then one of the other pins vibrated itself off. That could have been bad. Fortunately, it only took a second to tighten them and to reposition the pin to the correct location, and I was able to complete the test. Both these things, my fault, not the tools. I make these mistakes so that you don't have to. It's why I film these things.
Well, that was a little bit of a mixed bag now, wasn't it? Honestly, on the table, it was much more controllable. And I think that, and I'm going to use this in the future, I will come to the table rather than trying to do it handheld. Clamping it down handheld did improve it, but still, I'm not happy with the results that I got. Please keep in mind, this is literally the first time I have handled this thing, and like with any tool, practice will make perfect, and I'm sure over time, I will be able to improve my results and not just blame the jig. But out of the box, I don't like that half-inch 13mm round over there. It's too flat and I couldn't quite get the result I was after. Maybe I'll redo it on the table and see if that helps. Because when I did come over here, these are much better. That is beautiful. That is the 25mm. Feel a tiny little bit of a transition there, but this one I've done better. And it is pretty much perfect, and they, to the eye at least, are consistent. The chamfers are even better because you have a hard transition, then they're going to be pretty sexy every single time. So if you are doing chopping boards, serving boards, and you're doing coffee tables, anything where you want to profile many corners, then this thing could be a worthwhile investment for you. Let's see how we hang it on the wall, and we'll call this one a good one. Those black marks from earlier was because I used them to print onto the backing board here to see where I had to drill, so I could just insert these into the wall. And of course the case is pretty good. They're not going to fall out anywhere. You can hang it up vertically or horizontally using the 2 screw hooks on either side, which I've just put in here. Now it is going to hide behind the clamps a little bit, but honestly, I won't be using this thing every day. So it's as good a home as any.
So I need to hang this bracket for my sister as I was visiting her today, and I decided to use the new Kreg Laser Stud Finder. Those magnets usually help you locate a stud, but this is kind of a brick wall, but it doesn't mean it's useless. Put some blue tack on the back, centered it nicely, used the bubble in the middle to make sure I was pointed directly up, and power on. Lovely red laser line all the way up to the top so I could mark out my first hole. Use the laser guide to put the bracket against the wall and draw through the second hole. Hammer drill off camera because that would be really hard to film. Awkwardly screw it in one-handed and bam! One shell ornament hanging hook done in under 10 minutes. What a cool little tool. Grab yours from Carbotech, who were kind enough to supply this one for the video, and I'll catch you on the next one. Links below.
G'day fixers. I hate carrying this stuff. The edges are really sharp and it's quite awkward even in full sheets or part sheets like this one. Enter this bad boy, Kreg Carrier. No more melamine cuts. These things are slippery and it ain't dropping anything. Plywood, melamine, MDF, whatever sheet good you need to carry, it's going to help you out. And of course, you can get them off the link to Carbotech down on my channel. Catch you guys soon.
One of the best updates I've ever made to my workshop is my Kreg track clamping bench. Most people say the table saw is the heart of their operation, but I only got one of those fairly recently. And for many years now, even after getting a table saw, I still say that this workbench is the heart of my workshop. It's gone through a few upgrades over time, so let's check all those out. As usual here in the Fixit Fingers workshop, and as usual trying to find the straight ones is pretty hard. I knocked up a design in SketchUp. It's going to be a frame made out of bed slats and a top salvaged from an old IKEA desk, bit of trim around the side, a few dog holes, and of course some Kreg hardware for the clamping track and the clamp vise. Workshop projects means rough and ready construction. The legs are going to be 2 parts, 2 of these bed slats, each one of them cut slightly shorter than the other in order to give me a bit of a faux half lap joint so that the top frame has something strong to rest on. That's how my little joint's going to come together. So I've got all 4 legs here, and I do have to make a cheeky little checkout using the actual piece of material to mark it to the correct size. Setting the circular saw to depth. And Chopper Chris is going to get a bit of a workout today. Many passes, and then bash it out with a hammer. Bit of crude old chisel work until we get the nice fit for what will be the top of the frame. At least I know I can cut square. They're standing by themselves. That's what the legs are going to look like. I've only given everything a very, very rough sand here. It is workshop furniture. Bit of the old type on with the Dana Super Spreader. And because I don't have enough clamps and am too lazy, these screws are simply to peg the stuff together until it's all dried up. While those legs dry, time to work on the top box frame. Couldn't use a stop box for the long pieces, so I had to reference them off each other. And in the little side braces, we're going to use pocket hole construction here primarily. I am loving the auto adjust function on my new Kreg jig. Now you can use the fancy corner clamps to make your life fairly easy when assembling these large frames. But if you don't have them, a little corner square such as this one will get you out of trouble. That's the middle brace going in. Legs are all dried, ready to roll. We can mark out where, again, we're going to use a couple of pocket holes to attach these to the top frame. Pulling the block off the old K5, still coming in handy. My little portable drilling solution here is going to put them in the right spot. On the back I had to get even more creative and manually lay them out. Whenever you need to do this, make sure you do a test piece first. This crack opened up a little bit due to the bent nature of the bed slats. Using a card to force the glue into the joint and the clamp got me out of trouble. I love this style of joinery because it is just so darn quick to put together. Positioning the legs, screwing the pocket holes, and then on that piece at the back, it just gets a regular old screw. Not too heavy yet, but very stable so far. Right now, all I'm going to do here is pretty much replicate that top frame down the bottom, but the one at the back needed to have a little bit ripped off. So I'm setting up my thin ripping jig here and doing the old clamp dance. Like my Clamp podcast clamp. Grant made that for me. Nice. So the long section goes down the back. You will note that the frame is only on 3 sides. I want it open at the front so that I'll be able to roll, hopefully, a smaller workbench underneath in the future. I could have put the pocket holes on the bottom so you couldn't see them, but I couldn't be bothered. Much easier doing it this way. Bed slats are never really flat, so using the clamp to pull them together, trusting that the wood is the correct length. One more brace in the back, and my frame is pretty much done. Time to go, little old workbench. You served me well, but you were a piece of crap. This one, much more stable. Now, you'll see throughout the rest of this build, the workbench wobbles like no tomorrow, and that is because these casters are rubbish. Now, they were $10 from Aldi, so I shouldn't really complain. They're just not suitable for what I'm doing here. I think I'm going to get some of those drop-down casters eventually, but for the rest of the build, the stability is compromised by these crappy little wheels. Right, time to get on the top. Here are these reclaimed benches that I found on the side of the road. Chopper Chris and my AccuCut, making short work of cutting out a nice rectangle appropriate for the size of my bench. Now I will point out here, this is not the best way to do this. Because of the limitations of my garage, I have made my work surface the same size as my frame to get the most stability. For the clamping track you're going to see in a short moment, having an overhang is actually much easier for your installation. But this is the way I chose to do it. So that's the sub layer, simply screwed on in. Then we consult the instructions, because these measurements are critical. You can see the purple texture down the side where I've marked where my bolts are going to go. And again, due to the size of my garage, I've had to trim down one of the tracks. Now these things are super solid, but they are still only aluminium. So your regular woodworking blade, if you take it nice and slow, can cut through. Our Stabilo blade is awesome. Such a clean cut. Don't worry, that offcut will not go to waste. An awful lot of marking out to be careful with here to position where my holes need to go through. And using an awl is a very good idea with the melamine, so your drill bit doesn't slip around everywhere. Need to take the sub base off for just a moment, trying to avoid some blowout by putting a board underneath. These holes are for the bolts that will anchor the clamping track to that sub base. Now, because I don't have an overhang, I need to take an extra step here. And I need to mark out using my lovely 2x4 new marking knife. Check out Stabby McStabface there, it's awesome. Then I grab my Forstner bit and put a little recess in so those bolt heads will have somewhere to live. I then realised that when the track goes down, I won't be able to screw the top back to the frame, so I had to plug in a couple of pocket holes on the outside. Again, you could put them on the inside, but I just couldn't be bothered. Here's another problem I created myself. The instructions say to use 3/4 or 19mm stock for these tracks, and if you do, your life will be easy. Because I'm using reclaimed materials for the desktop, I needed to take a router and rebate out 1mm because it was 18, so that when I put my top on, it clears the track just a little bit. Now, melamine is an absolute mongrel to try and route. Chip outs absolutely everywhere. I minimised it as much as I could. The good news is this is the sub base, so you won't really see them. But a bit of chisel work on the end will give me at least a respectable sort of fit. Using the offcut as a straight edge to route out that same longer channel on the other side. And the tedious process of installing all of the bolts from underneath. However, once they're done, it's pretty fun to slide this in. Go on, get in there. Now, don't tighten these up all the way. You're going to want to check square in just a second. Plop, 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 plop. In goes the long bit. Then we grab the big framing square, hold everything nice and steady, and then tighten down those bolts. So those bolt heads will now fit into the little counterbores that I did earlier. And check out the right hand side there, you'll notice where I have screwed in my offcut. Now, this is giving me an extra anchor point, however, it will also cause me a little problem in a moment. Here's a quick demo of how you can use the bench. You don't have to put the extra top on, you can use this square corner to be a reference point. Slide in your bench clamp, and obviously designed to really help with your pocket hole construction, but I don't want to do that. The Automax will adjust to different heights, super quick. Now I want to be able to slide pieces over the whole workbench. So I've got a second one of the benches, which you'll believe it or not, I also managed to get off the side of the road. And here I'm using the jigsaw to quickly cut out that recess for the offcut. So again, an extra little step. I am overcomplicating things as usual. Blue tape helps to stop the chip out as I use the router and a bit of a straight edge underneath the board that you can't see to make that the correct size. So when I drop down my top, it fits on there. Also note the slight little finger hole to allow the clamp to go in on the small piece. No fancy joinery for the top, it's melamine, it's not going to move. Just getting underneath and banging in a whole bunch of screws around the edge. Now I made that top a tiny bit oversized compared to the sub base, so I could come back and do this. Flush trim bit, blue tape, it cut a lot better than I thought it was going to, and that gives me a beautiful surface to screw in the edge trim. More bed slats. Already the clamping bench is coming in handy for building the clamping bench. You know, the old staples. And look, these miters aren't going to be perfect. I'm just rough cutting them on the miter saw. It's pretty darn accurate, good enough for this. Here's a nifty trick. I wanted to use these bed slats, but they weren't long enough to go down the long edge. So, cut a 45, bang your pocket holes in for 19mm as usual. Line them up carefully using your new clamping bench. Smack the screws in, and you have effectively, very neatly extended one bed slat into two bed slats. Now I wanted to keep that in the middle, so when I trimmed these down to the correct length, I took equal amounts off either end. Here's a good tip. Using another offcut, I can line that up to the exact height that I want these trim pieces to sit. Use the mark out tool to find out where the screws need to go in. And then mark, drill, countersink with the lovely countersink bits and secure the trim to the side. Once I had the two end pieces on, I can use those as a reference and slowly sneak up on a good enough fit for the long side pieces. To hide my dodgy miters, grab a screwdriver and run the side of it, folding over the little soft pine edge. It'll cover most sins. Time for some more hardware. This is the Kreg clamp vise, and I'm going to use it instead of a traditional vise. I need to rebate out a little bit of this piece, so just marking it out there using the vise itself. Then over to the router table. Didn't need a flush trim bit, just the way I had it set up. And making that channel a little bit longer than it needs to be so that again the clamps can get in at the side. This has to be the easiest vise to install in the world. It's simply two more screws. Drill those out, sink them in carefully. Because they require quite a bit of torque, I like to finish them off with the screwdriver. Then you've got those T-channels there where you can clamp in very securely. If you like my new mallet, Vando's Woodshop. Oh yeah, it's nice. Now I don't want it sitting out like this though, I want to make it flush, so we're just going to take that off another time. Mark it out with Savvy McSabface. Use the plate itself to set the desired depth on the router. And then hog away most of the material. When I got close to the edge, the Japanese pull saw comes out, cut that down to length, and my Vando mallet does a nice job of cleaning away the waste. I almost feel like a woodworker. More chisel work than I've done in 6 months on this project. And there's the final install on the vise. Quick demo, now it's flush, I can hold long pieces, flush up against my workbench. Now this was going to be a little bit tricky. I needed some dog holes, except that while most of your Kreg stuff will come in metric, this one has 19mm 3/4 inch dogs, which means I need 19mm 3/4 inch holes, and I only have a 20mm Forstner bit. However, I do have a 19mm spade bit. These things are nasty inaccurate, so if I drill through from the top with a 3mm guide, then underneath the bench, use the 19mm spade to start a hole, I can clear out most of the waste from the top with a 13mm drill bit, the biggest one my drill will take, and that's just big enough for a 12mm flush trim router bit to go into that drill hole and used the 19mm spade hole as a guide, and I know that sounded really complicated, but it worked brilliantly. If you had a 3/4 inch Forstner bit, you could of course just come in straight from the top, and then clean the edges up like I'm doing here with a tiny little roundover. The big reveal with the tape, and we're just about done. Now those dogs did fit in very nice, and here's a demo of how you can use the vise. Obviously how we saw before, you can put it that way. Automax adjusts to the width that way. Or you pop in your dogs, and you can use those to hold too. Kevin the sander, he can come out and do the whole top now. Move your dog to the appropriate place, and your big sheets can be done as well. Bit of freehand routing, put a straight edge on there to cut a dado, whatever you need to do, it's going to be awesome. Well, that's it guys, this has been a most satisfying build. I have had a huge amount of fun doing it. If you are looking for plans, I will put a link in the description below so you can build one too. And if you're after the hardware, there are of course the Carbotech affiliate links for people in Australia and Amazon links for the folks overseas where you can pick up all of your necessary Kreg hardware.
G'day fixers. Last month when I made this lovely clamping bench, halfway through construction I noticed something pretty cool. Not by design, by sheer luck. It's pretty much exactly the length of half of my AccuCut XL. And it has a storage problem. Currently it just leans up against the back wall and it's not too crash hot. I reckon for my Mario the Woodfather's Spring Shop Storage Challenge, I'm going to be able to incorporate it into the back of the workbench here. Let's see how we do it. No plans, completely by the seat of the pants, like all good workshop storage projects should be. Let's get cracking.
Right, so the first challenge was to get the big bugger up on its side. Heavy now, but I did put some new wheels on. They're much better. I needed to enclose the sides, so I was adding a piece of bracing here, which unfortunately wasn't the same height, but luckily didn't block the dog holes, so the gap above it was important. I didn't have a rebating bit large enough to do this, so I used the attachment that came with the Makita router kit, put on a 19mm straight bit, and bumped into a few problems. It looks like I wouldn't be able to do this without pulling the bench apart, so I stored some of the sawdust in my shop vac. And fortunately, no glue here. The pocket holes came out nice and easy, and a few little wiggles. I had both of the leg assemblies off, and that was going to give me a much easier access. However, I still had the slight problem that the piece I've added is not the same height. So I had to make a quick adjustment there, and eventually complete the rebate almost all the way around. Tiny dodgy bit of chisel work to finish it off. Now this is rather appropriate. That crappy looking piece of plywood is actually the top of the old bench, which I tore apart when I built the clamping bench. And fortunately, it was exactly the right size to give me two pieces to enclose the sides of the new bench. Setting up the new sawhorse here, and the straight edge guide allowed me to rip it up the guts. Very quick sand. And then I could mark off the corners. Because I wasn't going to square them up, I'd rather round them off. Quickly set up my crappy angle grinder disc sander. And with a fresh piece of 80 grit on there, I quickly had it fitting nicely. Now for the main event, fitting in the tracks. You can see the plan here, I'd already cut one of them. I needed 4 rebates into the side of the legs, which were going to allow the 1.2 meter long or 4 foot AccuCut track to span basically the whole width of the workbench. So it wouldn't stick out the other side, I just quickly jammed in with a few brad nails, these little stop bumpers. Then I needed to cut a couple of reliefs for the track to slide through those new side panels. Those panels are important though, you'll see why in a minute. Once I was happy with the fit, again the brad nailer just comes out, no glue, tacked it in place. This will also help add some strength to the bench, stop it from racking a little. I quickly routed out those pieces to make a cover cap to stop the end of the tracks getting bashed. Right, let's start the actual support rails. Forever with the bed slats, this one was quite twisted, but because I was ripping it up the guts, I was hoping I'd be able to manually force that twist out of it and use it for something useful. Jumped over to chop it down a length, and then the only tricky bit was to rebate out the channel that will support the track. Effectively, it's going to slide along this little dado. Got the vacuum there to suck out the sawdust as we push them through. And then gave it a bit of a quick sand using a block to force the old disc in there. Let the track slide nicely. Couple of pocket holes on either end to help me install the track. And a few shim spaces to put it in the right position. Screwing it to the old frame. Time for the first test. Crossing my fingers. In she goes, makes the clearance. A little bit of a tight fit in the end, but at the end of the day, it is a perfect, snug little slidey action storage hidey hole. Try saying that 5 tries fast. Well, almost. It was a tiny millimetre over, so I just put these bumpers on the end with the nail gun to help protect those, leaving the middle open to give easy access to pull the track out. Now for the party trick. This saw track comes with a lot of accessories. That's the starting block. I was going to put something over the front, but it was just a friction fit. For the moment, that's working. The cradle that you have to put your circular saw into was the next awkward shaped object that I wanted to store on here. I basically wanted all of the AccuCut track accessories and all of the bench clamp accessories to be hiding in these spaces, because that way they had a permanent home and they're all really awkward shapes. So this solution doesn't take up any more workshop space, but allows me to put them not only somewhere safe, but also within easy reach of when I'm going to use them. The clamping bench coming in well handy here as I chop down an old broom handle to make a couple of, well, what do you call them, dowels, hooks, something along those lines. Tiny bit of chisel action. I like using the clamping bench to improve the clamping bench. These bench clamps are kind of hard to hang up on a traditional clamp rack, so giving them a home under the bench made a lot of sense. It's a brilliant camera angle here as I screw in magically the hook from behind, and that's where those 3-inch ones will live. Did the same for the 6-inch on the other end. The last thing I wanted to add it on was a home for the clamping plates. These can be used on the bench vise or on the bench clamp track. Some crude jigsaw action, bit of a file down. And I didn't quite get it right the first time, so let's just use the drill as an end mill and remount that hole a little bit bigger so they'll all fit nicely. Screw that one down and we're pretty much done. Oh, forgot about the bench dogs. These are on a tiny slight angle, just with a 19mm spade bit. They'll live there nice and snug out of the way. So this is how it's all going to work. When the bench is set up and I need to break out the track saw to cut down some sheet goods, out she slides, put in the starting block. Now I didn't do it here because I'm lazy, but traditionally you would want to screw your circular saw into the sliding track. Tiny bit of setup, but once you are set up, super quick to go. Then the clamp track system is great for holding down said piece of plywood, which is probably going to be bigger than this in the real world as well. And you get the picture. I can hang it over the side of the bench, line everything up, happy days. When you're all said and done, slide the blue bits and the clamps back onto the storage system, and the whole thing can roll away against the wall, and I can still fit the car in the garage.
G'day fixers, this is where my Kreg straight edge guide currently lives, and I think we can do better. I keep it in 2 parts. All my Kreg gear is basically on my workbench, so let's try and find a home for it over there.
Well, this is a pretty straightforward build, but hopefully it'll give you a few ideas because the straight edge guide is kind of a weird shape, and if you hang around till the end, you will see how this exact point eluded me until the last second, and there is a fairly spectacular feck up. We fixed it, but it's there. Step 1, clear all the other crap off the bench, and then do some marking out.
So I'm going to mount my 2 tracks between these 2 support members, and I'm going to rebate them in just a little bit. Kind of like what I did with the AccuCut on the other side. Make sure that's roughly level. Ooh, that's a horrible line. Alright, let's flip it.
This section will actually be against the wall, but that's okay, because I always roll my workbench out anyway. However, to stop it being bashed, I do need to rebate these in. So I set my saw blade just a bit deeper than the thickness of the track, and we're using the crosscut to hack away everything in between the lines. There are lots of ways you can cut the housing joint, but I find this to be probably the easiest, particularly on something that's already been built. You could clean it up with a chisel, but I've got a router, so why not use it? Flipping it halfway just so I get the most plate resting on the supports and I don't have myself an injury. These sorts of projects are great. Not only do they give something a home, but I am using all these little tiny bits of scrap that I just happen to keep lying around. You never know when they'll be useful, and that time is now. Couple little bumpers and some covers, but the thick end, the clamp end of the straight edge guide needed a cheeky little rebated out riser block, and this worked really well. The front of the straight edge guide is actually shaped like a wedge, so when I got these bits screwed in and inserted the guide, it sticks in there beautifully. And the other end just gets a simple retaining hook. Pull, twist, remove, it's functioning awesome. But remember what I said about the end bit. Chamfer all the things just to make it look a little bit prettier. And for the other length of track it was much easier because this one can just sit flush. The rebate is the perfect depth for that section of the straight edge guide. I usually use mine with just the one length, but the second piece does come in handy. And believe it or not, we're nearly done. Well, I thought I was. So back up with the bench.
Lift for the legs.
And time for a test fit. Yep, second track, that goes in nicely. That's the one that'll sit there more often. And now the top piece. Here we go, look at this. Yeah, that didn't work. Stands back, thinks about it. Edits out 3 other attempts, trying to figure out what the hell went wrong. Thinking... yeah, that. The cut guides stop it from twisting, so you can't twist it, can you? So I needed to hack away a little bit more of my bench. This was clever. I just brad nailed in a little straight edge to run the circular saw along and completely forgot about the smegging pocket hole screws that are in the end of that support. Didn't lose any teeth, did damage the blade, just gave the screw a bit of a haircut. That wasn't fun. Screws out, hack it off, don't do this with your router. That was sketchy as hell, but I was frustrated and rushing at this point. Don't do stupid things. Screw it all back together and we should now have the clearance we need for this to operate properly. Yeah, that's much better. Happy dance, reload, and it all slides away nice and neatly. Well, I call these Fixit fingers quick fixes for a reason. That is done and dusted. Doing a workshop fix makes your life so much easier. So when you got a few spare hours, knock off one of those pesky to-do list items. And an organisation project is probably the best way to do that. G'day fixers, this is my workbench and those ugly gaps at the front have got to go. I don't want to mortise, rebate, any of that fancy jizz, just want to get it done. So measure up, grab whatever you want to use to plug the gap. I'm using melamine. Rip it into some squares and hope your workbench is also square. Spoiler alert, it's not and it won't be. And then pull out your pocket hole jig, because this is the simplest, fastest, easiest way to get this job done. Smash out holes all around the rim, refit your panel, and completely forget that down the bottom you're not going to be able to use the pocket holes because there's a bloody bar in the way. So bash your screws in on 3 sides, then pop back around the front and ruin that lovely clean finish you would have otherwise had by sinking home a few extra screws through the face. Looks like I got a new sticker wall. Hit me up if you'd like to swap. So I like my Kreg sawhorse, but it's not the same height as my regular workbench and I need a bigger surface. So let's fix that. With my handy new invention, the Fixit Fingers Universal Kreg Clamp Raised Sawhorse, or FUKAS for short. Patent pending. We've got the track clamps, let's use them. That'll be the base, that'll be the top, that'll be the difference in height we need, which we'll cut out of that. Now that's a handy fuka. Yeah. G'day, this is James from Fixit Fingers, and today I'm going to show you how to cut a cow in half using only a Japanese pull saw. Let's go. Step 1, grab your cow. Step 2, grab half of the depth and a marker. And then we go around the cow to cut it in the perfect half shape. And get said cow into clamps. Step 3, start to cut cow in half very carefully. Step whatever, when you're nearly through, wedge the kerf so that it doesn't collapse in on itself. And when you nearly break the saw in half, you have separated your cow. I never intended for this to happen, as I really don't like being a negative kind of guy. But when you love something, you can guarantee there are people who just want to hate on it. Now, Kreg is not a perfect brand by any way, shape or form. I just think they're very well suited to me. What gets my goat though is when people attack the brand either with ignorance or laziness. And I had some good fun rebuking those. Conflict is good for views. A principle I also put into comparing several Kreg products to each other. And even, on one occasion, allowing a competitor into the workshop.
I've got mounted on plywood, and regardless of which jig you get, I would recommend doing that straight off the bat. What I want to do here is just get to you the point of usage. Clamping. I have got my bench. And with those quick clamps on both of these, there we go. I can make them rock solid. That is a heap easier than trying to figure out with the other clamps that came with it, particularly this one. The clamp that the 720 came with will still be useful in some circumstances, but it is so slow. Particularly if you've got a wide bench like I do, because to fit it back in its home, you're going to be here all day. Still doesn't fit. So, no clamp to the bench, clamp to the bench but pain in the bum. Take your poison. To overcome that, we said put them on the base, and the K5 with the wings is much easier to screw to the base. It comes with these lovely ports where a standard Kreg 32mm screw into a 3/4 inch board. This one, it does have those same screw holes, but they are deep down, and mounting it to the board was more difficult. Also, even the 25mm screws are too long in order to secure it correctly, and I had to come up with something creative for the wings to still work. Now, of course, you could just put the 720 on the big wide board, but then that gets rid of one of its best features, which is its compact storage ability. While we're talking about the wings as a storage solution, these are much larger and they do have a small fence along the front here. One thing that the 720 didn't come with, which I'm kind of annoyed at, is this handy little sticker. Because while this is auto-adjusting, the main feature that we'll get to in a minute, you still need to know the screw size to be using, and the K5 came with a lovely sticker, the 720 did not. I would have loved that reference to go on the inside of here. I should also point out that while the wings do have more storage in them, it's also got this onboard storage at the back, which the K5 lacks. So your drill bits and all your other bits and pieces to make the jig work are on hand. Again, when it's all packed up nicely, it's just lovely. The superior storage is definitely a win for the 720 over the K5. Next up, dust extraction. 720 wins easily. This nifty little guy plugs in either side. It is super cool. Yes, I have seen some people complain that the dust extraction is connected to the auto block, which means it's moving slightly and that can cause a little bit of pinch hazard. Also, when you've got your hose plugged in, inevitably it's going to block these things opening properly. My comment on that is, how many times are you opening them while your dust is plugged in, and it's really not that bad. I can still do it, it just requires a little bit of fiddling. So if we take a look at the K5, I had to put on one of these little step downs to make it work for my shop vac. This actually came with a bigger step up, I suppose you'd call it. That is beautiful and rubberized. So if you have got a larger dust extractor, you have no worries at all. Again, just the dust extraction on this thing is fantastic. Lastly, on the K5, this is not what I'd call very secure. You can swing this to both sides, but I have had it pop off just like that once or twice when using it when you bump the hose. So it is massive improvement over here compared to this thing. Not bad, but really good. Both of these jigs also come with a handy dandy adjustment stop. Oh, I forgot about that. That is the setup block, which comes to set your drill collar depth. Obviously not needed on the 720, but an essential little piece of kit, which is just another setup step with the K5. It works really well, but again, something that has been eliminated over here. And this you can put on that side, or on that side, because it's going to sit like that, and will go all the way up in to your stop. So if you want repeatable space pocket holes, you lock it down like that, and then your piece will stop up against there, so you've got a nice point of reference. The K5 also had something similar to that, but it was, again, a bit more fiddly. There are some little keyhole slots in the side here, again, on both sides. Double screw in order to adjust the length. It is a lot slower and a lot more fiddly, but you could get an acceptable length stop there. What it's not going to do is come out all the way like the new one can. So another win for the 720 in terms of adjustable stops. Honestly, I'm rarely that fussy with my pocket holes, but if you are that way inclined, these little guys do help on both units, the 721 being better. So while I did like the K4, this mechanism for clamping facing you when you're using it and the ease of adjustability were game changers back in their day with the K5, and it is still a great system. Very quick, very easy to use. But of course, the party trick of the 720, it also has that front-facing handle, which is fantastic, but there's no more adjusting. From 12mm up to about 1 3/4 inches, this thing will automatically adjust to whatever size and get your drill going to the correct depth on those ranges of timber. You've got this simple little Auto Max knob here, much like on the Kreg clamps, to adjust how hard that goes in. You don't need a lot of pressure. It's rubberized here to hold everything nicely flush too. The auto adjusting is really the big selling point of the 720 over the K5. But there's one thing which kind of pissed me off. Look at this. 19mm, 3/4 bed slat, probably the thing we're going to be using a lot of the time in your plywood. 720, position, lock down. Beautiful, love it. K5. Also good, but you need to adjust it. I haven't actually used this thing quite a while, probably 12 months, so I've forgotten how to do it for a second. But it does work really well. It is still really strong. It's a good system. That's just better. Alright, second most common thing we probably use our Kreg jigs for. 2x4. In the new money, that's about 36mm. This, haven't touched the thing. In she goes. Lock it down. Not only are we good, but this height here has auto-adjusted to the correct drill depth too. The only thing we would have to change between 19mm and 36mm is the height of the collar. 1 step change instead of 3. Really good. Over here, we've got this all set for 19mm. We want 36 now. Got to adjust this bit here to that correct height. Pull that back. Whack that in. Put it down. 2 clicks. And now she's locked in. Look, it doesn't take long, but it is a time saver, and it just means you don't have to think about anything except for the stock collar on that drill bit. Number of times, in fact I think I have a hole in the bottom of this to prove it, that you forget to change the block and then you're not drilling right and you're wondering why your screws aren't going through. It takes a lot of the guesswork out the 720, and it's why I do really, really like this machine. But we mentioned there was one annoyance, and here it is. 45mm, next size up. Not quite 2 inches, just a shy bit under. Booyah, done. What did I say about forgetting this bit? Now we'd be done. Can still handle. Yeah. Iowa, we have a problem. Why, when it looks like there is that little bit more play up here, have you lowered the capacity? This piece will not, and there is no way to make it fit into the new 720. I don't like losing range, and on the 720, compared to the K5, I have just lost that option. Have I ever used it? Maybe once or twice, so it's not a deal breaker. But, it's just one of those little things. Don't take away unless you absolutely have to, and the 720 has done that. Having said that, that is my one big and major gripe with the 720, and it's really just pissing in the wind. It's not that bad because that's an unusual size of timber to use. It does come with some other party tricks. Let's look at something else that you might want to try to pocket hole. Typically, this sort of thing. This is 3/4 inch heavy, because it's hardwood, ply, and the wings are obviously well designed on both systems to be able to do that sort of work. No issues whatsoever. When you start coming up to stuff like this though, you can start to see how vertical pocket holing on either system is getting a little precarious. You're going to have to reach around. If you have a really big sheet, bugger it, let's do it. Let's grab one. The things I do to show you guys about stuff. Big sheet, K5, How are we going to work this? Will I hit the ceiling? I want pocket holes in the side of this, right? Oh, there goes my light. That is just unwieldy. I can't adjust the clamp properly. Slide this around here. Gotta move it. Not ideal. Not the way that you'd be wanting to do this with the K5. Let's look at the 720. Now, obviously, if I tried to lift that in here, going to have the exact same problem. Fortunately, this thing has a trick. Wings off. Flip down. And we can use our 720 in this orientation. So without too much fussing around, I can set those up. That is still going to auto adjust. And now I can drill my pocket holes in from this way, much easier, and I can completely see what I'm doing, even with the base screwed down onto the jig like this. While I've got you, one of my other little pet hates with this are these clips. They're probably the weakest design of a piece of plastic that I've seen in Kreg Gear. I have never, in 5 years of using Kreg kit, ever cracked, smacked, or broken a piece of Kreg plastic. And I own a lot of Kreg gear, alright? I've abused my rip cut, I have destroyed my AccuCut. I've never seen a crack. It is very strong stuff for all those people who go, oh, it's made of plastic, it's rubbish. Bullshit. It is perfectly good. This, however, is a poor design. These little clips, they're okay. They're strong enough for the job of holding up the wings. My problem is when you unhook them, if you don't put them all the way down like this, and you open this up, lifting that lid does that. And that's really annoying because over time they probably are going to break or snap at some stage. And without them, that wing will not be secured. I don't know how you design around that. You just have to be careful. To overcome that lack of maneuverability that the K5 had, it does have one other party trick which is sorely missing in the 720. The ability to do that. Now, ostensibly, this was so that you could get the Micro or the XL plug cutter jigs in here. And the 720 does have the ability for this block, its version of the block, to come off for that ability. You can get different ones for smaller and larger drill bit sizes. But what this one doesn't allow you to do, that this one does, is pretty cool. Because the master jig came with the old Kreg K3. Always wondered why there was a K4, K5? That's the K3. The K1 and 2 were the originals, by the way. And it becomes portable. Now we can take our jig to the workpiece. Obviously, in the new range, the 320 is designed to do this, and the 520 can do it too, to some greater or lesser extent. But I don't really want two jigs. I know this is technically two jigs, but they came as a package. And it was really cool. You got yourself your clamp that came with the kit. It lives in there. And now, you have got a portable pocket hole solution, and I have used this numerous times, that you could take to your workpiece and drill away. It's got the height adjustment, so you don't have to worry about that. It was just a very elegant and simple solution to give more functionality to the K5, which as far as I can see is basically gone in the K7. If you can't bring the piece to the jig, you certainly cannot take the jig to the piece, which means you then have to buy the 520 or the 320, and I simply do not want to. Which one would I buy? I generally had to really think about that, because this thing is very, very good. But for the space saving, for the better dust extraction, for the auto adjusting ability, the onboard storage, and the flexibility in that 2 orientation tier, I am going to go for the 720. But honestly, it's a pretty close thing. I have no doubt that if I hadn't been given this 720, because I do some work for Kreg Australia, I would probably have not spent the money on it. So there is a second answer. If you already own your K5, No, I do not see the point in getting rid of it and upgrading to the 720 because this thing will probably last you many, many, many years of pocket holding joy, and the advantages of this I don't think justify the spend to upgrade. If I did not have any pocket hole system, then you simply cannot go wrong with the Kreg 720 and the 720 Pro in particular. When I've had these on the shelves for the past 12 months, have always gone to pick this up compared to picking this one up. And as such, I'm going to donate it to a young upcoming Australian woodworker. His name's Thomas. He's from West Australia. He's doing some fantastic things. He may or may not have bought the plans to my lovely workbench here, which is not at all tilted in my favour. But honestly, I won this. I got it for free. I got this for free. So I want to pass that karma on to the next generation of woodworkers. And so, Tom, I'll get your address off you, mate, and I'll send you this, including the nice little step lock, but you ain't getting a clamp. You'll have to buy your own, because these things are bloody awesome. G'day, fixers. A couple of my viewers have asked me a question about the AccuCut versus the Straight Edge Guide by Kreg. Now, I've got videos setting up each of these tools, and that's where those questions came from. So let's jump straight in to see why you might want to spend twice as much on the AccuCut compared to the Straight Edge Guide. Before we do that though, you might ask yourself the first question, do I need to spend that money at all? For a couple of years before I picked these tools up, I just used the old poor man's track saw. Piece of plywood, straight edge along there, set to your circular saw, and cost you basically nothing out of scrap. You can make it as long as you want. I've got a video on how to build one of those if you don't want to spend any money on your straight edge cutting. However, having picked up these tools, I have since no longer owned the homemade one because it's been cut up for other projects. These tools are great, but they do different things, and you might consider one, the other, or maybe both. Let's look at the Straight Edge Guide first. It is half the price of the AccuCut, which is, I will point out, just for the track, not including the cutting tool, half the price of the Fez tool. So before anyone jumps on, yes, a Fez tool track saw is an amazing piece of engineering and is brilliant, but just the track alone is double the AccuCut cost, and while it's better, I don't think it's double better. We'll just lay that one to rest. We're here to compare the more budget end tools, right? This one, cheapest one. I actually use it like this. Now, naturally, it does have double the length, which is 1.2 meters or 4 feet. It will cross-cut a full sheet of goods quite happily, and that's what this is designed for. The lovely thing with this is, it is super simple. It is just a straight edge. There's no carriage or anything that you need to screw your circular saw into, and it has these wonderful repeatable stops on here, which you can set using these guide screws to be the exact cutting width of your circular saw. You do that the first time, and then when you hook this on, these become where you line up your marks to make your cut. So it's very handy and very simple. The advantage of this one over the AccuCut, which basically does the same job, is you don't only have to set this for your circular saw. You can, and I do, use this occasionally for jigsaw work, and my main purpose of owning this for the router. When I'm trying to do dados or housing cuts in very large straight square pieces, then this tool is the one you need, because you can just run your router along those edges, and you can change these cutting guides to be whatever the correct distance from your router bit, depending on the size of the bit, to also do those repeatedly time and time again. It is pretty accurate and it is very quick. The main limitation of the Straight Edge Guide is it basically only works on square-ish or rectangular boards. If you're going to go on funny angles, or you have something that isn't a nice square edge at both ends, then it can't hook on properly. It relies on this sliding stop, and obviously you can extend it out to a full sheet if you get the XL version, but if you don't have those two straight edges, you can't hook this on, and that's how it is designed to work. I've got the full setup video if you want to see the details. So that's the main limitation of this. It is not super accurate. because you have to line up to 2 separate points, and you need square-ish stock for it to hook onto, but it can be used with multiple cutting tools, not just your circular saw. So if this does that job, why would you want the AccuCut? Well, just like our straight edge guide, the AccuCut does come in the standard 1.2 4-foot or 2.4 8-foot, and I have the XL version track stored under here. I don't have the XL of the straight edge guide. I haven't found need for it yet. But I do use the full length of this when I'm breaking down sheet goods. And again, that is what this tool is designed to do. Where does it shine over the straight edge guide? Why are you paying twice as much for this? Well, 2 answers. Firstly, this. So no, this is not a track saw, okay? Track saw has the plunge function, your Festool, your Makitas, that it is replicating that function, but this is a cutting guide. It is not the same tool. It's a similar tool, and of course a much more budget option. The secret is this tray. Now, it will work with most circular saws. Not all circular saws, there are some exceptions, so do be careful, but most popular circular saw brands will run on this sled. You screw it in, and then it runs along that track. Why this sled is important is a few reasons. Firstly, it gives you that extra stability that you're not going to get from hand holding on the straight edge guide. It holds it quite nicely to the track. If you don't believe me, I have a video here showing how accurate the AccuCut is. And secondly, it allows the use of this chip guard. So as you're running along here, firstly, your saw can't wander away from the fence like it can there, but secondly, this chip guard is going to give you a much cleaner cut. If you've cut plywood with a circular saw, you'll always know you get very bad tear out on the upspin, and that's what this chip guard will help you avoid. It's also replaceable. They're very cheap to replace. They're in 20 bucks Australian to do that. Mine I haven't replaced yet, and I've had it for a couple of years. They'll get there eventually, but it does provide that extra cleanliness on your sharp, crisp edges. The disadvantage, of course, is this will only, as far as I'm aware, work with a circular saw. It is not going to work with your router or your jigsaw, so it's not quite as flexible as the straight edge guide. Having said that, it can do a few things the straight edge guide can't do, and that's angles. So recently I did a bit of a boat deck rebuild, and I had lots of small fiddly cuts that I needed to make with the circular saw, and the pieces were not square. They were boat-shaped and curved in some places, and you simply could not use the straight edge guide for doing that kind of work. And again, if you have got anything that doesn't have 2 parallel edges to clamp the straight edge guide onto, then the AccuCut with its grip max on the back is going to be a better choice, because you can literally line it up however you want on whatever you want, and the vast majority of the time it'll move the bench before it moves the track. If you do have form ply or something very slippery, like melamine perhaps, then you can buy these optional, very cheap little clamps which hook out underneath. I like these, I use them from time to time, and that will secure the track down. Ooh, one last thing. One thing you cannot do on the AccuCut, which you would usually associate with a track saw plunge saw system, is that. Just due to the way the sled works, you cannot do 45 or any bevel cuts. This will only take 90-degree cuts. So the straight edge guide again will allow you on either side to do those angled cuts. So this does have its uses, and there is value in owning both of them. The last thing that I'll say for the AccuCut's advantages, we mentioned this sled, which improves the accuracy, is this thing. This is the Rip Cut, also by Kreg, of course, and it is completely compatible with the exact same sled which you have set up to your circular saw, and it is my table saw. I still do not own a table saw, and I have used this to replace that function along with the Mitre saw a lot of the time. This is an absolutely brilliant tool. It pays for itself just cutting down sheets of plywood in a car park. It's much smaller than the 2.4 metre track, and importantly, it's got a lovely graduated scale on here which you can move, lock down, And if you're making drawers or shelves and you want them all to be 173 millimeters, then you set this up once and you can just cut all day, quickly shift it to the next size that you need for a different piece, cut those out, take that off, whack it straight down onto the AccuCut and break down your next large sheet good. These two in combination have kept me going in this workshop without a table saw for 4 years. They are brilliant bits of kit. This is one of my favourite jigs, and it's like you can make your own, but it's not that expensive. It's a brilliant thing to have. So they're 3 of the cutting guides from Kreg. If you get any other questions about Kreg Gear, then do hit me up. I'm an affiliate for Kreg Australia, and I've used most of their toys for an extended period of time now. Look, if you're just starting out, you don't need to buy these straight off the bat. Get yourself the plywood, look at my jigs video on how to make your free versions, and then when you figure out which ones you need, choose which one you're going to step up to. You don't have to have both of them, but I would probably get the AccuCut over the straight edge guide because it is really just a glorified stick. For routing those dados, you can just use any straight piece of edge, clamp it down at both ends. This is a nicer version of that, but it's not going to be that much more accurate. Whereas the AccuCut, I really, until I can afford to get myself a lovely Festool track saw, this I think has many years of life left in for my size tiny shop. It's a very handy thing to have and much better to use than your straight stick.
So my mate Vic from Down Under Woodworks recently sent me a link I found very humorous about the Kreg AccuCut. Now, I am a Kreg brand affiliate, and so, my opinion is biased to some degree, way, shape, or form. However, the bloke was talking about the 10 worst tools he ever bought and how that this was number 1. And the reason he gave it number 1 as the worst tool he ever bought were because of these tracks. So see there how they're not square? They're slightly trapezoid, and he blamed that for a 3mm 1/8 accuracy. He reckons on a cut he could only get it down to 1/8 of accuracy. All right, well, you just saw me. I just did a full sheet of 19mm, so that's a true 3/4 inch plywood. That was very heavy going on the saw, quite tough. That is the full length of the AccuCut XL, and I'm going to show you something. I measured that out to be 160mm, just what I got set on here. There's the start of my cut. Now, you'd expect the start of the cut to be pretty good. Get some focus in. Yeah, that's beestick perfect. Here's the end of the cut, 2.4 meters over 6 feet later, and yeah, that's under a mil. And look, I can really, honestly, and I'm not exaggerating here, I cannot see a dick of difference. That is absolutely the same. Let's try in the middle here. We can get some flex in the middle. This wasn't clamped down. There are no clamps on this when you're using it on plywood, especially with the full length. The friction does the job. Let's check the middle. And yeah, there you go. Would you look at that? Can I see anything? I can't. So it's technique, people. It's technique. Like any tool, it's got its limits, and this is a cheap tool compared to a track saw. It's not as cheap as just getting a really reliable straight edge, such as that one, and setting it up, and you can use that. It's great. I did that for a very long time. However, I wanted to upgrade, and so this is what I did. All right, I'll show you the trick. If you grab your track saw, and you raise the guard. Okay, that is now sitting on there. Let's put it right on the edge. Honestly, there's almost no slop in there. There is a little bit. I can twist that. You can just see that moving. Look here. That is maybe a mil and a half. So what's that, 1/16 of an inch, which I think for a tool designed to break down large boards
is perfectly acceptable to begin with. However, it doesn't have the tightening grub screws that your professional Makita Festool track saws have that would get rid of that slop entirely. So what I like to do is I eliminate that by giving it a consistent 1/16 of an inch, 1.5, 2 mil, whatever you want to call it, twist. My grip on here, I'm pushing the back of the saw out this way and the front of the saw this way. So to over exaggerate, I'm doing that with the saw. That way, I'm constantly riding along two fixed points on the track, and it barely moves, but it does make a little bit of a difference. So if you twist, so you can even accentuate it more by grabbing the front handle and pulling here and pushing back with handle, but it's a really gentle movement. It's really comfortable. You can do it with one hand, and that cuts absolutely perfectly. Because you're going to register it to the front edge here, it doesn't matter that you're on that tiny little bit of angle, so it's minute. You're going to cut to the blue line, and that's the blue line every time. So don't blame your tools, blame your technique, do a little bit of research, and you'll be able to find out how to get more accuracy out of your AccuCut, even though it is a cheaper option. I still love this thing. The other thing you're going to lose getting an AccuCut over a plunge saw is the plunge. You obviously have to set the depth of that, but again, it can be done. If you look here, I've just cut 2 full sheet cuts, and I can't even see a mark on the underside of this workbench. Yesterday, when I didn't have the track and I was just doing some cutting, you can see that's what you typically expect. And look, it doesn't matter, it's a workbench after all. It's not even my workbench. But with a little bit of depth control and practice, there you go, that's what I've got. Peels off. Pretty much, you can't get much closer than that. So no, you can't plunge, but yes, you can be accurate with your depth with a little bit of care setting up the track saw. And how I set my depth is you get the track, you put it on the edge of what you want it to cut, pull up the guard, drop the track saw down, release your height adjustment, and then gently position it until it just touches, hold it firm, relock the height adjustment, and you're going to have the exact correct depth for there. If you want to go halfway down, on plywood that's relatively easy because you can see halfway down. You can come here and set to, say, that line, lock it down, and now you're going to run a dado halfway through that thickness. So not as quick as a plunge saw, but again, not too bad. Okie dokie, just so we know it wasn't a fluke, here is another example a touch later in the day. Again, I've just measured out using another cool little Kreg tool, the Kreg Multi-Mark. I set that to 25 mils or close enough. Marked out the start and end of my cut. Again, it's a full sheet this time of 12 mil, and I was cutting really thin, 25 millers. Let's get the calipers out and measure both ends and see how accurate we are using my twisty technique. Alright, so there's one end and we're at 24.75, 24 3/4 of a mil. Twist it over. And that one is 24.6866. So it is to 1/10 of a millimeter. 1 millimeter is 1/16 of an inch. So it's 1/10 of 1/16 of an inch accurate. I don't think you can really ask much more from a tool than that, taking in user error. Yes, I'm practiced at using it, but I'm practiced at using it. Don't discard it, it's a great bloody tool. Hang on, I've got another piece here just for funsies. Now, this is a separate measurement, so the measurement's going to be slightly different based on my marks. 25.11. Flip it over. There we go, that one's only 24.6, so that is half a millimeter. So that is not as good, nowhere near as good as the last cut, but it's still only half of 1/16, 1/32 of an inch.
for the American friends out there, or 0.5 millimetre for everybody else. That's still fairly acceptable, even when I was being crap. So that's my little rant on why you shouldn't trust everything you see on the internet, particularly if it's quite clickbaity. You can read the irony to that statement watching this YouTube video if you wish. I really do enjoy this tool. I don't have a table saw. I'm currently on site in someone else's workshop, so I couldn't have brought the table saw anyway, and this is a fantastic addition. Yes, you can just use a really long straight edge piece of wood. It will do almost exactly the same job and cost you 2 parts of nothing. If you want to though, you can get one of these. If you really want, you can cough up $700-800 and get yourself a proper track saw with all the plunge and bells and whistles and things, and I might one day. But for now, Kreg AccuCut is doing me perfectly fine, and I find does an accurate job of what it's supposed to do.
Weighty.
Hey.
check square, carry on.
G'day Fixers, well I hope you enjoyed last week's silly little silent movie style video, as I got pointed out a few times, about the Armor Tool mini jig. Now this was sent out to me by Timbercon in good faith. They were fully aware that I am a brand ambassador for Kreg Australia and that my whole workshop is full of blue tools. And by their logic, that was perfect, because who better to give an objective point of view about a red tool than someone who doesn't genuinely use them and is obviously biased towards the Team Blue stuff. Now, I started with Kreg early on. Carpetech approached me very early in my woodworking days. I've got a local store. I obviously like blue things around the shop. So when I was sent this, we had to have a little bit of fun with it, didn't we? But I am genuinely impressed with this, and it will be getting a permanent home here in the Fixit Fingers workshop. I've even resisted the urge to paint it blue, as many of you suggested. And as other people suggested, my actual brand colour is red, as is my beautiful, lovely bike, so, you know, we can make some exceptions here. Now, I'm obviously not going to be comparing the Armour Tool Mini Jig to the Kreg 720. They are in a completely different ballpark, and there is a full Armour jig, which I've not had to play with, but I've heard is also very, very good, if you are a regular pocket holer. And there are two things that I want to talk about this jig today, and that's the first one. Who is this jig for? Well, it is for the person who has not done pocket holding before, or only pocket holes on the odd occasion. If you're well into this game of liking to put angled screws into bits of wood, then the chances are you want a full-size jig. They're faster, they're more reliable, they're stronger, they will last you longer, and they're just going to make your life easier. Regardless of which model you go for, a full-size jig when you're doing many pocket hole projects is going to be superior to any of these little portable options. But they are very cheap. This and the Armour Tool jig are both several $100s, whereas in February 2023 here in Australia, this little guy will only set you back 79 kangaroo skins. So, if you're just starting out and you're not sure if you want to get into pocket holes, this is an excellent jumping off point. And there's another reason why it wouldn't be wasted money if you were to step up to one of these later. We'll get to that in just a second. So why I say it is for the occasional pocket holer, it is of course going to be slower. So if you're not doing this all the time, you can just grab this thing and you're going to save yourself a lot of money, and it will do just about everything that this thing will do. And it's small, it's compact, it's portable. It comes in a lovely little case that will house the jig, and I obviously believe you can get the other accessories and screws and things in here too. So just in a size comparison, if you only want to do this every so often, then a portable little jig like this is probably for you. So, the new pocket holer or the occasional pocket holer? If I can't compare it to that, what can I compare it to? How about this? Kind of. This is the new Kreg XL jig, and it is huge! It is absolutely massive. The drill bit that comes with this thing is a 12mm instead of a 10. It's designed for doing construction, up to 4 by 4 inches, 100 by 100. I'll have a proper look at this later, but it gets me to my second point. We're not looking at that, we are looking at portability. So, the reason that this is going to find a home permanently in my shop is that even though I own that, I no longer own the portable Kreg jig. I had the old K3, I gave that away recently when I upgraded this thing, and I don't have the 320, which is the newer version of the Kreg jig, which would be the direct competitor to this. I believe they are a similar price point, but I think this one might have a few extra cheeky features, which means I don't really have any need to now get the smaller Kreg jig. This is basically the big version of the 320, so we will take a look at these side by side. And first off, we have the clamping mechanism. So if you imagine these were going to be the same size jig, the Armour tool comes with a magnet, and that is certainly faster. But not by much, and here's my thing. If I am doing this portable pocket holding, where you bring the tool to the workpiece instead of with the big jig, you're bringing the workpiece to the tool, then I actually like the permanent clip solution, because short of absolutely belting the living snot out of it, that is not going to come off. The 320 has the similar clamping mechanism, I do believe. With this one, that wasn't on purpose. That happens a lot. You have to be very gentle. Now, you saw in my video when I built the rolling stand that I had it on my clamping bench. On these style bench clamps, just take off the rubber pad and it goes on really nicely, and it did hold it sufficiently well for those gentle controlled motions. But if you're on a big project or you're out on a building site and you're trying to do some repairs or something with this, then, well, it's got the risk of falling off. The magnet's good, but it's not sensational. So I actually prefer the Kreg style with the plastic pinch here instead of the magnet. Look, it's good, but that's just more safety for me. If that thing drops off from any height, you are probably going to damage it. Having said that, it is made from the same super tough style molded plastic that the Kreg Gear is, and you know, both of these guys cop a lot of flack from certain circles who say they're rubbish purely because of the material they're made from. In nearly 5 years of using Kreg Gear, I have never broken a piece of blue Kreg plastic. It is super strong stuff, and I'm sure the armor tool is probably very much the same, just a different color. However, because this one has moving parts, it is a little bit more fragile, and they are basically my only concerns, because what makes this thing super cool is also probably the only weakness of the system. So the big party trick of this guy over the Kreg style of jigs is the automatic functions it puts in. The new Kreg collars have, well, just a marking on the side of them, and that's great. You know, it makes you very easily be able to adjust, but you still have to do that manually. The party trick here is with the onboard Allen key, we can loosen the nut and make sure that that is movable. And then this little claw is the super clever part of this jig, because when you press the button to adjust to your timber thickness, all you need to do is make that claw fit the timber that you are using, and that collar is moving along with the thickness indicator, which means you're always going to have the correct stock collar for the correct thickness of wood, and that is super cool. Also, having that claw there means you no longer have to measure the thickness of your wood. You just shove it in, and as long as it is the right size, just like the 720, I think this goes from 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches, or 12 mil up to about 35, 36 mil, or thereabouts. That is just super cool. Really, really nifty technology. And more than that, there is a little guide down here which tells you which screws you then need to use for the same thing. So once you've set it up, simply lock down the collar, and that bit is ready to go. You've now set the correct drill height as well, which again, on the Kreg jigs, you have to do manually. So you have to measure your timber, then set the drill height, then set the collar. This takes away several of those steps, and that's awesome. And even better than that, with the Kreg jig, you have to know which screw length to use. And one of my gripes with the 720 is it no longer comes with a sticker telling you that. This jig has it built in, and I believe the big armor tool jig does too. Looking down the side here, it just points to, I need a 2-inch screw for the piece of timber, if that was pocket holeable, that I just measured up in there. And the armor tool ones, another cool feature that they have is the color-coded screws. So yes, these only come in Imperial. Armor hasn't quite gone the whole metric thing, which is with your Kreg Gear, you can get it in Imperial or metric, you get to choose. Armor is old school only. But because of this color system, you don't really need to know exactly the millimeters, inches conversions. You just go grab the blue screws. On a slight side note, here in Australia at least, they're very difficult to get. Literally, on this project, when I was building with this, I needed 2-inch screws, and I didn't have any. I just had square drive run out. And that used to be a problem, but now our big box store, Hammer Barn / Bunnings, stock Kreg screws. Now, you can of course use Kreg screws for your armor tool jig, there's no issues there. But if you want the actual color-coded armor screws, I believe Timbercon will be your only supplier, and that's fine, but I don't have one in Sydney. The luxury of being able to pop down to the local Bunnings and in 15 minutes have the screws that I needed to continue building my project is great. So yes, the color-coded ones are beautiful, but don't be afraid to use Kreg or screw-it screws, pocket hole screws. Any pocket hole screws will work with this system as long as you use the correct length. Oh, the last thing I forgot to mention is the handy-dandy flip-around stop, which of course, when you have correctly adjusted your height to the thickness of timber that you need, is going to turn and hook onto the bit of wood you want to drill into. That is also very nice, and if you're doing it manually, you can flip it around so it can sit flat. So I love the built-in measuring, I love the auto adjusting on the stop collar, I don't really love the magnet attachment, and I do like the system for telling you which screw to use. My concerns. Moving parts. Moving parts are always a concern. This thing, basically bomb-proof. You could drop it off a building and, except for maybe this little clampy bit up the top, there's not really too much, maybe the adjustment feet, that can go pop. Whereas this, if you dropped it from any real height, I'm not game to do it, you've got the screw collar mover here, you've got the claws here, and you've got this whole grey section, which does have some play in it. Now this is obviously critical, the drill guide, to the function of the device. Just like the Kreg, it has full steel inserts, and there is some good weight to this. It is not badly made, it's just the compensation for giving you that awesome functionality that you've had to introduce moving parts. And this does have some play in it, significant play actually. In no way, shape or form is that going to affect the performance of drilling your pocket holes. It just makes me wonder about the longevity of the device. There is just nothing that can go wrong with this, basically. It will last practically forever. Both of them, I believe, have a lifetime guarantee on those steel inserts. As some people pointed out in my video, and I didn't notice it while building, but I did in the playback footage, when I clamped this down, there's a significant amount of movement in here. And as there is some tiny teeth which lock and engage at the different stepped bits of wood thickness, I do worry that over time, if you were using this heavily, that could be a point of contention. They are very small. They're really, really little teeth in there. So how long will this last? Well, I think the answer is going to be, if you use it as intended occasionally and for doing those portable jobs and fixes, it will last you donkey's years. If you're going to use it every single day, then I'd probably again be looking at stepping up to a full-size jig, which is designed for that repetition over and over again usage. Obviously just speculating here, I've had this thing for a grand total of a couple of weeks and I've used it on exactly one project, but that would be my only concern is, if you were to drop it, will it survive? And secondly, over time, will the clamp pressure going down on this sliding mechanism foul it up? The last thing I'll put on is dust extraction. Obviously there isn't any, so we more would call this chip clearance. I didn't really rate the chip clearance in this. On my old K3 jig, which had the block that slided into it for the Kreg Gear, the chip clearance on that was excellent. They just fell away and you could drill those holes over and over again. This one I had to clear constantly, and again, I think it's because of this sliding mechanism. You have to give it a little bit of a tap to get all the crap out of the back. It doesn't seem to want to fall out naturally while it is in use. Again, it's only meant to be used for occasional things, so that's another compromise you have to make compared to a dust extracted large system. So in conclusion, would I buy this if it wasn't given to me? Yes. Yes, I would. Even with my large jig, I had not yet found a way to replace that portable nature that I lost when I got rid of the K3, and if I was going to buy one at $80 dues, then that's just a bargain. I really think it's a solid piece of kit. Will it match my blue stuff? No. Will I use it every day? Definitely not. Will it save my ass in some future project when I forget to drill a pocket hole in something that I really should have done, like when I was building this workbench? Most definitely. Thank you again to Tim for sending out and for being such good sports with my silly little video. Head on over to their website where of course you can pick up one of this armour tool jig, or of course the big brother, the screws and all the other armour accessories. No, you're not going to be seeing a lot of Team Red stuff on my channel. I do like my blues, but this guy at least will be a handy addition to the Fixit Fingers workshop.
Now we come to the more recent and pointy end of the video. The YouTube algorithm and storytelling devices would like me to go on to mastery about how now I am the expert in Kreg Blue gear and how it's changed my life, that I'll never look back and I can build the most amazing things. To that I say, bullshit. How do you master a pocket hole? The whole beauty of the system is it's damn easy and anyone can learn it in 5 minutes. Having said that, there are a few builds that I am particularly proud of, and some of them did have a lot of complexity to them, or at least a lot of time invested. So as we enter the home straight of this Kregathon, here are some of my trickiest, favourite, and most recent builds of blue tools, to show you how far I've come from that empty workshop 7 years ago. And how to this day, even with a table saw and other fancy things in the shop, Kreg is still helping me get the job done.
Before we cut it down to final size. What I'd really like folks to take away from this particular video is you may have noticed I don't own a table saw. I can't fit one and a car in my little garage, so I'd like to really focus on how I'm using a series of edge guides, ripping jigs, and various other bits and pieces to get around not having the heart of the workshop and show that you can do this with a circular saw and a router. Now annoyingly, I didn't have a 15mm router bit, so I've had to take an extra step here when cutting these dados. Using the circular saw to mark them out from both sides, and then the router to clean up. Ripping down the top and bottom piece, ensuring that way that my dividers will be spaced evenly. But before I can put them in, they too are going to need a whole bunch of 6mm or 1/4 inch grooves, and I am going to have to use MDF here. Sadly, couldn't get any 6mm plywood, just short supplies due to various world events. But fortunately the router table made fairly quick work and gave me some perfectly tight dados, and the good thing of MDF, when it says 6mm, it is 6mm. There is an awful lot of repetition in this build. My version is going to have 54 drawers, and that's over 300 pieces and thousands upon thousands of cuts and repetition of various activities. Every time you decide to do something in a project like this, you have to times it by 54, and that's just for the drawers. Ooh, here was a little highlight. And one of the risks of using wood that you find in the gutter. For some godforsaken reason, there was a screw head buried in here, and luckily I was taking shallow passes and only just nicked it. And it didn't damage the blade too badly, could still just screw it out. So here's the dry fit of the main frame along with the internal dividers. Yeah, some of them were perfect, some of them were a wee bit tight, and some of them were a wee bit loose. But at the end of the day, a bit of glue and sawdust is going to help me hide those sins. Right, so the first 6mm MDF section will be basically what the drawers are going to sit on. There are no rails here, they're just simple box construction. And the longer I went on, the more efficient I was able to become with my cutting of all of these pieces. Just finding ways to do them in batches. You get faster as you go along, but even so, I think this whole build took me somewhere around 50 to 60 hours of workshop time. But I loved it. It was great fun. It's just really about making the best of what you have. For me, the two primary tools that replace my lack of table saw are this Kreg Rip Cut. It's really good. You can set it very, very accurately and make repeatable cuts. Here, if you can figure out a way to clamp down your sheet goods correctly, then you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many you need, and then the cross cuts are quickly handled on the miter saw. But even that, you could get away with using a little cross-cut jig. While it might have been dodgy, that little momentum there can show you that it dry fit together really well without falling apart. So I was pretty darn happy with that. And it fit in at my space perfectly. That brown plywood was pretty rough and flaky. I think it had gotten quite wet at one stage, but it was holding together alright. And when I was satisfied that everything was going to fit together, I used Presto my nail gun throughout this project to basically speed things up. Wouldn't have to wait for the glue to dry. Bit of Type 1-3 into the dados, taka 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 taka, and hey presto, we had a frame. Cheeky little tie laps. These 6mm were very tight, and sometimes required a bit too much persuasion. Tried not to damage the edges of the MDF,
And we got them in eventually. Just a little bit of glue, tiny bit of glue right on the end was all we needed to hold them in place. There were some voids in the plywood and, well, some voids in my cutting. Glue and sawdust mixed together makes a nice little bog paste. Kevin the sander comes out to smooth it all off, and it looks a lot more professional than it really is. Lovely tight fit. Speaking of channel members, Chopper Chris is of course doing most of the work here, my lovely circular saw. And just one after the other, we cut that many drawer pieces, because that's where we are at. The frame honestly went together pretty quickly, but these drawers kicked my ass. It was weeks of part-time, couple of hours here, couple of days there, getting everything sorted. The router table, I said, getting things done before you cut them to final size was really nice. That lower groove there, rebate, rabbet, whatever you want to call it, is where the base is going to go. The base is just going to be 6mm MDF again and sit flush. However, cutting safely, the rebate on the short edge was going to be tricky on the router table, so I made this custom push block, and that worked really lovely. I could do one drawer at a time, flip it around, cut the other end, and that gave me the basic shape that I needed to be able to assemble these. Again, just going to be glue and brad nails. Every step of this drawer construction phase needed a jig. I made them all purposely slightly oversized, and this little jig added to the stop block on my miter saw allowed me to get them down to the exact height, because guess what? Not all those rows were exactly evenly spaced. So starting oversized and sneaking up on it, I was able to get a lovely tight fit to about a mil, half mil tolerance. In Sydney, we were getting torrential rain, and the good news was the workshop was pretty humid, so if this MDF was going to swell, it's going to swell now. If anything, it'll shrink as the rains disappear, which was great for my drawer fitting. Rather be a little bit loose than a little bit tight. Yet another jig, and this time for assembly. A bit of glue allowed me to square up quite nicely on my clamping bench each of the drawer boxes, and then taka with presto. I had relatively few blowouts on the brad nails. They're only 15mm, so 5/8 of an inch again, and they were fantastic. I said hundreds and hundreds of brads went into this, and I only had a couple that I had to come back and fix up afterwards. Steve uses elastic bands, but quite frankly, this was just a lot faster. Final sand with Kevin to custom fit every drawer to the correct slot. It might have taken a really long time, but honestly, it was a lot of fun, and when you get to moments like this where you complete a stage and it just fits in perfectly, it's been one of the most satisfying projects that I think I worked on, even if it took forever. Another really handy tool to get your hands on if you don't have a table saw is a track saw, or in my case, an AccuCut, the poor man's version of a track saw, where Chopper Chris can just mount onto that sled and cut down this time some 12mm MDF for the drawer fronts, which I actually got for free from the timber yard because, well, it was a bit of scrap, and when I bought on my 6mm sheets, they gave it to me. The best thing about that Kreg sled is you can go from the track saw to the rip cut without changing anything. It just jumps over from one to the other, and the two of them combined really do replace a lot of the functions that a table saw will give you. Not quite as fast, not as accurate, but they do it well in a small space. Measuring and marking out my drawer fronts, I put a dirty great big chamfer on the front. The idea was to not have any hardware like I've done on my other drawers and cabinet fronts in the workshop, and just use that little chamfer underneath as the pull. That didn't quite work out, but for the moment, we were pushing on with that design idea. Here's a handy hack I found to make sure your drawers are fitting perfectly. If you can get them out with a vacuum, they're good. If you can't get them out, then you need to sand them down a little bit more so they're not too tight. I was pretty proud of this little jig. Using the clamping bench to its full potential, it just pushes them out about 6mm and supports them from the back. There's not going to be a back on this set of drawers. And by holding them proud, I could paint some glue onto the front, a little bit of super glue, no activator, so I had a few seconds just to manipulate it. Couple of spaces, they're about 2 or 3mm, 1/8 of an inch. and I could use them to mount my lovely drawer fronts. Again, no screws, taka with Presto the nail gun made life a lot easier. If a drawer ever breaks, well, I know a guy who can fix it. One after the other, and a lot of podcasts on, we got through these repetitive tasks. And again, reaching the end of every stage was just so satisfying. Glued, assembled, ready to go in its new home. Having a mobile workbench is also very handy because this thing now weighs an absolute ton. And fit like a glove. Alright, so I mentioned that my little chamfer finger pulls weren't going to work. There just wasn't enough space, so I was going to use some dowels instead as knobs. But my drawers were just too big to fit under my drill press, and I didn't want to do this by hand. So how's this for a cheeky hack? I had a bit over 2¼ inches, 60 millimeters of spare space, which I don't think I really needed. So cutting a 3/4 inch 19mm disc using a hole saw, pop that down. I still got 40 millimeters of, well, safety to secure the pole to the drill press stand. And that gave me just enough clearance for my drill bit to do the dowel holes. But first we need some dowel. Another cheeky little jig, kind of like one I made on my bookmark project, just to keep these 54 little knobs all a consistent length. Sometimes hand tools are faster than the power tools. Dirty hack disc sander puts a tiny little chamfer onto the knobs. And there's some of that torrential rain. God, it nearly flooded that day. Quickly finding center. And then on my elevated drill press, I could use the laser to get relatively accurate holes. I've only recently got this thing. God, it's fun and so much faster than, more accurate than doing it by hand. No risk of blowing through the bottom. And out comes the Vando mallet to smack in the little knobs. Just double check they all seat properly. And we're getting very close to completion. Smacky, 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 smacky. Checky, 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 checky. And there we go. But I decided those square bottoms just looked crap, and as I was now using draw pulls, back over to the router table for 54 more processes of putting a chamfer on the bottom as well as on the top, and it looked much better. Very happy with that design change. Speaking of Vando, he did point out that, you know, you really should have painted these before putting the drawer fronts on, and that would be a great idea. Because then I could have avoided doing this all by hand with a paintbrush, and you just would have needed to touch them up afterwards. But live and learn, and I was already in the process-driven mode, so doing 54 coats of primer, and 54 320 grit sanding sessions, and 54 bits of blue tape to mask off the knobs, it just flew by in about 3 days. But I got myself comfy and settled on in. I don't do many shorts, but I did do one on these stop-loss bags recently, and they're pretty damn cool. Got the idea from Paul the Wood Knight, and I love them. They let you just accurately measure out how much paint you need. You don't waste any, you can mix it really easily. They're fantastic for keeping your finishes. I only did 2 coats of the Workshop Blue, patent pending, and then pulled off the tape, let them dry overnight, and came back for some brassy gold on the knobs, I think was the choice. 1, because it looks cool, 2, because I just happen to have a tube of it lying around. And then finally protecting all of that paint so it doesn't chip off or wear away with 1 coat of clear water-based poly. Borrowed a labeler from a mate because my memory's going with me old age. And this actually took a whole day in itself, just working out what screws need to go where, how many I can fit in a drawer, and I'm going to say that I designed it this way so that the Kreg boxes would fit in there, but that was actually complete and utter arse. It was pure coincidence that they fit in there perfectly. and some of my Phillips head screws, my Robertson head screws, and then I just went through all of my little bits of small storage for washers, nails, brads, plugs, all those sorts of things. Where I could, I made a couple of cheeky little dividers and just one brad nail in the side to store the things that I didn't have that many of, the smaller screws and that sort of bizzo. And they just, as Steve designed it, turned it into a small hardware store of my very own. I got rid of all of that crappy random storage and ended up with this beauty. I think it is my most satisfying project to date and probably the one that I pumped the most number of hours into. It's just such a massive improvement. I loved every step. It took me months, but I don't care.
Today we have melamine, probably my least favourite material to work with, but a very important one because if you do any DIY work, you're going to run into this stuff. So what is it? Basically speaking, melamine is a plastic coated particle board, which you're going to see in every single kitchen, bathroom and laundry pretty much in existence. So if you're working around your house, or like me, you're doing handyman jobs, you're going to have to learn how to deal with this stuff because it has a few idiosyncrasies which make cutting it, drilling it, working with it different to if you were using even plywood or real timber. So I've got a whole bunch of stuff on the table here which you might want to consider. Let's see how it's going to help you out.
Righty, step one is of course cutting. We can't do much with this if we can't cut it, and there is a problem. Look at that edge. I cut that with a regular saw, and that thin plastic on the outside has the nastiest habit of chipping out consistently. Best case scenario, you have a really sharp, really high tooth blade. But if like me, you just got a regular old circular saw with a fairly standard blade in it, there are a few things we can do to avoid the worst of the chip out. Blue tape is number one. You'll notice the blade rotation is kicking upwards, which means that edge on the top side of your cut is the one that's going to be pulled away from the substrate and therefore get the chip out. The bottom should be pretty good. You shouldn't have to tape it, but you can if you want. One way of helping to deal with this is to do a scribing cut. Set the depth of your blade very, very shallow and then run that shallow cut first before coming back, resetting the depth of your saw and making your follow-up cut. Do a bit of a test. If you find the blue tape helps with a regular full cut, then you can just do that straight off the bat. If not, the scribe may assist. Bonus little cutting tip. This is a piece of standard insulating foam and it is great for supporting your longer cuts. However, melamine is very slippery, so if you're going to use some sort of edge guide like my Kreg AccuCut here in order to do your long rip cuts, you'll probably find you'll need some track clamps because the anti-skid mats on the bottom aren't going to hold onto this very slippery plastic surface. The other advantage of using a track saw-like device is that the chip guard on the outside is again going to help reduce that tear out that you can get on the top of your cuts. I still tend to use the blue tape, but you could do another test and see if your chip guard's good enough, you may be able to eliminate having to tape up every single edge. Set the blade depth just below the thickness of your material, and you should have happy days on both sides. No matter if you're using a circular saw, track saw, jigsaw, table saw, miter saw, or even a router, blue tape is my number one tip for working with melamine as it will minimize that nasty chip out which can look very shoddy on the edges of the boards. Get yourself some. Okie dokie, here's my second tip. This is probably one of the hardest things of dealing with melamine is drilling holes. I've just spent a few minutes trying to drill really nice holes using a variety of things. I've used the brad point bit, which some people recommend. That's nearly brand new too. That's a good quality one as well. I've used my regular bits with and without the countersink on there, and I have used a normal, larger size drill bit, and as you can see, the results are universally terrible, except for a few. Even the blue tape doesn't help, really. I got one good one out of it, but the rest of them, well, if you were drilling heaps of holes, you're going to be stuck, aren't you? Well, firstly, marking holes accurately. If I want a hole specifically right there, then the first thing you want to do is to use your awl in order to give your drill a place to start. That'll be very important if accuracy is your goal. But regardless of drilling fast, drilling slow, which bit you're using, a sharp bit is going to help, but let's face it, not many of us have ultra sharp bits. And drilling a regular hole
you're nearly always going to end out with chip out, and that can be highly annoying. One way to deal with it, of course, is to get those little circular white patches and stick them over the top. That's what's going to be done a lot of the time. But there is one more cheeky trick we can do to turn this into this. Look at that nice clean edge. One simple button. That one. Put your drill into reverse with a larger drill bit, countersinking size, compared to the one that you have got your hole done. Running in reverse, the drill will not tear out the melamine, and you can clean up all of this rubbish. Then when you get your screw in there, happy days. If you're lucky enough to have a set of countersinking bits such as this one, they can help. I do get reasonably good results, but sometimes not so much. Again, before you get down to the full width, switch it into reverse. And you can clean up any of this sort of rubbish. It all depends on how fussy you want to be. A lot of the time these holes are not going to be seen, and of course having a good backer will help to prevent blowout at the back. But honestly, I don't think there's a lot you can do to stop this sort of thing happening. That one's not too bad. Blowout is always going to occur, so make sure you consider that. If you've got a screw hole coming all the way through a piece of melamine, you're going to want to have something clamped onto it every time. If you're working with melamine, there's an excellent chance you're also going to be working with cabinet hardware. I have shelf pins, I have a standard door handle for a wardrobe or a drawer, and I have a fairly standard cup style hinge. Luckily, there are some jigs, which not essential. You can do it completely without any of these, but I like them, particularly if you're going to do a lot of hardware work and you want it to be repeatable. This one is the hardware jig. When you get your handle, it will usually tell you what that spacing is. In my case, it is 96 millimeters, and I've decided to set the jig about 1.5 inches from the edge, or 35-ish mil. I set my drill guides to 96 mil, which is that size. And I've marked my center line for my drawer, door, whatever you want to call it. And it simply lines up like that. 2 holes. Now you'll notice this does drill quite a nice clean hole because the drill guides are holding down that plastic. Let's not look at the other side. I really should have had a backing board, but this is for demonstrative purposes. And hopefully, as long as I've measured this up correctly, those should perfectly line up to those every time. And if you're doing many, many doors, then you're going to have it the same spacing every single time. Good jig, that one. Shelf pins. This comes with its own special bit. If I want to have adjustable shelving, that's where this guy comes in. If this is the edge of my cabinet, again, fairly nice clean holes because of the drill guides. And next you would go to the other side of the cabinet and drill them in the same way. That way you can put these guys in at various heights and set your shelves to whatever spacing you need it. This is probably the most used one for all of my cabinets in the garage here. Last but not least, hinges. This one's a little bit more complicated. When you buy your hinges, they will have the mounting instructions for them, and this jig will handle the vast majority thereof. I have set these to 4 millimeters because that's what my packet says. It also comes with this handy Forstner bit on a stop collar. Once that's on the drill, it locks in. You'd have your mark of where you want your hinge. In the real world, we'd clamp these down. Again, really nice clean hole because of the way that the jig operates. And your hinge cup is now perfectly positioned. Oh, tip soft close. Drill, drill. Away you go. And of course, like all Kreg gear, it's available at Carbotech here in Australia. I've got my affiliate links down below because they support this channel, and the Amazon links for people overseas to pick these up. They are very handy. They'll pay for themselves in save time if you're going to be doing a set of cabinets also. If you're just doing one, you don't really need them, but I do like having them on hand.
Tip 4 for melamine is edge banding. This is probably the most daunting step if you haven't done it before, but really it is very straightforward, and in any DIY workshop, you've probably got all you need to do this, with one exception. Start by sanding down the edges. I just use 320 grit, something very light to smooth them off. Then pop into your laundry room and grab your iron. Crank it up to its highest heat, the cotton setting usually, and turn off the steam, because we are going to iron on this edge banding, but you need to do it on those settings. Before you return to the shop, stop by the kitchen and pull out the greaseproof paper or the baking paper. Make sure you keep your piece of baking paper between the hot iron and the edge banding, otherwise it'll stick to the iron, you'll melt the edge banding, and you'll be starting all over again after a nasty bit of cleanup. Cut a piece just longer than the length that you need. Overhang it on both sides and the ends. Start at one end, hold it nice and straight, and stick it down for a second or two, and then run the iron backwards and forwards until the banding is pretty much just too hot to touch with your finger. That should mean the glue is melted, and you're ready to grab a rounded stick, a dowel, anything with a gentle edge on it, and use pressure to push that edge banding firmly into the particle board. Really work the edges and the ends of the strip to ensure good adhesion. To remove those overhangs, you can buy some fancy tools. If you're doing a lot of this, they might be worth the investment. Me, I've just always gone straight to a sharp chisel. Keep your fingers behind the blade. Make sure you're pushing towards the center of the mass. And with a bit of practice, you should be able to get off those edges in one beautiful long curly strip. .320 again, just on the edges. And that'll smooth off any sharp bits. Flip it over and do it again. I was working horizontally there, and that can be done, but ideally, if possible, try and get your piece mounted vertically in a vise or in your table clamped up, and that will make your life a lot easier, particularly when doing very long pieces of edge banding. You have to work quickly, but there's no super rush. If it cools off too much, you can just hit it with the iron again and remelt that glue. Last but not least, tip 5 is white spirits, or methylated spirits as we call it here, for cleaning purposes. White melamine is by far the most common thing, and it will get dirty, dusty, and otherwise looking a bit crap, and particularly if you're doing this work for a significant other or for a client, having a bottle of spirits on hand to clean it off afterwards will ensure a professional looking finish.
G'day fixers. What do you think of the new threads? Stitch the patches on myself. New skill. I'll show you how right at the very end if you're interested. But today, we're here to try something new. Powered by coffee in my new mug, given to me by Built by Chris, I've come up with a cunning plan to get back into the workshop. You see, 2 weeks ago I became a dad, and I thought I wouldn't get too much time to make sawdust, but making a project for baby is a lovely excuse to come on down to the garage. Inspired by my mate Philip Douglas Shinbine of Graduate Wizardly, he is the master of the naptime woodworking shtick, and I'm going to try to replicate his attempts at making the most of this quiet time. So sit back and relax as we try to illuminate my evenings by making a nightlight for my poopy change table. Let's go.
Introducing Fixit Finger Sewing Service.
It's time for another AccuCut rant, because every time I break out this particular tool in one of my videos, people tell me that it's rubbish, they can't do anything properly with it, and that in my video, particularly on the tool, where I demonstrated over a full sheet of plywood just how accurate it can be, well, we're going to do that again, because this is a slightly different use case scenario. So the AccuCut from Kreg is the poor man's track saw. No, not as poor as just getting yourself a piece of scrap MDF, which I used for a very long time, and you can, as long as you don't mind rebuilding it every so often, it will be just fine. It will cost you almost nothing. This will cost you more than nothing, but it will cost you a lot less than even a Bosch or Mitre track saw, let alone the old Festool. And yes, those tools are much better than this. The dust collection, the ease of use are going to be superior to a tool which is unsurprisingly half the price of a track saw and a quarter of the price of the Festool track saw. But for what it is still effing brilliant. Yes, you will lose little bits of your chip guard every time that you make it, because guess what? Your saw is not perfect, and every time you move that blade, it does get different bits of wobble in it, and you will eventually have to replace these. Having said that, mine are 3-4 years old, and I have never replaced them, and I don't think I am close to replacing them. This was an offcut which had no square sides. Absolutely no square sides, which I'm using as one of the tops for my new workbench. So we had to make 4 cuts and keep them square, so we eventually end up with a perfect-ish rectangle. And I have pretty much achieved that using care, but using nothing really more than my square. That looks pretty nicely. And if I repeat that on all 4 corners, guess what? They also look pretty nicely. And when I break out this, as I showed in the video, and do a diagonal corner-to-corner check over 1.17 meters, what's that, about 3-4 foot in the old money, I am out on the diagonals by less than a millimeter, about half a millimeter I am out. And that accuracy for something made out of bed slats is probably more indicative of the accuracy of the tape than it is of the accuracy of my cuts, because if all 4 corners are square, then this thing is square to within, more than you could need. Is it fine furniture grade? No. Is it fine furniture cost? No. Does it work for 99% of your beautiful workshop projects, which I've used this tool for pretty much everything you can see in here? Yes. Is it cheap? Not particularly. Is it cheaper than the bigger units? Yes, it is. So, look, just people, when you see someone using a tool, if you don't like it just because it happens to have some blue plastic on there, then cool, that's it, knock yourself out. But for the hobbyist worker who doesn't have space for a real track saw or the budget for a real track saw but wants something better than a piece of MDF, honestly, this is a very, very good piece of kit. Rant over. James out.
In this video, I'll show you how to build the greatest workbench of all time. It's strongly built. Nothing has ever been more strongly built than this workbench. It's built by, I think, one of the greatest woodworkers of all time, me. The only one who could have built it more strongly than me would be Jesus. He was a carpenter, I think. He could build a strong bench if he wanted to, but I have better tools. Like my SawStop CTS, the greatest table saw ever made. You should buy one from Carbotech. Get 2. Look at this garbage old bench. It's nasty. Not very good. Terrible bench. Who made it? I don't know. Let's say Dana. Looks like his work. Fake pallets, probably. Weak. My new bench will be much better. The best, in fact. Now, I talk to people and they always ask me, James, have you seen these other YouTube workbenches? I have. I've seen them all, and I was not impressed. Some are okay, maybe, but not as strong as my bench. I've watched every YouTube bench ever made. Every YouTube video, in fact. So I'd know. Nobody knows workbenches or YouTube videos better than me. Fact. But what about Nick Padula's masterpiece? Mediocre. Cuffy's Aussie Ocker workbench? Average. The Melbourne Maker's free pallet wood bench? Fake news. Probably AI. No, mine is the greatest bench of all time. Flawless. Masterpiece. Perfect. I didn't make a single error, you know. Now, I suppose you'd like some detailed background of what I'm doing here, because everyone who watches this video is going to make this bench. I'd say there's 1,000, maybe 10,000 people who have already built it. And why wouldn't they? It's the best. Of course you would. Half laps are the greatest woodworking joint, of that there is no argument. All the experts agree. I've talked to everybody, they all say the same thing. So you should use half laps in every single one of your projects. If you don't use half laps, you're a loser. You should also use the best materials, and of course there are no better materials for any workbench, any woodworking project in fact, than reused bed slats. They're perfect. They just go together so easily. There's never any problem with twists or warps or bows. They are completely knot free. The grain is perfect. It looks fantastic too. And if you make a mistake, not that I make any mistakes, but if you were to make a mistake, it's easy enough just to get another one or screw them back together. I'd never cut on the wrong side of the line and make my very long half lap the incorrect width, but if you did, you'd be able to just glue another piece back on there if you like glue. I don't. I like spit. I find if you just spit on the joint a little bit, it sticks just fine. And you can just use screws. Just screws. I mean, I know there's some people who like to use glue and screws. I like screws. Especially pocket screws. American invention, you know. I'm sure that we invented it. Ohio, I think, the Kreg company. They invented pocket screws. There's never been a pocket screw used before Kreg came up with pocket screws. And the color's great. Look at that blue. You can tell a jig is good quality by the color. I honestly think that pocket screws are the strongest joints for all applications. You should definitely use them. Now, when you're building the world's strongest workbench, you'll notice how absolutely perfect all of my joinery is. It's so good that my baby daughter came in to admire it and she said, "Daddy, why are your joints so good?" And I said, well, I have the best joints in the world. It's probably not something you can do, but you know, she's already cutting half laps and she's done a few mortise and tenons. I don't like those nasty joints. But you know, she'll get there eventually. She may not be as good as her dad, but you know, her grandfather's helping too. Don't forget to exercise while you are woodworking. Very important. Exercise. Most important. I exercise all the time, every day. That's how you get this perfect form. Look at that strong bench. And of course, when you put wheels on your workbench, they must be American made. Bennington Manufacturing, legends, the best. Their casters are so smart, they're called smart casters. No other casters are smarter than these, the R7s, except maybe the R8s. But these ones are the right size for my workbench. They came with instructions and really good hardware, but you know, I don't need the instructions. I'll just put them in how I need them. They're going to be hidden. You will not see my wheels. My wheels will be completely hidden. Look at those other wheels, Rockler. I'm looking at you, Rockler. They are so easy. You just lift them up and they're up. You lift them up and they're down. Now, you're going to love this. Those wheels are the perfect height for my braces. I designed them that way. And with the wheels and braces done, you can now see how absolutely solid this workbench is. There's no wobble, and it fit in perfectly first time. I don't even measure. I just eyeball it, and it works.
Perfect.
Now with the mobile cart part done, we can move on to adding some storage. Form ply is the greatest of all plies. Quite frankly, if your plywood doesn't have any form, then it's not really worth my time. It's always perfectly square, and it should be perfectly square. When I cut it, it's square anyway. Some people say, James, that AccuCut isn't square. It's terrible. It's a bad tool. Lies. I've done at least 3 different videos on the AccuCut. 4, I think. Maybe 5. Maybe 10. All of them, it's perfectly accurate. You think I'm kidding? No, I'm actually telling the truth. This is a beautifully accurate tool. You should go watch those other videos after you've watched this one. Now, some people like to use new technology in woodworking. I don't use any new technology. I only use old technology. Lasers, cheating. I can get perfectly straight lines with my jigsaw without the need of a jig cut by a laser. Some people have tried to say that I use them. They just hate me. You can use them. I don't care if you use them, but I never would. The best thing about my router is it doesn't leave round corners. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Most routers, when you do something with them, you go around a corner, it's rounded. Nope, mine's just square the whole time. That's great, it saves chisels. I buy chisels just to hang them on the wall. Very expensive chisels, the best chisels. And I never make any mistakes. I've already mentioned that, haven't I? But of course, you know that. It's true. My templates never slip. And my designs are always perfect. They never need adjusting. They're always exactly the right height. Now, if you need to adjust something, that is okay. But I'm just saying, if you follow my way of doing things and my plans, then you will not need any adjustments. The height will be exact. See? What did I tell you? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is where this saw needs to live, and look at that, it just slides in effortlessly. It has to get under that bench, and it did. First time, every time. And the fence, full range of movements. Left, right, both sides. This is what pre-planning does. You plan the best, you get the best. You never have to compromise or make changes on the fly. But some people enjoy woodworking because, you know, it lets them get out all of the inconsistencies in their day. Other people are just good. They're just good at the job. And, you know, I'm good at the job. Other people are good at the job, but I'm just doing this for fun. I just happen to be the best. For the rest of the shelving, I'm going to use more form ply. Some people try to tell me it's a melamine. They're just jealous. My form ply just looks a bit different to everyone else's form ply. Superior product form ply. Don't use melamine. Nasty stuff. Now, I buy only the best materials from the most expensive stores for when I'm making my bed slat furniture. But, you know, you can get yours in the gutter. I don't care. It won't look as good as mine, but that's fine. Mine always comes this way, in the perfect size. You buy the right size, you use the right size. It means I have very little work to do with the table saw, and I never have to stitch pieces together to make them fit, just so I can use up scraps. Other people might. Look, that's good. That's good. That's really good. Recycling is good, but I don't like that. I like the new stuff. It's just better. Now, I don't know about your table saw, but my table saw has lots of really cool accessories. They are the best accessories. And they deserve somewhere to live. So in my workbench, of course, there's going to be onboard storage for all of my accessories. And this will be constructed with the best form ply and pocket screws. Those boxes will be completely impervious to dust. Nothing will be able to get in there. I'll never have to clean them. I'd like to take a moment to thank my very dear friends, my close friends, my best friends, my channel members. My YouTube videos make millions of dollars, but these guys throw in a few dollars. It makes them feel good, makes me feel good, everyone feels good, so I'd like to thank them. They help me get all these very cool tools. Speaking of cool tools, the shelf pin jig. Brilliant. You know that they designed it to be used with an impact driver? Who would have thought of that? They did. It's great. I can get into all of these tight spaces. Some people like to do adjustable shelves. I don't. I just make them perfect the first time. That's where they are, and that's where they'll stay. It is most important to me that people know that this is an official Fixit Fingers project, so I ensure that I executively sign it, but then I'm going to also cover it up behind a great wall so that nobody can see it ever again. The people will know it's there. They know I did it. The details don't matter. And in 100 years' time, someone will pull apart this bench and go, wow, this was a genuine Fixit Fingers bench. I mean, they're going to know that already, but now they have proof. It'll make it more valuable. Millions, probably. Everybody in woodworking seems to hate making drawers. I don't. I love them. Steve Ramsey came to me and asked me, James, how do you make your drawers? I just can't seem to figure them out. Nice guy, Steve. Honest. Not afraid to speak up when he needs a hand. So he came to me and I said, form ply. More of my special form ply. And rabbits. Now, we all know they're called rebates, but just to keep it in Steve language, we call them rabbits. Or dados. Dados, as the Americans like to say. Dados. What's a dado? I don't know. But anyway, I said, Steve, you need to get onto your router table, or your table saw. I prefer the table saw. Cut some dados, and they will be solid. They will be the most solid drawer you have ever built. My form ply special stuff here never cracks, never splinters, never breaks. It just leaves a perfect result every time. And he said, thank you, James. Could I use this on my channel? I said, no. Do it yourself. We laughed. Now, regular drawers are fine for some people, but I'm not some people, and this is not some workbench. So I got these specially made. They're called push to close, I think. Yep, that would be right. Push to close. You push the drawer, you closes. There's going to be two of them, these drawers. They're deep drawers, strong drawers. They'll hold everything. I'm pretty sure I could put everything in my workshop in these drawers. But, you know, I have many drawers. These are just some of the drawers that I have. I may not even use them. But they'll be there if I need them. Look at that. They fit perfectly first time. No adjustments needed. Drawer goes in, drawer goes out. Drawer goes in, drawer goes out. If you didn't know, you have these drawers and they can go in and out, and you can push them and they'll open, and you can push them and they'll close. Push to close. For the drawer fronts, I use only the hardest and most exotic woods. I think this one is called Colombian Oak Elm. Comes up really nice. Best for the workshop, if you can afford it, which I can. For the side wing of my table, again, I made it absolutely perfectly. It was exactly the right height the first time. I used some more very thick, very strong engineered wood for the top. And my design was so good that it fit perfectly in with no adjustments needed. For the half laps, which I said are the best joint, aren't they? Of course they are. Yes, you know they are. I know they are. Everyone knows they are. I put away the power tools and just broke out the good old handsaw. 2 cuts, perfectly 90 degrees, no chisels needed. That's just how I roll. If you can, you might as well. I enjoy the quiet sometimes. If you see anything on any of my bits of wood that look like mistakes, they're not. They're there very purposely. I did them all on purpose. To make the wood look better. You know, aesthetics is important. This is a piece of art. It's not just the world's strongest workbench, it's also the world's most beautiful. Other people have told me it's beautiful. I think I have to agree with them. It's just stunning from any angle. There'll be beauty shots at the end, so you can appreciate it. Did I mention that nothing on this workbench had to be sanded? It's part of my design. It was my intention that everything would be sand-free. Nobody likes sanding. I mean, I love sanding, but most people don't. So I designed it so you wouldn't have to sand this workbench. And when I got the top down, I thought, wow, this is looking really good. But then I got my African oak elm and I decided to put a chamfer because you should always chamfer all the things. It's like a rule. I think I invented that rule. The chamfer was not very popular until I started doing it. Now everybody does it. That's fine. I take that as flattery of people copying my very exclusive style. In case you missed it, the drawers are push to close, push to open, push to close, push to open, push to close. I could push drawers all day. Some days I do. When it comes to paint, I like these stop-loss bags. They're great. I don't like waste. Wasting is bad. It's bad for the economy, it's bad for the environment. I love the environment. Nobody loves the environment more than I do. I'm the best fan the environment's ever had. I also love Workshop Blue. I think I've had this paint for 10, 20 years now. It's the best paint. Everything in your workshop should be blue. The Wood Knight says green, but I disagree. Blue is by far the superior color. When I'd finished the workbench, I stood back and looked at it and thought, you know what? It would just look much better. An improved design. Not that I need to change my designs, but this would be an improvement. If I just shaved away a few of these bits. Also, it's fun. I love using the planer and making sawdust fly. No reason, just makes it look better. Aesthetics. Now, you may not know this, but apart from being a master woodworker, I'm also a master metalsmith. I can make metal do whatever I want it to. I mean, this job was pretty tricky, holding down the table saw so it wouldn't slide around, but I was up to it. I can show you how if you really want, but maybe you should just stick with woodwork. Not everyone can be this talented, and that's fine. And now, finally, you'll be rewarded as you can see what is my greatest work. This workbench is the most solid, the strongest, the bestest, the most beautiful piece of art in any workshop, anywhere in the world. And I'm sure you'll agree that this video has been the most educational, the smartest, the bestest, the absolutely perfect complement to my architectural engineering design skills and my creative expression that I do as a hobby for your benefit. You don't have to thank me, you don't have to send me money. You don't have to like and subscribe, that's fine, I know you already have, because why wouldn't you? And you definitely do not need to tag me in social media if you attempt anything along these lines. There is definitely no need to share this video with your friends. It'll be on the front page of YouTube for a month, maybe 6, who knows, not me, probably 10. And whatever you do, certainly never, ever, ever take me seriously. Because if you have a small workshop with no space, then Fixed Fingers is the only channel that you need for all of your woodworking action. And in no way, shape or form will there be a full-length, more serious video about this workbench coming out very soon. Don't watch it, it'll be lies. It's perfect already.
Victory. Right, nap time woodworking take 2. We're going to put us straight on a clock because baby has just been fed, she's asleep, grandparents looking after her, and my wife needs a desk. There will be nothing pretty about this. We're going totally hack and slash as fast as I can make my wife a desk because she's lost her office currently because of the baby, and we need to reinstate some of that privacy for her so she does not lose her mind. Going to go with bed slats. More bed slats. I'm thinking boxed outside frames for the legs and some random piece of sheet good. Melamine, plywood, MDF, I don't really care. It'll be literally 2 legs, top, maybe a brace, and pocket holes, of course. Break out the 720. Let's hit it and see how quickly we can do this and if we can do it before my daughter wakes up and starts demanding some attention. And as this is going to be a quick hack and slash project, I'm also using the onboard mic and we're using one lens. Looks like our depth is going to be 600, about 2 feet. And for the height, standard 900-ish. So we'll take these down to about 850.
Anyone else see a problem of making a sitting desk at 900 mils or about 3 foot? Yeah, let's think about that and keep an eye out.
870 plus the bottom plus the top. Yep, that's great. Mitre saw.
Where the hell did that go? Ah. There it is.
Now it seems counterintuitive, but if you're trying to work fast and efficiently, put your tools away. Where you're not tripping over things later, that couple of seconds is worth it.
And while I won't say I was absolutely perfectly clean with this build, I think I did pretty well at keeping the workspace clean and efficient while going through, and that certainly does help. So efficiency really is the whole key point of these nap time builds. And using stop blocks not only makes you faster, but it also means that all 4 of your legs will be the same length and hopefully square when you put them together.
Alright, Cutskis, how are we going?
Bang on 20 minutes, including filming time.
Right, very simple pocket holies.
So normally this setup works really well with the pocket hole jig, except that this time it didn't. You'll notice little dust bits flicking out at the end because I had a blockage, and I didn't notice it until basically the project was finished.
Twisted like a mofo. That one's going to need a bit more persuasion. This one should be okay. We'll do it first. Oh, a little bit as well. Yep, you get that.
So for the slightly twisted ones, I could just break out the corner clamps.
It helps. Not perfect, but it helps.
But for the other end, I'd need some more drastic measures.
Alright, no more mucking around. Let's break out the big boy.
to get you off this. So here's my problem. That twist in there, it's maybe 5 mil. So I need to pinch here and try and correct it. Spreader. Hey, I think that worked. So, I've got the twist out by putting a spreader up there. That now lines up nicely, and this one down here clamped normally, and pressure that way. Let's see if the pocket holes can hold it. Alright, see what happens. Not bad. Not bad. The whole frame's still got a bit of a twist, but hopefully we can get that out. Nice. Right, not doing myself any favours. I took one look at that and went, that's not right, that's way too high. Measured the one upstairs, I'm 100 mil too tall. So we're going to hack it off, re-drill, rebuild. Let's do that.
And because I'm lazy, I only unscrewed one end, but it just fit back on the miter saw.
It ain't stupid if it works. That's a good clamp.
No matter how many pocket hole projects I make, I always seem to end up using mismatched thicknesses of timber, which means getting the collar set up is trickier, and the screws poke through because they're too long for the thin wood I put on the bottom. Grinder fix.
Okay, so the recut gave me a bit more stuffing around. We're about an hour and a half in. I want it to be, yeah, about that, probably a metre or 3 feet across, but it'll be dictated by the scraps of sheet goods that I have that are going across this thing. Can't use that. That's foam, that's my router table, that's my cutting board and foam again. It's good wood, it's marine ply, but it's a bit rough. That would take a bit more work than I think I'm willing to do today. Plus we've got this hole in the middle, which would not be ideal. I'm tempted, but no. Ooh. It's probably a bit small. And not wide enough. Ooh. Yeah, I think I found it. Oh, that's heavy. Why is it always the piece at the back? Perfect. Nice bit of melamine. Already edge banded. Excellent. So speaking of that bit of foam, it's my cutting board. Yeah, that's quite nice. Cut off those 2 bits. What'll that leave me with? Over a metre. Excellent. Ah, just too short. That's annoying. Take 2. She's pretty good, but you need to check.
That'll do, pig. Nearly lost it. Helps with the chip out. Got a whole video on cutting melamine and various other bits and pieces. Quite popular too. Check it out. You would think that the Makita vac would plug into the Makita saw, but it does not. Bugger that, put on a mask.
Well, that went well. 2 nice cuts, very clean edges thanks to the blue tape. And then the efficiency, well, turned into rushing. Remember what I said about putting away your tools?
Still good. That was lucky. The camera didn't fare as well. Now, rather than putting on the iron on, I think I'm going to use this nice little piece of offcut that I have, but because it's so thin and needs to go through the table saw, I'm going to completely tape it up to try and stop any splintering. Ooh, don't want to bow it. That's better. Can't use that, don't want to damage it. That's why we have the crap ones. That one, I don't care if I hit. So pushing that all the way through would have been really dangerous, very thin, and I don't need all of it, so that's more than enough. Let's see what we got. Lovely. Dotting off the ends. Oh, this is bloody plywood. Ah, you mongrel. Ah, well, it'll do. I thought it was solid timber. Looks good on the outside. Happy with that. Hashtag champ for all the things. Came up a bit high there. How'd I do that?
See, Ainsley, this is why you need a block plane. So that etching came out really nice and was the only part of the project I bothered putting some finish on. Just a bit of beeswax to protect it.
Right, how are we going? We are 2 hours 20 minutes in, 40 minutes left for my 3-hour nap time block. Let's see if we put this thing together finally. Wheels, wheels, wheels. Put everything on wheels. Alright, that's the basic idea. But I think we'll attach these upside down.
Alright, how high we got?
$30-something millimeter screws. So I had a tiny cleat on the end of that edge banding, which is great because it means I can line this up super easy. Helps if you screw the thing in though. Bugger me! I broke him a bit. Oh, that's a pain. Bugger. Alrighty, we could be done, but do we want a brace? I think we do. Just one straight across the back to stabilise those legs a bit. Maybe about there-ish. Yeah, let's do that. That'd be convenient. Ah, boyo. Yes. Love having scrap wood. Tape. Tape is why you put things away, because then you can find them. Oh my god, how much of a walking stereotype is that? Why did I put it up here? Put it away. $8.70. Yeah, twisted as... Yeah, that. Twisted as a twisted thing. So that actually wants to be out a lot. Yeah, look at that.
To save time, and because you've seen it all before, we trimmed that one down a length, drilled in the pocket holes. Easy this time because they're the same thickness. But I can't resist refilming the chamfering.
They're good. Now if I was clever I'd probably lay this on the back, but I'm stubborn and I've got it standing. So I've got to do it this way. Because why not? Fight the gravity. Did you know gravity doesn't exist? True story. Gravity is not a force. Thwacker. Oh, Mark, one for you. Check square. Holy moly, that's actually almost square. That never happens with bed slats. Ah, square enough anyway. Take it. Now something's going on there. That's slipping. Right at the very end. Let's get some screws in there quick. You'd think after all this time, I'd know how to drive a pocket hole screw. But I still suck at it.
I swear I don't usually swear this much, but why not one more? Bugger.
Ha ha ha! There we go. Bang on, 3 hours. I was rushing with the camera to set it up and get that on there. She's done! She's nearly done. I'll take that as a 3-hour win. Bit of a sand upstairs. Wifey has a temporary desk until I can afford the time to make a better one. But I'll take it. It's functional and it doesn't look like shit. Well, not quite shit. Fixit fingers out. Catch you on the next nap time. See you around.
There now. Don't you just love a good old-fashioned honest project video? No gimmicks, no supercuts, no sponsors, no brands in your face. Just traditional power tool woodworking with pocket holes, and then sitting down at your new desk which you immediately stole off your wife to edit the video. Bliss. This is a desk that I built in exactly 3 hours just after my daughter was born because I was desperate. She turns 2 next week, and I think my living room deserves something better. Fortunately, Sam over at Gumtree Woodworks is running the Scrapwood Build-Off again, the Australia-New Zealand version. Check out Turgworks for the UK version. And that seemed like a perfect excuse to give some bling to the old workhorse. Now, of course, the original desk was made of bed slats and a piece of melamine that I got from the gutter, so we would have to continue that theme as it's also part of the challenge conditions, and we're going to use all reclaimed materials. There were several things that I wanted to do to this desk, having lived with it for nearly 2 years. The first was there was an ever so slight sag starting in the melamine top, so a little bit of bracing on the front and back would help to rectify that problem. These would be made out of some bed slat offcuts, but that was the nasty stuff. For the next stage, I wanted to add some functional shoe storage to stop us from dumping all of our footwear just inside the door and being tripped over. With a toddler in the house, we now have more shoes and they need somewhere to go. So I dug into my secret treasure chest of the good bed slats and pulled out the nicest ones I could find. I even got some nice high contrast artsy shots of me selecting the faces and marking which ones would be up. And then hopefully remembering when I pocket hold to put those on the correct downside so the clearer face would be showing. While yes, the goal of this is to ultimately jazz up and bling the desk, we're not going crazy. There's only so much you can do with a turd, and while I will be applying a liberal amount of polish, I am still using pine and pocket holes. Most of these won't be seen. One of the things I love about these corner Kreg clamps is that they've got that cutout so that you can put your pocket hole screw in the corner on without removing the clamp. That's a nifty little feature. But then again, they also cost 5 times more than other corner clamps, so you gotta have some wins somewhere. The carcass of the shoe rack will also serve to stiffen up the frame a little bit, as there was quite a lot of wobble in there, and it was snug as a bug in a rug on the side that would be displayed. Now I just have to work out the spacing for my shelf holes. And the easiest way to do that is to jam in the middle divider, measure the difference, and divide by 2. A quick little cameo from the toddler in question.
as the grandparents take her out for an evening walk. And Daddy bashes away on the pocket hole jig, and then literally bashes away on getting these super snug fitting pieces into some sort of order. Whenever I'm doing spaced shelves like this, I like to use offcuts, not only to hold up the shelves, but to ensure that your spacing is even. I had this weird little gap at the back thing, so I just made a half lap piece to jam in there and cover that up. This is the back, and as Steve Ramsey likes to say, put the crappy side against the wall. No one will see that. This is the front, and it also looks crappy, so we're going to have to do something to cover up that nonsense. But first, stage 2 was complete, with a bit of rough planing to smooth things out in preparation for stage 3. The shoe rack was done. Now it is time to get classier. Well, classy-ish anyway. This is teak, reclaimed teak specifically,
Look at that.
that I've had kicking around for quite a while, having pulled it off as unsalvageable for the repair of many, many benches that I did a couple of years ago. But I thought that underneath all of that grime, grub, and weather, there could be some gold.
Or we could use these, which are actual lovely teak. Yeah, let's try to avoid that. So oily.
So let's see what we can scrap out of these leftover bench slats. I'll link to that old video if you'd like to check it out. If you are going to be working with reclaimed materials of any type, particularly things that used to have metal fasteners in them, then a metal detector is invaluable. Check around those screw holes, but basically everywhere, to make sure you're not going to stuff up your blades. No jointer, so I simply ran the long pieces through the table saw, took off one edge, flipped them, and then took off the opposite edge. And this material would serve as the trim and cladding for my scrapwood desk. Luckily, I remembered that this little edging piece that I put on to cover the ugly melamine had some pin nails in it, and I smacked those deep in before I used the flush trim router to get rid of them. But not only are the edges of the melamine ugly, but the melamine itself is terrible. Luckily, I had this score.
Well now, what do we have here? Tempting, yes. I'll turn you upside down. That is 4mm hardwood ply. And there are 2 complete sheets. In nearly perfect condition. In the rubbish. How the hell do I get those home?
The answer is a box cutter, which works surprisingly well to cut them roughly in half, and then the next day you bring your Kreg panel carrier in, you haul ass through the busiest park in Sydney, followed by peak hour on the metro, and that's how you get your sheets of plywood home. Luckily they're only 4mm because they were bloody heavy. Then Chopper Chris can join the party and help you trim those pieces down to size in both dimensions to make the new top for your desk. That will look much prettier. Whenever you are working with scrap, particularly when you're trying to alter something, never work in exact dimensions. You'll notice that in every step of the operation here, I always make things oversized, then I stick them down, and then I trim them to fit the actual dimensions of my desk. Because nothing is square and everything has got slight bends and warps and twists in it, you're going to get a better result than if you were making it from scratch, where you can make it to exact dimensions. Now, of course, I do have my own challenge going on at the moment, the Chapo Challenge 25, and that lovely piece of red gum will be the feature of my next video. But I wanted to get the scrapwood one out of the way. Ironically, my own challenge, which motivates you to get back in your workshop if you've been on a hiatus and film some new videos, is going to be a butt-ton simpler than this particular build, which I decided to get done first because I need my desk to edit on. And here I am putting my own advice into practice using the flush trim bit to make sure the new plywood top perfectly matches the old underbelly of the ugly desk. Now it's time to break out the teak, and of course there is going to be a lot of character
in inverted commas, in any piece of reclaimed wood, particularly stuff that has been sitting out in the wilderness for 30-ish years, I think these bench seats had been out there. And honestly, for that age, it shows you how well teak is suited to outdoor furniture. It was holding up pretty good. But there were some very deep pits, voids, weathering and soft spots which I simply can't avoid, and while I chose the best bits, I had to live with a few of the deformities. I really should elevate a thickness planer to the top of my wish list, because having to plan these down by hand, let's just say it was lucky my 3-inch hand plane was able to not leave any train tracks in this particular instance, and the number 5 was able to clean up the small imperfections. But after mitring them, I didn't want the boring face. I wanted some form of detail, and I settled on this pointy, stabby, sharpie type bit for the router. By setting it up on the table, I was able to cut first one, and then flip the board over and cut a second, to give this lovely little double chamfer detail. And if you know me, I love me a chamfer, and so I thought this would be suitable. While I could avoid some of the old screw holes, I couldn't avoid all of them, and I needed a way to easily attach these trim pieces around the edge of the desk, so I decided to run with it instead of trying to hide them. I drilled out the old ones, but then I also spaced my screws in an aesthetically pleasing way so that they looked like they were part of the design. Then I could plug them all up, and what was a flaw in the reclaimed material now becomes a feature of the piece. Because I have a bee's dick worth of good hardwood on top of that piece of ply that I will most likely sand through at some stage, I had to be very, very, very precise with the alignment of this trim. So putting a straight edge along the top allowed me to get that almost perfect. And because the crappy side will go against the wall, the mitre was incredibly easy because I only needed 3 sides, not 4. And that only left me with the smallest of gaps from the slight variation in thicknesses from my trim pieces. Notice in the front there, just a quick little repair with some super glue of the corner which didn't have quite enough glue on it to begin with. Breaking out the micro files, just dealt with some slight misalignment in my profiles. But honestly, you'd never know. Well, I'll never know, but you know because you saw me do it, but anyone else is not going to notice, and that's the important part. And now I think I cheat, because I do believe, though this is scrap, I actually paid for this piece of Tasmanian oak. Now, it is an offcut off another project, but, well, you gotta pay for some bits, I suppose. And these plugs, I hoped were going to match the colour of the plywood top. In Australia, when something says hardwood and it's a generic big box store product, you can pretty much guarantee it's going to be Vic Ash / Tassie oak of some description. I tried-ish to align the grain, but the grain on the teak wasn't exactly straight anyway. But getting these plugs nicely spaced out and kind of facing the right direction was a handy little feature. Unfortunately, just due to some rotten things, there were some gaps, and I was in 2 minds about breaking out the bog. At the end, I decided to do it, and it was the right decision, but as I feared, I did start to go through, when I was sanding it off, the hardwood very thin veneer, and it got a bit of dark colour around some of the edges, but with the overall rustic feel of this desk, it just adds to a little bit more character. Once the plugs were dry, I could use the flush trim saw just to trim those back and then get into sanding off the bog. Look, it came out nice and it's better than it would have been without it, but yeah. If I had more time, I would have thought of another way to do that. About halfway through this build, I went down to Melbourne for the annual 2025 Maker Meetup, this time at number 5.
First time, of course that was going to happen. Baby bomb. You're going on the internet again. Not supposed to be doing that.
And while I was there, my friend Vipin decided that he would give me this sexy piece of kit. He bought it for his saw and then realised that the kerf was in fact too thin for his riving knife and it kept jamming up. He did a quick Google and realised it was the perfect size for my little CTS. And it is a very welcome gift because I've been using the stock rip blade for everything, and particularly with this very fine plywood, having the multi-tooth blade was a big step up. So more of the plywood that we used for the top was now going to be used to hide up some of the ugly bed slats. Yes, I'm using garbage to cover up garbage, but this is slightly nicer garbage. And I wasn't going to be too precious about it, even with the crane direction on this particular piece, as presto the nail gun comes out to help me tack it all down nice and fast. I could have done more with this. There are some exposed pine edges which I just left. Some of them I regret, some of them I don't. But you got to call it a day somewhere, and at the end of the day, this is my desk, and only I'm going to notice those differences, and I've only got so much time to dedicate to the build. Just pick your battles.
Tell you what, getting better.
In the end, the cladding of all of the pine bits that I did clad was one of the easier and more straightforward parts. But it did leave me with some, as always, exposed plywood edges, and that's not ideal. We'll deal with those later. But first, it is on to the main event. This part was actually inspired by Dino Builds, who is currently hauling all of his gear halfway across the country, actually all the way across the country from WA to Victoria. But while he was still in WA, he made an outdoor kitchen where he used some hardwood cladding, which he put profiles on all of the edges, and I think looked pretty schmick. His was a lot more detailed than what I'm going to do here, but to avoid having a flat teak face, I do want to do something similar. Unfortunately, after I resawed down my teak, firstly to get a nice clean face, and secondly because I didn't have enough left, and thirdly because it was too thick and would look crap if I didn't, I needed to add, guessy, another chamfer for all the things along all the edges. A quick note, do be cautious of doing resawing on your table saw. These pieces are not too thick, so it was possible. Set up a feather board and do it in 2 cuts, flipping end over end, and you should get some acceptable results that can be cleaned up with a little bit of hand playing action. But back to the edge profiling, it ended up that they were too thin to safely put through the chamfer bit on the router table. And there weren't too many to do, so instead I broke out the block plane, and while it wouldn't be as even or consistent, this is a feature. It's meant to draw the eye, and it's meant to hide the gaps between my poorly edge-jointed boards, so having a bit of inconsistency here is not the end of the world. And sometimes it is just really pleasant to take off the hearing protection and get some hand tool action going in the shop. And that's what we end up with, and I think it is quite lovely. Thank you, Dino, for the idea. The skinnier leg just got 2 pieces, which again are oversized. They're overhanging that plywood just a little bit. And no mechanical fasteners this time. I just wanted the glue, so we didn't introduce any nail holes into the show faces. The sides around the shoe cavities got the same treatment. I didn't add any new holes to these, but there were some existing plugs that needed to be bashed on in, and I tried to position those in even-ish locations so they too would become little features of their own. And then it was time for the main event, which required 2 very thin pieces of stock to be ripped. So it would be advantageous to break out for the first time my thin stock ripping jig that Anthony from Barber's Paddock was very kind to donate. This was one of his prototypes, which he even personalised for me, which is very lovely. And if you pop over to his website, you can get the final version now. So you can see here, you install it, touch it up against the blade, zero off the digital calipers, and then I could use those to very accurately dial in the exact thickness of the piece that I wanted. The advantage of a thin stock ripping jig is that you have more space between the blade and the fence, and then you wheel the fence in, touching the stock up, and that bearing wheel helps you maintain a consistent thickness of pieces, And if you run out of stock or it gets too thin, you can simply wind the fence out and start all over again. I only needed 2 pieces, but you can imagine if you were cutting heaps of these, how much time this is going to save you and how much safer it is than doing it with a very narrow gap in the fence there. So thank you very much, Anthony, and go check out Barber's Paddock. He does some amazing mad scientist thing with woodworking gear. And this was the final result. After carefully hand chamfering all the edges, I left myself almost no gluing surface. But to keep this all aligned, I wanted to at least make an attempt to glue this up. So copying something I saw on Paul the Wood Knight's channel, I made myself this clamping jig using my MFT. Honestly, I just keep finding more and more ways to use this bench. It's one of my favorite things that I've built. Cough cough, check out my link below where you can buy plans to make it yourself if you so wish. Broke out the Chapo post again to weigh down this monstrosity, and while that dried, I could attend to some small jobs that included more hand tool work. Honestly, while I am and always will be a power tool guy, I do get much satisfaction from those little times when I can break out a nice sharp chisel. While waiting for the glue, we got firstly the flush trim bit out. As I said, I cut all those teak bits slightly oversized. And then when it matched the profile, I could get my tiny chamfer bit and run that all the way around the outsides as well. The only disadvantage of doing this after I had glued on was that it left these little lamb's tongues at the top where the router couldn't get close enough, but that again gave me another opportunity to break out a lovely sharp chisel and practice my hand tool usage, which is getting better, ever so slowly. Which is nice because these are very satisfying little fun jobs. Breaking the main panel out, and straight away I knew I was in trouble because firstly I hadn't left it long enough, and secondly the surface area
it's still not dry.
was probably far too small for a successful glue up anyway, but it didn't matter, it held it tight enough and all of the back of it would be covered in glue and many clamps. And if you look closely, you'll see that surprise that I managed to get a cheeky bookmark from resawing some of the teak. And again, while waiting for glue, there are more jobs to be done. And look, this isn't the safest thing that I have done on the table saw, but it was better than the router because small bits and routers are not friends. And this was relatively controlled, as it wasn't a through cut, and it allowed me to rebate out enough of the wood that I could clean it up with sandpaper and hide those ugly plywood edges. Again, I didn't do all of them, I could have done more, but it was diminishing returns situation. Before I glued them on though, I quickly filled in with glue and sawdust some of the pinhead nail holes. And then as all my clamps were busy, I had to rely on the blue tape trick to hold the trim in place, which I was far too stingy with, but it worked.
It looks pretty stormy.
The finish line was finally in sight, but then you remember you still have a lot of sanding to do. A lot of sanding, like heaps of sanding. And some boo-boos to fix up. I knew this was here, I knew I had to plane down that bottom foot that was sticking out a little bit or it would hold it proud, and in my excitement I simply forgot. So some teak wedges to the rescue, and a quick thwacker with Jimmy the fake maker's mallet. And my little cheeky block plane gave me an acceptable result. There are gaps all over this thing, it was just the really biggest ones that I wanted to try and hide. The final bit of power tool work is always a very happy part of the build. Just quickly going over and coming back on the end grain so as not to tear it out. And then I had this problem. I wanted to put a chamfer on that very thin trim, so I got a piece of stock that was the same thickness, glue tape trick superglued it to the base of the router, and that gave me a much more stable platform with which to add the final little detail to this outside trim area. Beautiful. But that of course left me with a few more little lamp stuns just to clean up. And now, enter the Sandman. I wish I could afford to pay for that song. As we sanded with a soft pad, we sanded with hard sticks. We got the blower out just to clean up all of that dust, and then we sanded some more. In terms of the legs, I took those to 120. Used a block plane to very gently break over the sharp edges, but I didn't want a chamfer along the top there. And then Kevin the Sander's main event was taking the top to 320. Desperately trying to not go through that ultra thin hardwood veneer. But we got there in the end, and it was finally time to finish. With something new to me, hard wax oil. I bought this sample pot of fitties ages ago, and I finally have the project that is suitable to use it on. I was told that a little went a long way, but honestly I found that this thirsty plywood, a lot needed to go a long way. I would only just get through the project with this tin, and that was using the hard wax oil on the teak faces and the top only. The rest of the pine and plywood underneath, I had to resort to Danish oil, which honestly was probably a better choice. Non-wearable surfaces, it just soaks in much faster and much easier. And I finished that tin too. I love a project that uses up not only scraps of wood, but scraps of finish. In a lot of ways, Danish oil and hard wax oil are both very similar in how that they work. They got just slightly different components. There's a bit of poly in the Danish, but together you couldn't tell which was used on which surface. And then, as always, my final finishing step is to break out the Scotty Custom Grit Step 1 and Step 2 for the show faces. Soft buffing pad with the Step 1, particularly on the top and the teak, and then wipe all of that off, switch over pads to my orange one, and the Step 2 buffs it up to a beautiful shine. Clean rag to take off all of the grit. And then we finish it off with the custom grit wax, which you're meant to use in sparing amounts, but I never read that part. I just get a brand new sheet and then polish it back, and you can already see the mirror-like shine on that beautiful piece of feature that I was able to uncover when book matching out the teak. And ladies and gentlemen, my crappy 3-hour desk is now about a 25-hour desk, but damn does she look much prettier. Rustic, yes. Completely out of character in style with everything else in our living room, yes. But I don't care, I love it. And what was a knockdown piece of furniture more suited to a university dorm room has been successfully transformed into a functional, practical, dare I say, mildly artistic piece of fine-er scrapwood junk furniture. And I even got a little piece of offcut to stick onto the memory wall. And that's a wrap on my Kreg journey for now. From those first weird cabinets with rebates and pocket holes 7 years ago, to the new workbench and the editing desk I'm currently sitting at today, Kreg hasn't just been a tool brand to me, it's been the backbone of my making adventure, my channel's growth, and the connections I've built in this awesome woodworking community through challenges, sponsorship, and support. Thanks to you for sticking with me through this marathon. And thanks again to Carbotech and Kreg in Australia for the support over the years. If Blue Tools spark something in you, drop your stories below, subscribe for more workshop action, and keep an eye out as they've just dropped a whole new generation of jigs and tools that I can't wait to get my hands on and try out in the future. And if you love your YouTube super long and lengthy, here is a playlist that has more of my supercut videos in a similar style to this one, as well as those from many of my talented maker friends who also enjoy putting out some lengthy content. knock yourself out, hours of entertainment just for you. I'll catch you on the next one.